Welcome back, Riftbounders, here at the Regional Qualifier in Vancouver, Canada. I'm Bear Bryant, joined with Ursi Day, and we are here to finally deliver what everyone has been waiting for. It's time to commence our top 8, but we're of course going to sprinkle in a little bit of excitement because I know our players are ready, but we've got to prepare you all at home for the excitement that we have in store for you, because boy howdy, it's quite a lot.
I cannot wait to see the top 8 today.
It's going to be filled with bangers, absolutely. So, but of course, we want to recap a little bit from today. So we did play our 5 rounds of Swiss after yesterday's 8 rounds of Swiss, where we saw incredible matchups, of course. You know, this is going to be our standings that we're finalizing from all of that hard work. So you can see already this is your top 8, all the way from TSS, Houses Are Big, who we just got to witness now locking in that first seed, Diwali, Alan ZQ, Rocklow, Sam D. Sherman, Arito, Swagiolo, 420 Yeah, and Bow Bows as well.
This is going to be such a fantastic top 8 and so many great names in it as well.
I cannot wait. And if you're paying attention, everybody at home, that's correct. We did have 2 X and 2s make it in for that top cut. But if you look closely in the middle, and if you look at the names, we have 3 returning regional qualifier champions. But we also want to say homage and thank you to the rest of the players that came so close, but are still going to be going home with that invite to that regional championship.
I think that's what a lot of these players came here fighting for, but so many great names as well. I mean, even CTCG, Alexander the Great, we did see earlier today.
Roy.
CTCG Z-Rob as well. So many fantastic names, so many different of these decks.
Absolutely. So we just want to say thank you so much for everybody who was playing, and incredible legends as well, which I know some best ofs are being handed out basically as we speak. And so with that, we're going to continue moving along. We want to go ahead and do some deck list showcases. We're going to do it here basically instead of before the match, because we got to hype up some of these matches, and that's right. We're going to be featuring the Altar of Unity. We're going to be featuring Sam D. Sherman on that Rengar list, your Las Vegas Regional Qualifier champion, and he is going to be playing against Rocklow. This is now his 4th best of Azir and his first ever top 8.
I'm sure he is so excited. He really knows how to play Azir. I mean, he's shown it over and over with this being his 4th best of that you mentioned. And what an awesome deck. I think we saw him earlier, and this Shadow Call is so interesting in the list.
Just being able to draw more cards, Sacrifice being added to the deck as well, the new vibe for ambush, stun tricks as well. We've already seen how powerful this deck can be when you mentioned Alexander the Greatest being on stream, unfortunately with a loss, but Azir has already won a regional qualifier before, and now it is here again in a top 8 performance, some recent success in China as well. Like, we really can't sell this legend short, and I think this is a great meta for this legend to really thrive. And you have to also consider Rocklow himself is just a specialist at this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really when you get decks like this into the hands of specialists, into players who know how to play it, that it thrives.
All right, and we're going to move on to his opponent as well with Sam D. Sherman. There's so much to say about this player because he showed up playing, in the Draven format, but showed that he was the best one in Las Vegas. The format shifts, the format changes. He tries out Lucian. Doesn't necessarily go the way that he wants to in Atlanta, but here he is back on the same domains, but now with the Rengar in the jungle. And this list is so amazing. We got to witness this way early on in day 1 during Swiss, and we wanted to get him again at some point today, but he kept getting paired against someone we had already showcased. But look at this list. So much aggro, so much increases of mites from these units, and just really showcases what this deck can do right now in the format.
Yeah, and I really think it showcases that ambush keyword as well. Not new to Unleashed per se, but definitely getting showcased in this newest set. And also, I don't think anyone expected a Rengar to do well today, much less making it into that top 8.
Absolutely. And of course, one of my favorite callouts is that Grim Apothecary. I really hope we can see some intense gameplay with it, included with things like Star Spring, the battlefield, because you can do some crazy saving plays. It's as if you played your own Flash in the deck, but you save those units that you might have onto the battlefield by returning one to hand and then also bringing something back to your base. So we've got an incredible matchup here for your first one in top 8 here in Vancouver. But of course, we did promise the people something a little special.
Ooh, what's that?
Well, we do have some more sets in Riftbound coming out later this year, and I was lucky enough to sit down with Trick from Riot to give us a little preview on some upcoming Vendetta and Radiance information. Let's take a look. Hello everybody, I'm Barrett Bryant, and I have the wonderful pleasure to be joined by Trick from Riot Games, and I hear you have some exciting stuff to tell us about some upcoming sets. Now, of course, Unleashed is in full force here at the regional qualifier, but I hear you have some fun stuff to talk about. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I do, thanks, Barrett. I'm Trick Jarrett. I'm the editor-in-chief for Riftbound, so I oversee a lot of our content and community and all of those activations and fun stuff. And a lot of my job is helping talk about when we're going to talk about things. And so, obviously, as we said, Unleashed is out. We're excited. Players are excited. But that leads to what's coming next. So we wanted to tell fans and look ahead a little bit, give a peek into the future, and share a little bit more. We teased some on social this weekend already, but players will have seen, look at some packaging for Vendetta, which you may have already seen. Packaging.
Of course, we're excited here because we have some exciting information for Vendetta and Radiance as well. But we got to kind of tease the audience a little bit. So I got to ask you, we have opposite domains that we've been promised for this upcoming set that's going to be going in with Vendetta. Is there maybe a particular color combination that you're excited for?
Oh, is there one that I'm excited for? Let's see.
Come on, the endless possibilities, right? What's the coolest mind-body deck that you could imagine? Because we've been watching Dazzling Aurora all weekend.
Yeah, there's got to be so many new options with Aurora. That's going to be definitely for sure. Be really excited to see something with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I know a lot of people out there at home are excited for things like a Chaos and Order domain pairing. Of course, there's just so many cool interactions, and I got to think all the way back to Origins as well. When you look at the Twisted Fate champion unit that we were given, that seemed a little awkward because you couldn't unlock that that order effect because a legend didn't exist yet, but apparently we're going to be getting one.
Yeah, I actually remember how much people were excited about that Twisted Fate and be like, wait, what is coming up that this could happen? And now we're finding it out.
And of course, we have to at least talk about the last one. So Fury and Calm. Now, we've talked about how Fury has been a little misrepresented, but as we already know, Sam D. Sherman here, we're going to watch with Rengar, which has the Fury domain, of course, actually making this top 8 performance. So I'm excited to see maybe it comes to rise when it's paired with something incredibly strong, a domain that we keep talking about. If you go back to the most played cards here in Vancouver, things like Zhonya's Hourglass and Guardian's Angel are included in that domain. So now with the aggressiveness that Fury can bring to the table and the defensive counter ability of Green as well.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. I remember during set 1, I actually was like, it would be so cool if these two colors were together and people were like, yeah, that's why they're not. They're like, but it's going to be exciting to see what players can do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, we're also going to get a little bit of information, hopefully, from Radiance. Not too much to be said about that one, but I'm excited. As soon as we get some more technical difficulties managed with, we'll get that brought to you back. So we can even focus back to our top cut scenario, okay? So we have Rocklow versus Sam D. Sherman. So we're going to go ahead and show off the bracket here so we can at least talk about not just that match, but on the same side of that bracket, so everybody paying attention to the top, we have, of course, the secret sauce. Houses are big on that Master Yi and our first seed versus Bao Bao's here playing Irelia. What do you think about that matchup?
I feel like that's going to be so interesting. Obviously, these both are calm decks and can just see so much might. And honestly, we've kind of seen how these might increasing decks can have some really interesting gameplay.
Interesting gameplay, I think, is the name of the game for sure.
That is for sure, yeah.
Now, on the other side of the bracket, I have to just kind of bring up and, preface. We have Alan ZQ, of course, on Diana versus Arito on Irelia, which I think is going to be a tough matchup for both of those players. But, of course, we know that Alan is very tailored towards fighting against these calm decks. Meanwhile, man, Ali versus Diwali on the other side. That's a rematch from Swiss today, by the way.
I mean, very well that bottom bracket could be either way. I do believe, I know, depending how these games go, we could see a lot of rematches and some fantastic matches between some of these RQ winners. I mean, this bracket is definitely a difficult one.
I just can't believe in the fact in general that we have 3 of our returning regional qualifier champions in the same bracket, and not a single one of them has to play each other in this first round. It means that there's potentiality where Diwali and Alan ZQ have to play against each other if they continue to move on, you know, depending on what that storyline looks like. Meanwhile, Sam D. Sherman on the other side of the bracket could potentially ride his way all the way to the finals. But we're going to make sure, and we'll get our video fixed for everybody at home, hopefully, but we are going to go ahead and send it to our casters because we do not want to delay our top 8 any longer.
All right, guys, it's Alex here.
And I'm Silverfuse here.
And we're going to be talking about this finals here. Well, we're not quite in the finals yet. We are in the quarterfinals, I should say. And I'm actually super excited, as you are as well, because we do have Azir on the table here. So let's take a look at the first deck here as we get ready to get into this quarterfinal matchup. We have Azir versus Rengar. I couldn't be more excited.
Oh, absolutely. To see a Rengar not only from just anyone, we're seeing it from Sam D. Sherman, who has actually already won on Draven before.
Yeah, I was in Las Vegas. I watched it happen, and to be really honest with you, it was one of those metas where a lot of people expected Draven to do well. You had almost that miracle Draven, and with battering ram and everything, and Sam D. Sherman said, no, I got my own flavor on that. I got my own take on that. I think that this is the best way to play Draven. I think that this is the best way to play Fury, and that's exactly what you saw on the screen here. We do have Rocklow, and they are on Azir.
Absolutely love this take from Azir overall. Of course, we've talked about Vi all weekend being very strong, and we also have so many utility pieces here, from the Call of the Week, for instance, as a one-of, and On Guard as a one-of as well, just for that extra surprise factor as a whole.
You do see an aggressive setup here with the Arena's Greatest. It would have served Azir and Rocklow very, very well throughout the course of this tournament. We still do have potentially some matchups with Dazzling Aurora upcoming, but in the meantime here, it's going to be about closing out these games quickly and also trying to manage the aggression from Sam D. Sherman.
Absolutely. So notably, the salvage is going to be a little bit hard to find anything for, but let's take a look closer into the Rengar list. First thing is we have Determined Sentry. This is a card that we really haven't seen anyone take advantage of, as you can't return it from the base. So a lot of players have said, ooh, if I have a 1-mite unit, it's just not going to be worth it. But Sam says, you know what, I can actually do a lot with this deck because of the Pride Stalker passive from Rengar, being able to give units an extra might for each unit that you play each turn. And then on top of that, we have the Emperor's Dais as well, is a battlefield that is key into getting extra value for this Determined Sentry.
And also that Determined Sentry won't just be stranded, because you do have the Grim Apothecary as well. That Grim Apothecary can be used to bring back that Sentry if required. It's just one of the options here, but there is a card I do want to shout out here. It is one of the best in the new set, and that is Thrill of the Hunt. If you're going to be playing Rengar, it's all about the 3 of Thrill of the Hunt. This is an absolutely remarkable ability, one of the best of the entire set. It is one to keep an eye on.
Absolutely a great signature spell overall. And I just love all the interaction that we have in this deck as well, in the form of Sabotage, for instance, is often seen to hit Aurora, but it can hit so much more. It can hit gear, it can hit spells, it can stop removal against your board overall. So a really nice tech choice there.
There's 2 more things I want to highlight here, one of which being 3 of Kai'Sa Survivor. We have seen Kai'Sa Survivor being a major contributor to the success of many of the Fury decks this weekend. For anyone that thought that Kai'Sa Survivor was losing relevance, you would be wrong.
So I have a question for you. We have already a regional champion here against a 4-time Azir best of player. Who do you think is going to take this?
You're asking me a near impossible question. My heart tells me Azir, but my body, it's telling me Rengar, because I do think that, honestly, these decks are incredibly well designed. I love the punch first here as well. Double Sabotage, which we know can be remarkably effective at essentially not only getting information, but of course being incredibly disruptive. I'm not entirely sure if we're ready to see the matches, but I think we are actually ready to see the matches. So let's go to it here. Let's get into the action as we get started in this quarter-final match. First Okay, we've got the first battlefields here. Round of 8, we have the playoffs. This is game 1. We have Azir versus Rengar. Just waiting for the feed here, and there's the fist bump. It's Hall of Legends versus against the Emperor's Diaz here. Hall of Legends is going to be an extremely valuable battlefield for the Azir player, because what it allows you to do is it allows you to conquer, and once you actually activate your legend in order to generate the Sand Soldier, you're able to then conquer that, refresh your legend, and then actually do it again, which is extremely valuable, generates a lot of momentum for you. And then, of course, we do have the Emperor's Dais. Now, the advantage of the Emperor's Dais is that you're able to conquer that battlefield and then bounce the unit back to your hand for a single rune, resulting in you leaving a Sand Soldier present. Ironically, both Rocklo and Sam D. Sherman can take advantage of the Emperor's Dais.
And something to note here is that we did not find the equipment here for Rocklo. Just a tough start overall. Is just no equipment so early. I also want to note that on that Hall of Legends, that for Pride Stalker, it doesn't do anything for the Rengar, so this only benefits Rocklo.
Absolutely. Rengar is going to be a passive ability, does not need to be exhausted at any point in time. We do have a Sand Soldier coming into play here as Sam D. Sherman takes over the turn.
I hope I shuffled those.
And this Determined Sentry is exactly what we wanted to see here from Sam D. Sherman, because we were able to have two drops on the turn 1, being able to really put a lot of pressure on the board, expecting to get some early points here.
It's one of those situations as well with both of these players knowing that the lead up here is going to probably run through Dazzling Aurora, control decks, and etc. So they designed their main deck to be aggressive. They know what their decks are good at, and now you're in a position, well, you got two aggro-centric decks against one another. Sam D. Sherman's thinking out their play here.
Looks like we can see a punch first in hand. A great combat trick for the future.
The Irresistible Fae Folk as well, incredibly disruptive. Not quite in this given situation in this board state. It looks like Determined Sentry is going to go into the Emperor's Dais. Will we see the bounce with the Sand Soldier left? It looks like we will.
I have a Sand Soldier.
Absolutely, just getting the Sand Soldier here, leaving 2 Mai on the board rather than leaving 1. And on top of that, we're able to replay this Sentry in the future whenever we want.
And an important consideration here is that the Emperor's Dais does say that you actually play a 2-Might Sand Soldier, and that play does trigger the Pride Stalker buff from Rengar, which does improve the might of the Irresistible Fae Folk. And we do see a second one come down as well.
And the Inferno as well, so we'll go ahead and move in here with the Irresistible Fae Folk. And with its ability, we are able to move another unit in. So at 4 Might, we are able to conquer this and take care of the Sand Soldier as well.
It's like a bunny charm almost in some ways. It's a charming little, is that a rabbit? I'm not sure. Squirrel rabbit?
Looks like something in Bandlewood. Not sure what it is. But also, look at this board from Sam D. Sherman right now. I feel like this is exactly where Rengar wants to be. It has to be a comfort zone for sure, especially with Azir missing that first equipment as well. It's going to have to really battle to get back on this board.
I think I see a BF sword there. We do see the BF sword. And the BF sword is going to come down. And we are going to get the Sand Soldier with Weapon Master equipped with that sword. Passing turn, double points held here.
And the BF Sword is one of the stronger options here for Azir, just because it is usually a higher might unit, and with Pride Stalker.
We'll have to see what Sam D. Sherman puts on the board next. Thinking out the turn. They did get the hold points there.
This is 5. Yes.
Just double checking that might there. 5 with the BF Sword. Has to decide what to do here. Can't bring these back if needed.
Yeah, that BF Sword does provide a lot of utility throughout the game. It's an initial high cost, but with every Sand Soldier, you're able to get a lot of value from the might being generated there. You could consider returning, yep. I was going to say the Irresistible Fae Folk could be returned.
Sand Soldier could as well.
And then you could, yeah, that's absolutely true.
We do know we have the Determined Sentry in board. However, getting all these Pride Stalker buffs isn't going to do all that much until we want to attack in again.
And we're bringing in the Sand Soldier with the other one. And we are going to have the Rengar come in from the champion zone. And that is going to take out the Sand Soldier. Sam D. Sherman is taking control of the board state here. And it is going to be the Rengar that gets the Pride Stalker buff. Sand Soldier comes back. It's notable that the Emperor's Dais cannot be used on this turn because you held it. You have to conquer it to get the effect.
And something that's really interesting to see here is, although we are playing an aggressive deck on Sam D. Sherman's side, we're essentially playing as an aggressive control deck. It's very token-esque, which I love these type of style decks because you have so much flexibility and utility, and just getting that little bit of extra might, moving units in, and we're seeing how tough it is to be in Rocklow's spot now.
I like the thought that Sam is giving to this play here. You could play the Determined Sentry down, but that one might unit, that one cost, one might unit could be valuable to apply a might increase using the Pride Stalker buff in the next turn, right? Because you can play it down, start buffing up your units, and then perhaps push into a battlefield. So he's trying to determine whether or not playing it is the correct call, and it looks like he is going to play it down and pass turn.
I'm wondering what we are looking to play this Determined Sentry along with the Rengar. Of course, we're getting to that 7 might, so it looks like if we're thinking if there's potentially an Arise here, if there's something.
There is an Arise in hand, but you might get a little more value. I mean, you're not in desperation yet. You could consider trying to play out the equipment still. You might be able to actually play equipment and Arise.
That would definitely be ideal.
Might
here.
have been a soul sword in hand. There it is. And then you Arise. Yep. That's going to be the most high value play. You even have one up if you want to send another Sand Soldier down as well.
Yep, in Arise, we're going to be playing two Sand Soldier units for each equipment that we have, 2 mights, and then we ready 2 of them.
And they do have Weapon Master as well. And that Brutalizer is going to give them an additional buff if equipped for this turn only.
I think it will which one to ready, okay?
So he said he is thinking which ones he wants to ready here. Big decision overall.
That Sand Soldier with a BF Sword and a Brutalizer is going to come in.
Yep, coming in for a 9 might here.
Punch first. Plus 5 might. It's on the Rengar. That's enough to hold that battlefield.
So one of the ways that you counter punch first is by just sending a little bit more might than your opponent, just like what we just saw. So this is a very well calculated move by Rocklow.
1. Yes.
The Sand Soldier comes down here, fully exhausted. The equipment's there.
Thinking.
Hidden card options here, of course, Hidden Blade always on the table.
Guards as well.
And I'm really interested to see the way that Sam D. Sherman decides to navigate this. Still has a lot of options on the table as a whole. We did find some body runes there, which could be very helpful.
Rocklow is behind here, but still not out. When you have all that equipment, another Arise completely changes the board state. Punch first was utilized to repel that initial attack. I'm sure Rocklow would have liked to have taken that battlefield, taken out that Rengar.
And we do also have Azir, still a possibility in the future as well.
That Azir Sovereign is a fantastic legend for trying to close out the game, but from one point, it might not be the right time. Rocklow doesn't look too phased, though.
Doesn't look too phased at all. So the question becomes for Sam, do we want to contest this Emperor's Dais or not?
Inferno comes in, we're going to reveal there, and it is going to be Guards. So Guards is going to play a Sand Soldier. You see that Weapon Master applied.
Nope, and Inferno coming in here for 3 might isn't quite able to overtake this yet. Sam has to decide if there's something else he wants to add to this battlefield as well.
Also notable is that it is a brutalizer that was attached.
Very important as well.
Sam thinking this through, does have available runes.
So it's, you have 7, and I have 3.
Yes.
7 to 3, as they stated.
And it's Nidalee, so this is going to come in ambushing. If
Also on
this
that
is
side,
successful in
Yeah,
winning
also
this
Nidalee.
combat, it will
Makes
draw a
sense.
card. It's not successful
I
in
will-
winning the combat. Well, the combat's won, but it has to survive in order to get that draw.
And we can potentially see Emperor's Dais being used here. Has to
I'll get a
decide.
Sand Soldier.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. And again, an Inferno coming back to hand is a great option. And we go to 6.
And with this Irresistible Faefolk,
guy.
it's going to target another
Irresistible.
Sand Soldier moving this. So we go ahead and kill the one with the sword, and the Rengar is able to take that down while retreating back as well.
Very well played by Sam D. Sherman, showcasing why they are a former regional winner in Las Vegas. And Arise might be one of your few ways out here.
Rise would give so much value here overall. We don't have a 0 out, so we can't move all those tokens together,
don't
but
think I see
Sam
a
is
Rise.
at 6 points right now, is looking to reconquer for a potential win here. We have to find something for Rocklow, and with the Rise being off the table, it becomes really tough here.
How many cards do you have in hand?
2.
This hold here will take Sam D. Sherman to 7 points and then a little stroll into the battlefield to win that 8th point.
I've absolutely loved the way that Sam has navigated this overall, taking advantage of the Irresistible Faefolk over and over again. Definitely been the MVP of the game, and just the comfort level of this deck has been so cool to see from Sam.
Yeah. Realistically, Rocklow will be able to clear that Sand Soldier, but there is a lot of might coming at him on the next turn for that double conquer. Not to mention, you do get the additional might reach from the Pride Stalker. Depending on how many cards are in Sam's hand, you can buff up those cards as you play cards down at the base, and then utilize that push with the additional might. Also noting that Inferno does have Assault, so it can reach a little higher than perhaps may look like
2.
on the board state now.
Yep.
Pay to ready.
Yep.
And does go ahead and pay for that Hall Legends to re-ready the Emperor of Sands.
We have a hidden card play to try to hold down one of the battlefields, to try to discourage Sam from taking that there. Good chance you're going to hold the Emperor's Dais.
And I pass.
Okay. Hold the 7.
Yes.
So needs to find out a way to conquer this final battlefield for that 8th point. Has the Rengar available,
This is
a Sand
what?
Soldier,
6,
as well as
6.
Inferno. There is a hidden card in the way, so has to calculate their might very carefully here.
Hidden Blade, always a potential option.
And a likely option.
Yeah, likely, and unlikely that Rocklow would want to use Hidden Blade like on his own token naturally. So you'd expect Hidden Blade to be utilized, and Sam, it might give Sam more options too. A lot of his cards are ambushed, so it's not the end of the world if he does see 2 additional draws.
Yep, has 3 cards to work with here. With units can add additional might. Has to be careful where this might goes because of potential Hidden Blade. So has to do the calculations here. The other option would be to try to hold this other battlefield if we are worried about Hidden Blade, as it can only be targeting that battlefield when it is a hidden card like that. So we need to take a look at both of these options. It is a bit of a fork here. So we have to find out, can we play around a potential Hidden Blade, and how do we do that?
You could even maybe try to do something cheeky, like I don't know, you play a couple cards down, increase the might of the Rengar Trophy Hunter, try a challenge. That'll prevent, just thinking
2
here,
cards in hand.
Yes.
2 cards in hand for Rocklow. We don't know Sam's hand, so it's hard to see what his plan could possibly be. I think I saw a Grim Apothecary. That's not quite what we're looking for here.
Does have ambush,
Does
though.
have ambush. That's 3 extra might.
Still trying to get a peek into that hand. adding up all the might here together.
Now at reaction speed for the Grim Apothecary, you could even consider trying to bait out that hidden card and then reacting with the Grim Apothecary and perhaps pulling that card to hand.
And also on top of that, because we have Grim Apothecary available, Pride Stalker does work with that because it is considered a played unit. So we could have a surprise amount of might come out with that Grim Apothecary.
Silence on the stage as Sam considers their turn.
Tough decision here. Really having to decide, do I want to contest this battlefield or not?
I think you contest it. I think Rocklow's in a position, he's on the back foot. You can seal the game right here. And the problem is, even if you try to think, okay, what if I just hold this next one? You absolutely can. Okay. That's the initiate. We do have more than 5 might available. It's going to be a drawn card.
Draw card.
Yeah.
More options.
Also putting that might on the Sand Soldier from the initiate, which is might be a way that we see this Sand Soldier sent in to potentially, well, along with other units, of course, to potentially try to break this hold. But diversifying the might here is really important because we need to play around Hidden Blade if we were to go for that.
And one of the challenges of trying to hold is there are 2 brutalizers on the other side. We do have the Hidden Blade. It's going to target the Rengar. Do we see a reaction here?
Potentially Grim Apothecary potentially says, actually, I would like to draw these cards as well.
Draw 2.
Yes.
He's drawing cards.
Okay,
Let's
so
see
this
if these
is
will help us out.
6 to 6.
Yes.
Grim Apothecary does not have to bounce a unit back. It may bounce a unit back.
There's still 2 up here for Rocklow, and we are running On Guard in the deck. We don't know the hand for sure, but On Guard could be a big piece here if Sam decides to throw the ambush units out.
So Grim Apothecary does come down. It is going to do the Pride Stalker buff. An additional might's being applied. Who does it go on? It's going to go on Inferna.
And the Inferno.
Hidden Blade on the Inferna. 2 cards
Draw 2
drawn.
again.
Yes.
Now here's where a Determined Sentry could be
this
potentially
trades.
interesting. Well, no, it can't be played during the showdown, so you need an ambush, and it is just going to be a straight-up trade.
Yes, and now we'll be able to re-equip these in the future here as well. So Sam D. Sherman deciding that I need to bring these back because I have to go for a double conquer now. The hold is no longer an option.
Rocklow could potentially start to climb back, but you need an Arise. Yeah, it looks like we're going next. Yeah, that's the Doran Shield. I think that was top decked as well. That's not going to be enough at all.
Yep.
Going to the second game. First game taken by Sam D. Sherman.
Good games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
care
once
about
again,
winning.
Azir not really finding that early equipment, found it a little bit too late, so we'll have to see what Rocklow is able to do to try to clinch the second game.
I think one of the key moments there, so up there, one of the key moments there as well was I think Rocklow committed a lot of resources in that punch first exchange. Punch first just kind of really took the wind out of Rocklow's sails.
And this time we do find that Doran Shield able to get the Sand Soldier out right away.
It's a good first turn. That's exactly what Rocklow wants to do. This is an Arena's greatest game, so we do start with the 1 point from each. It looks like both have declared that point.
Like, it's so hard, like,
That
if
does
I
not
put
make
like
it
this,
easier
you
to
know,
say,
like, because some people want to see the might, some want to see this. It's like, I can't hold it like this if you want.
Yeah, I hear. This is what I usually do, so you can see the art and the might.
But
Gotta
that's
see
hard
the
to
art.
move.
That's true.
Yeah.
Now, Starspring is a very important battlefield here. How do you think Rengar can use that to maximum effectiveness?
Well, the big thing is it also kind of adds ganking to units, and we have very
do this.
cheap
Your
units
turn.
that we can play that can move them very easily. We have the Kinko Initiate coming out, not drawing us any cards this time as we don't have any mighty units. However, it is a nice turn 1 play going second.
We do have the Guardian Angel coming out here, Sand Soldier as well.
Yes.
Rocklow choosing not to go into a battlefield here.
So this Guardian Angel is on the sideboard, so this was one of the sideboarded cards in. A much better start for Rocklow here, a lot more the comfort zone. We'll have to see what Sam D. Sherman's hand looks like. It could be a big difference. We aren't likely going to be playing the Rengar anytime soon. Looks like unless we just don't have cards available to us. We see Nidalee in hand there for us.
Yeah, oh, we have an Akshan as well. That's actually a big deal. Probably a little bit too much of an additional cost to pay right now, though. That two power is a significant price to pay.
Yes, but I bet it will come into play
Oh,
later.
it is just an Akshan, and he's paying it.
Now.
Guardian Angel being stolen. Now, Akshan's also fantastic for the BF sword as well.
And
Guardian Angel's a good hit.
We did see the Star Spring trigger as well, so the Kinko Initiate is back to base. I mean, stealing Guardian Angel is, outside of Aurora, of course, one of the prime targets is Guardian Angel. It's so good into Irelia. It's really good into Azir here as well. Do you think this Akshan will die this game?
It's hard to say. The thing is, as well, is that Rocklow had a fantastic start. Even with this this Brutalizer, this is a strong start. But Sam D. Sherman with that Akshan has definitely taken control back. But Rocklow's not out. And also, de-ramping 2 power is significant here for Sam D. Sherman. Well, big swing in.
Yeah.
And that's going to be enough.
Well, Akshan did die this turn, kind of,
Kind
not
of.
exactly.
Ooh.
It's kind of sad that Rocklow does not get the equipment. He gets the equipment back, but it's in his trash. Sand Soldier does come out as well.
Trying to get a peek into the hand now, but he is moving those
Yeah,
cards
he's going really
fast.
there.
I passed.
Thought I saw Discipline in there as well.
Yes, lots of combat tricks will help a lot in this matchup for sure. There's so much might available as we see these cards come down.
So that Sand Soldier now sits at 4 might.
We see a punch first in hand for Sam.
We've seen a lot of D-ramps from Sam already, but at the same time, it's been very effective. We have Inferno being played into the base. Pride Stalker buff being considered here.
Yes.
It is given to the Akshan. Comes on in. It's 5.
Discipline.
It's Discipline. +2 might. Draw 1. So we're at 6 might now. 6 versus 5.
Might be looking to use the punch first here, potentially.
Grim Apothecary, perhaps.
That also works.
And also you have the Pride Stalker buff.
Bounce itself and send Akshan back to base.
Yes.
And get +1 here.
Oh, very interesting play there.
So a great play here is that with the Grim Apothecary did bounce itself. Star Spring was also triggered, so we moved back the Akshan here. So was able to save all of his units, and that's a great reason why Grim Apothecary has been so great in Unleashed.
That was an absolutely phenomenal play by Sam D. Sherman. Very well practiced with both the battlefield and, of course, the units being played. Turn switch over to Rocklow.
You hold the 3.
Yes.
This game so far is going much better for Rocklow. The equipment present does give him a little bit of optionality. Let's see what he draws.
A lot of
How many
runes
costs do you have
available
in that?
this turn. If we can get some good equipment out and start really buffing up these Sand Soldiers, potentially setting up for a rise in the future. It looks like we have a Guardian Angel in hand ready for the future.
Considering moving a Sand Soldier in to start a showdown.
Yeah, maybe looking at contesting this Kinko Initiate. Sam is tapped out, so that's very important to note that this should just be a Conquer ready to go.
One of the Sand Soldiers down. We'll go to 4. The thing is, though, is you cannot count out Rengar and leaving units in the battlefields. You're just staring at that champion zone. You're thinking, well, the trophy hunter might come hunting.
Absolutely. And we will see Azir come out here with that Guardian Angel once again. We do know that Sam is running multiple Akshan, so it'd be interesting to see if we have another stolen Guardian Angel, as it was a prime target. It is not being equipped here, though.
Now, with the Guardian Angel, it is a sideboarded card. We're not sure how have been sideboarded in. It is often held for the Azir Sovereign. So that being potentially the last one, or the, perhaps not in his hand. I didn't see another one in hand. One of the reasons why he may not have attached it is because he does want to save it for the Azir Sovereign, which might be a play he's considering in the near future.
Still with 4 runes up here, taking a good look at this board. Both of these decks do want to be fairly aggressive overall. Of course, Sam kind of played that more reactive in some ways. It was like a proactive, reactive in some ways with those irresistible Fey Folks. Doesn't have that option this time. So it doesn't have those control tools the same way that we saw before. We do see the Azir Sovereign come out, but it is not equipped, and we are tapped out. Sam is running into reactions such as Challenge in the deck, so we could see this Azir potentially get killed. We'll see what happens.
It's very notable that Azir Sovereign can also be accelerated, which is absolutely huge. It looks like he's considering doing the attachment of the Guardian Angel here.
Yes, and these players do have access to each other's deck list at this point, so they got to look it over. They don't get a look at it right now, but does know that Challenge could potentially be in the hand.
Like this play a lot for Rocklo. You need to protect that Azir Sovereign. It is one of your win conditions, one of the ways that you can take 2 battlefields in the later stages of the game.
It looks like we do see Thrill the Hunt in there in the hand as well, so we could potentially blink one of these units, including our Akshan.
And just like we said prior for Sam, this is now a turn where Rocklo is completely out of runes, unable to respond. You're a little vulnerable in these situations in Riftbound.
Especially when you're a deck with Calm in it, you're so used to being able to defy or to play On Guard or to play Discipline. You usually have so many different options, and right now they're just not going to be there. So Sam, if he's able to figure out a way to deal with this board, could become in a dominant spot.
One of the challenges with Defy as well is, unfortunately, it will not stop something like a Punch First due to its power cost. That might be something that Rocklo's been thinking about. But you are right. Usually as a Calm player, you're prepared to make plays and react to the board situation. We saw it with the Discipline prior, one of the best reactions in the game. But here, he just has to sit and watch. And I'll be honest with you, you might look at that Sand Soldier and think to yourself, who cares if a Sand Soldier goes down? But with that Azir Sovereign, those Sand Soldiers really do make a difference because you're able to reposition them and make bigger pushes in terms of their might.
Yeah, I wonder if we're considering trying to push points here with the Inferna. We could technically play Thrill the Hunt on it and then go over to the other battlefield, but that's pretty expensive for that point. There's usually going to be better uses of it, but we do have aggressive lines that we could take into development. I'm really interested to see the way that Sam decides to navigate this, and we could actually do it with the Akshan too, where we just blink the Akshan and take the Guardian Angel as well.
We are in top 8. These players do need to take their time to ensure that they're making the most optimum plays they can. It looks like Akshan going into the Sand Soldier and Inferna into Star Spring. That's going to be a 2 points scored, bringing Sandy Sherman to 5.
And playing that pretty quickly there because Rocklo is tapped out. Both players understand there is no reaction window. They've played the game enough where they can just play like normal. Grim Apothecary coming out to save this Inferna. Akshan will be left. And we do have enough for Thrill of the Hunt, which I would be unsurprised if that's what the plan is here. Playing it reactively rather than proactively is definitely a better way to go about it. We do see Ash come out, and Sam does have an option to play any reactions here, including that potential Thrill of the Hunt.
That Ash is a great card. It gives a ton of information. Looks like we're going to be having a Thrill of the Hunt being played, that window being utilized to Thrill of the Hunt Akshan. Going to move on
here,
over.
pay the 2 orange and steal the Guardian Angel.
And Guardian Angel being stolen once again.
I get a +1. I'll put it on Akshan.
And why can you play it there?
Thrill the Hunt plays to any battlefield.
As our players are discussing, indeed, Thrill the Hunt can be played at any battlefield.
It will be, yeah. First your Ash thing will resolve.
It is a conquer because it is on the opponent's turn. They're able to take that point.
Yeah, I'm good for that.
And we finally do get to take a look at that hand. We see the Nidalee, we see the Punch First. We know about the Inferna from earlier, and of course there is a Kai'Sa Survivor in there as well.
And that Kai'Sa Survivor has an Accelerate card. could be useful as he looks to close out these final points for the game.
And once again, we love the play of the Thrill the Hunt onto the Auction. Part of the reason because I pointed it out beforehand, but also
I love when that happens.
And taking the Guardian Angel away from the Azir, of course, you said that was the main thing that you want to hit with Guardian Angel. And like I said, having that reaction window to be able to play the Thrill beforehand is fantastic.
You got a 6 runes, right?
So we have to decide, though, what do we want to take as Rocklo? Because Nidalee offers card draw, Kai'Sa offers card draw potentially. The Inferno's definitely the lowest value. Punch First, though, also very high value overall. This is a tough decision. Personally, I'd be looking to eliminate card draw one way or the other, and that would be in the form of the Kai'Sa or the Nidalee. Of course, the Nidalee with the ambush does make her very easy to play in for only 3
Inferno.
energy, but does cost 1 power.
It looks like Inferno has been chosen. It's been banished.
Then,
So the reason why you might pick Inferno here is because it is a low energy unit. It does really work well with Pride Stalker, for instance. So I could see that's why we decided to manage the Inferno.
I do see that Rocklo is identifying that we don't want Sam D. Sherman to be getting to 6 points going into that next turn. Does commit a lot of resources, and now Sam's hand is now 2 cards larger. Well, 1 card larger. We did banish 1.
Having our eyes on the Star Spring, going up to 5 here. A very close game, going to 6 once again. Sam's going to have a big turn here to make sure that we are able to clear these battlefields. Azir still hanging out in the back.
You do have the Trophy Hunter available from the Champion Zone for Sam D. Sherman.
And
that can be played directly to either of the battlefields if chosen.
And make sure we don't forget about this Ashe down here. Azir and Ashe, I guess they don't really like each other that much because they're staying really far away from each other.
I think that's actually hilarious. It absolutely really far from each other here. Almost like, hey, forget that this card's here.
We do see an Irresistible Feyfolk drawn, but it is not going to be, there's no way to ready it here, but it has done so much work moving units in the past.
Yeah, you're right. Ashe is like literally in the champion zone there, almost. Almost.
Not quite.
Sam D. Sherman carefully considering this play. So much is on the line here for these players in top 8.
A big thing is there's not a lot of reactive tools. I think that's another reason why Rocklo decided to take out that Inferno. We have Nidalee as an ambush, of course, but we have a lot of units that aren't really reactive. We don't really have the spells that we'd look for that are reactive.
There.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the challenges here too is, of course, this turn looks very different had he scored that 6th point on the last turn.
6.
Exactly. And we can contest this battlefield with Rengar.
Rengar's going to come in. They're going to score 2 points here. We only did have 1 rune up from Rocklo. Grim Apothecary played down. Looks like it's more of a hold formation here. Going to have to clear both in this given circumstance. Holding will result in the win. And Sam would move on. This is a critical turn here.
Absolutely. So going for a hold on either one wins this game. We have lots of equipment available, so we can look at cascading equipment potentially. That's often a common thing that we see in these lists. I don't think we have a Rise in hand. It looks like, was that a Call of the Week that we saw?
Yeah. But you do have the Soul Sword here. You're going to be able to generate a token, and then Azir can utilize that token despite the fact that it will come in exhausted in the base. So you have a little more reach than maybe it looks like here. You can also attach the Brutalizer to that token being generated, thanks to Weapon Master.
We did recycle runes ready to use this equipment.
2 floating, right?
I have 3. 2 floating?
Yeah.
I have 3 power floating.
Yes, 3 power floating there to use this equipment in the future.
This is a do or die moment here for Rocklo.
Yes, must take care of both of these battlefields.
Now against body, we do see 1 rune up on Sam D. Sherman. You know what that means though, right?
Oh, punch first all day.
You know punch first is available here. And this is really fascinating. If Sam holds, he wins. If Rocklo clears both battlefields, he wins.
Well, not if he clears. He has to actually conquer them.
That's what I meant by clear, yeah. You're using more precise language, my apologies. But yeah, like, this is actually a very, very intense turn. I encourage both these guys to take their time on their decision making.
Yeah, I'll give everything to Ash.
Okay, and that's 10, is it?
Here we go.
9.
9 might on the board to the 7 here.
I pass Prio.
Prio passed. If you're going to punch first, now's the time.
Only needs to hold one of these battlefields. So it's a really crucial decision here of which one do you want to hold.
As I mentioned prior, though, that is your sovereign with a token generated could show more power than perhaps expected on that Rengar. So we'll have to see what Sam decides here.
It is really tough to say because you don't want to make this equipment go back onto the Azir. So you might consider giving up this battlefield for that reason. But it is so close. I can see why we're taking so much time for this. Absolutely a critical decision here for Sam.
On this turn here, you're right, though, because if that equipment gets sent back to the base, you can just pay all the power you want, re-equip it all. If you're able to close out the game, the cost doesn't really matter. And it might just be enough to send you above that Rengar on the other side as well, but we'll have to see.
This is,
All right.
I like this decision here. I think saying
game 2,
I don't want you to
game
get
3.
the equipment back. However, of course, there is a
Call the week.
Yep.
Azir goes in, gets that 8th point, and Rocklo does make the miraculous comeback here to tie this series up. Absolutely unbelievable. That was such a tremendously close game. We go to game 3.
So something to note is
so I'm
Call of the
going
Week
first.
was something
Yes,
that
of
was going to be
course.
really hard to play around. It was kind of
Mulligan.
forked there.
Yes,
It's really easy to say like, oh, why didn't Sam play around this Call of the Week? Well, it was the best really he could do there because it's either all these weapons get cascaded or the Call of the Week happens. There is one Call of the Week in the main board, so playing around that, and also does know the sideboard too.
Okay.
So
Score point.
Yes.
that was his best option.
We do have an Arena's Greatest game. Both players do take
Faith
the
Folk.
point on their beginning
Score
phase.
point. Yep.
Irresistible Faith Folk making its presence known.
And also, Trifarium War Camp here is just as good for Sam as it is for Rocklo.
Yeah, usually as an Azir player, you have all these Sand Soldier tokens in the Trifarian War Camp. And usually against like other decks, you got the advantage there. With Sam D. Sherman, you're right, it is beneficial for them.
Absolutely. And taking a look at this hand here, a lot of 3 energy units potentially.
I was going to say, Sam is really good at just like teasing us with potentially being able to see the hand.
I see that punch first
Punch
there.
first, yeah. One energy, 2 power. What can that be there?
Man, if this hasn't,
Potentially in Italy.
if this wouldn't have 3, that would be so scary. You play 2 units, GG.
Turn 1 GG's.
Yes, because the way it is that scary is because the Pride
All right,
Stalker.
Suck this up.
Yes. What are you playing?
And it's the Grim
I'm gonna pass the
Apothecary
Faith
coming
Folk to my
down
hand and give
as the
+1 here.
ambush.
And I love this combo
Yeah.
here is that you're
Yes.
able to save your
Conquer.
Irresistible
2.
Faith Folk this way. It is so cool to see it, getting the buffing itself, for instance, and then throwing that back to safety, and then also just being able to conquer as well. So it's just a really cool interaction overall.
That play is exactly why Rengar
Yes, go.
is phenomenal. Right there. You get that a little bit additional reach on the might, and sometimes it makes all the difference, especially in these early stages. That is a massive tempo swing in favor of Sam D. Sherman.
Could be.
And now that we see the Irresistible Faith Folk of this game, we didn't really see it the last game. We were missing it a lot, and that's really what pushed us ahead in the first match. So there's a good chance that we're going to continue to see that in the
definitely
second
playing
one.
this.
And it looks like we do have a Cool the Week in hand for Rocklo once again, and we saw the work that it did.
We do have a hidden card, and that's going to be the Pike.
Yep, Pike ready to go. Or what that Cool the Week played.
Guards
Oh.
comes out, and it's accelerated
Okay.
perhaps based on the price
That's-
paid.
okay.
No, not accelerated.
Hold the 3.
Yes.
Holding the 3 here for Sam is really in the driver's seat in this match. We'll have to
Marker
see
4.
what Rocklo can
Yes.
do. With the ganking, takes the additional point here with Pike. Such a great card.
Yeah, Pike's
Tortoises,
phenomenal. It's one of
Dorians.
the biggest additions to Fury, and you're seeing it across many different archetypes. Its ability to gank in there, obviously coming out from hidden as well, is extremely valuable. 4-1 for Sam D. Sherman. On their turn, Rocklo tapped out.
We also see that pesky Inferna in hand, a card that has done a lot of work for these Fury decks this weekend. Expect to see some development here potentially.
Saw the action. That has been a definite pain for Rocklo.
Play this here. Play these in my base. Go.
All right, determined Sentry into the Irresistible Fate Folk.
Now on top of that, Inferno as well. A bunch of might would have been out of there, but because we weren't moving anything, didn't need to use those die.
Now in the Trifarian War Camp, those 2 cards are a little more mighty than they traditionally are, which is one of the benefits of that particular battlefield.
Yeah, once again, Rocklo's Battlefield helping Sam out just a bit more because of not playing against that many aggressive decks. Usually does benefit Azir more often with the Trifarian War Camp, but we have seen multiple players
have
take
to think
advantage of
about it.
Trifarian War Camp this weekend.
Rocklo saying that they need a second to think. Take as much time as you need, my friend.
We do see a Discipline in hand there. Likely not going to look to contest this battlefield just because, oh, well, tapped out. Maybe we will see the
Target?
contest here.
Targeting for the draw to see if the options change here. 2 additional might applied.
Up to 5 might. If we attack in, it is 6 might.
Yeah, the Trifarian War Camp doing work. All of Sam's runes are exhausted.
So mine has 5, 6, you have 5, right?
Yeah.
Eye of the Herald.
Double checking the math here. Good to go. Will we use Azir here potentially? Our Emperor of Sands.
Looks like he's going to attach this, bring this in. It's going to generate a token, which is going to take advantage of the
Yes, tank.
Trifarian
Yeah,
War
easy
Camp,
deck.
and this should allow for the Conquer. Very
gonna
well
do-
played there by
Yes.
Rocklo. Well thought out there. Generating that extra
Azir?
recruit with the Eye of the Herald is enough to wipe out that battlefield.
And I
And
love
bypass.
using the Weapon Master here with the Azir, so we're able to re-equip that and be able to move it in the future while protecting it as well. So I want to see
Three
what
cards.
tricks are up
Yes.
Sam's sleeve with this Irresistible Fate Folk. We've seen it do work over and over again. And first we'll see a Sabotage to reveal the hand, and it looks like we aren't defying it, so we're either getting rid of the Defy or the Brutalizer. We also know about this Ash in hand as well now.
Yeah, that's potentially a Defy play there. Don't want to
I'll take
reveal the
Brutalizer.
hand. Brutalizer
Yes.
is taken away. A little heartbreaking is that Brutalizer, of course, is extremely valuable. Rocklo's absolutely
this is
want to
4 and
try
2,
to
so
establish as
6
many
total.
equipment as possible. It improves the Arise play when that comes up.
So a big thing is Sam's deck does go a little bit taller than Azir overall, does have ways to refill the hand in the
Defy and
future.
Ash.
With only 2-card hand for Rocklo that isn't very high value overall. Of course the Ash is helpful, but the Defy is not really hitting all that much. It hits Thrill the Hunt for instance, but that's not even something that's really needed right now. So if Sam is able to find a way to navigate through this game where we are able to deal with this Trifarian War Camp, we could find ourselves to be in a really good spot for Sam.
Okay, I'll Rengar
Potentially
this.
Rengar here.
Yes.
Yep, Rengar is coming in. It's going to take out
So 7
the
to 6.
patrons of the Trifarian
I
War
conquered
Camp.
a 5.
Rengar Trophy Hunter is
And then
one
I'm
of
gonna
the cards
grab your Sand
of Body.
Soldier and
That's
kill
not
your
called
stuff.
Dazzling Aurora.
I can only kill that,
This
no?
dies, right? Yeah.
And does find the
I
way, of
conquered
course.
6.
Inferno
Yes.
was up to a full 4 might there,
then I
so
pass.
the Sand Soldier cannot even take it out. What a great play from Sam here. One of the great things about Rengar is indeed having access to one of the best cards in Unleashed is Rengar Trophy Hunter.
Absolutely. We do have the Arise here, so we can accelerate 2 of the tokens that could contest, but then that
Brother
Rengar
Christ,
represents a
do
pretty
you have
strong
it?
body.
Yeah, we found the value, but the issue is we lost our equipment and we don't have, usually you want to have a
Do I
ton of
look like the
equipment
kind of
just ready
person who
for all
wouldn't
these
have
sand
it?
soldiers, so you just get a little bit more value from it. But when you don't have the equipment
Yeah,
that you're
kinda.
looking for, it makes this really tough. Sam is at 6
Oh my
points
God,
right now,
okay.
so the Arise must be played to have a chance at contesting this.
Fortunately, the Eye of the Herald will help in Trifarian War Camp.
But we know with that one rune up,
I know, I
what
was
is
just going to
coming?
say. And unfortunately, that Defy is not going to be enough here. We're going to see if we can take the Inferno Battlefield
Trigger?
here. And they're just going to
So
make
what are we
sure
looking at
that,
here?
okay, yeah, going in with the 6.
Could decide to punch first here. That's what we expect to see here. Poor Inferno not having the assault, so still only at 1 might. It is 6-1 here. Punch first giving 5 might potentially.
All right, this seems worth it.
Okay, Punch First does come down. 2 power paid.
Trades with everything.
Yes.
Everything dies.
Can I just
Sam
check
will
the
not
math?
close
It
out the
was,
game
what,
this
2 sand
turn, but will
soldiers
help
that
to
were
hold to
recruited with 1
7.
equip? Yeah,
Well,
okay.
we gotta find Kaisa.
Like every is overstream.
That's what we want to find.
I didn't
Sam,
do it
this
for
top
myself,
deck
so, yeah.
could make a
Okay,
huge
hold
difference
7.
here,
Hold the 7.
as Kaisa would be able to end the game as we hold to 7. And if we can find a way to accelerate, Pike would also do it for
Darius?
instance. Darius not going to quite be there just because we don't have a way to set him up for that, to ready him.
We just don't have enough runes.
Thrill the Hunt would also do it. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many outs here
There are
to
2
win
points,
the
huh?
game.
There's
I
so
have 2
many
points.
ways to win here.
So we do have the Kinko Initiate in hand, which would allow us to draw one. Thrill the Hunt would be a way to win the game instantly, but also does add a little bit more value.
I'm curious as to how many cards are in Rocklow's hand. What are the chances there's a second Arise? Can you try to position for a hold for the Trophy Hunter? Because you're right, getting over to that other battlefield without that Kaisa, and it is, oh, they're going for the draw. You
Yes.
called it.
Will we see a Thrill the Hunt here potentially? No.
Just thinking about whether or not to
Yeah.
pull back. This does
Unfortunate.
make sense, yeah.
Yep. I wonder what he found though. I mean, it's another setup for a Conquer here. Azir, once again, these Sand Soldiers from Azir can only be played to base and they aren't readied. And
How much
we
does
have
it have?
Ash. I
6,
think
right?
he
Yes.
might have drawn an Ash there.
had an Ash in hand earlier, so I'm not sure
Not
if it
much
was a
else
second
to
Ash
do.
that you saw or if we drew, or Ash to see, or Azir coming in to
Accelerated.
accelerate it. Yep, has to.
Trigger?
Trifarian War Camp.
How
Recruit
much
trigger.
does it have? I'm 2.
This is my base.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yeah, 2 plus 5
7.
plus 6.
Yeah.
It's 8 total here.
8.
Yeah.
8. Eight's
You
not
conquer.
bad.
You're at 3.
Yeah.
I like when they do the math for us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Appreciate you all.
And we are going to
Okay.
get the Sand Soldier here.
Surely I can win from here.
I mean, if you have one ambush card, if you have one ambush, you can show me. I'll concede.
I'll just do it.
Okay,
Fans.
It's for the fans.
It's for the fans.
One ambush card.
Yeah,
You know my hand.
I mean, I have
Darius.
a wealth of options here. All right. good
GG,
game.
GG.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Sam
think I could've
D.
done much,
Sherman does get the victory over Azir. We are going to see a Rengar move on through the top 8.
I love seeing that ending there. So much fun.
I like that. These are two players, obviously remarkably talented. Rocklow has been so successful on Azir. It doesn't get much better than that. That was an absolutely remarkable game. What was something that stood out to you in that game that ultimately created the result that we saw there?
We have to talk about Irresistible Fey Folk. It did so much, being able to use control tokens essentially, and the way that Sam navigated that, exceptional.
All right, we got more Riftbound to talk about here because we're going to go into game number 2 from the next match here. This is actually pretty exciting. We're seeing the quarterfinals really shape up into something exciting here. I'm actually really happy that we get to see game 2 here because as much as I was excited to see the Azir versus Rengar, because listen, I love both of those legends, I also was really excited about this next matchup.
Yep, we'll be getting into that shortly.
We have Diana with Diwali. Now, we saw Diwali earlier here, and he's made his way into the top 8. What stands out to you from this deck?
So big thing is Diwali has opted to use the Frigid Jewel, which is something that a lot of Diana players have been deciding, is this worth it? It's a very meta-dependent call overall if you need might to get over certain units. Also has Consult the Past, which is not used in most Diana decks, saying, you know, we've seen Diana's gas out multiple times, and Consult the Past is a way to hide a card that's outside of the Tide Turner, but also being able to draw a little bit extra, and it works better with the Frigid Jewel as well.
1 power, draw 2. Nothing wrong with that. As we move on to our second deck list here, we're going to see it's Sivir from Swag YOLO 420. Yeah. This deck is one that we did see in phenomenal action earlier in the tournament. I like it a lot. In the main deck, you do have the 3 sabotages, of course, looking to try to work with the mirror match successfully. Anything else for you here that really stands out?
I mean, of course, we have the Elder Dragon and the Mind Splitter that do so much work, but I really want to take a look at the Harrowing. Play a unit from your trash, ignoring its energy cost. Just another way to get some of these high-quality units back onto the board. As we see, Sivir sometimes will have the Aurora out and won't have any more units, so the Harrowing is a good way to counteract this.
What I want to see if Swag YOLO 420 can win some swag. So let's go to the match as we are taking over from game number 2. We have Diwali versus Mr. Swag. Let's see it.
Best of luck. I'll play.
And of course, we have the Aspirant's Climb, because that is one of the best battlefields for Sivir as a whole. So, of course, we have to run it. And, of course, we have the other best battlefield, arguably, for Diana as well. We have the Abandoned Hall. And it looks like Diwali did take that first game. Would have loved to have seen the way that he navigated that, especially without using the Abandoned Hall in that first game, too.
And I really do like the way Swag YOLO 420 plays this Aurora deck. Multiple options. We saw some incredible sideboard stuff. We actually saw your Weatherman segment where you discussed it. Nice little fist bump there. We love that. I just love that he is such a well-practiced Aurora player, and in fact, the only Aurora player in top 8, if my memory serves me correct.
And does have the Aurora in hand. Has to pretend like this is a hard decision when we all know it is not from that stacked deck.
Not at all. Okay, Scryer's Bloom coming on down. That is going to allow him to do a little bit of a prediction a little later on.
Very efficient turn there overall for Swag YOLO 420, yeah.
Thinking about their play here. One of the benefits of playing Diana, you have 3 runes. What do you think you're doing? You're playing Diana.
It's one of the best parts about Diana, is having access to a strong turn 1 when going second.
Swag YOLO 420 considering their play here. Scryer Bloom likely to... Okay, hold on.
Has that Elder Dragon in hand? Is that 2? That's 2 Elder Dragons in hand. So knows that if we play Aurora, there is a 50% chance of Mind Splitter and a 50% chance of Elder Dragon. This could be a little bit of a nightmare, potentially.
Seeing a little smile there as well as they look at their hand and what's been going on. Also want to shout out that really fancy pants Aspirant's Climb we see down there. I love it. I love the art in this game so much.
We just saw the Mind Splitter there. So if we do play Aurora, it is going to be 100% hitting the Elder Dragon.
Another Scryer's Bloom.
So the real nightmare scenario here would be drawing the Elder Dragon before playing the Aurora. And it is a possibility. I have put it into the universe. I am sorry.
Diwali here looking to take advantage here. You don't want to allow a Aurora player, especially in an Aspirant's Climb game, to have any advantage. You want these early points. Diwali carefully considering their options here. Again, we're in the quarterfinals. We're in top 8. Every single decision carries a significant amount of weight.
Yeah, and Diwali being undefeated so far as well has obviously navigated this Diana deck despite really difficult games.
Two runes. Okay, Frigid Jewel. score point.
And right away it does say, yes, I do want this Diana trigger, so we will be able to take a look and predict here, deciding if he wants to keep this card or not. If it's a spell, we could potentially keep it and draw it.
Not only is there a lot on the line, which of course does in some ways result in much more conscientious play, but I think one thing that you realize in the top 8 is that your opponent is capable of taking advantage of every single opportunity you give. These are incredibly talented players, and not just because they made it to the top 8, but in this case, and in particular with what we have here, we have these very consistent, high-performing players from Riftbound, and so you know that every single advantage that they will take, they will.
Yes, and for our viewers at home, Diwali was the winner of the Houston Regional Qualifier with Annie.
I can't even believe what I'm looking at. I was just talking about how much I loved it, and for some reason, Swag YOLO 420 Yak comes in with the absolutely massive Aspirant's Climb. It only gets better from here.
For sure. And taking a good look once again at this hand, we could really use some ramp right now. We need more runes.
I don't know why I got so excited.
The other Elder Dragon there was a potential that we drew that if we did not predict it. So now we know that it's Mind Splitter into Elder Dragon whenever we do play that Aurora.
I'm just thinking in my head, someone from production, please get him a bigger one. Please get him a bigger one. What a bit that would be. An even bigger Aspirant's Climb. I don't know if they make him any bigger than that, though. Lunar Boon does come out. Discard 1, draw 2.
Using a Stupefy onto our own unit just to filter through our deck a little bit more.
May have lost the player audio here.
We have a Treasure Trove in hand potentially. Stack deck also in hand.
All right.
All right, well, taking a look here at the Diana play now. We're going to, let's see, going to speed this up a little bit with the Diana coming in to the Aspirant's Climb, triggering Diana instantly, not liking the prediction there, revealing a Ride the Wind, which is a key part in this Diana deck as a whole. It's very good with Way, and then also scoring the early points against Aurora is so critical.
You definitely want to use that Ride the Wind. That's definitely going to be a factor later on here. As you said, especially if you start to lose units on battlefields, those Elder Dragons start coming out, you get something onto a battlefield, and perhaps you contend for that 8th point.
I would really like to see if we do have a Way here in the future. Doing some math here. Worried about potential Aurora in the future. It's not going to be quite there yet as we only have 6 turns available, so we'll have 8 for the next turn. So Diwali here has to calculate the next couple turns because he does need to play around an Elder Dragon potential in Aurora in the next 2 turns. So not only thinking about this turn, has to do the calculations for the next 2 turns as well to make sure that his units are close to one location. So if there is an Elder Dragon, we don't use all the units. So that's why we're seeing the pullback here as well.
We have a little bit of a discussion here with the judges. Now this board state right now does favor Diwali. Once we get to that Aurora though, he's going to have to be very careful leaving units on those battlefields. We also have the opportunity to potentially in this Aspirant's Climb game, Swag YOLO 420 will have the opportunity to eventually just straight up hard cast these Elder Dragons as well that we saw in hand.
Yes, those Elder Dragons at hand. We do have the option for. Oh no, we don't with Lunar Boon. It goes to the trash instead, so only Last Rites could get it back if we were to do that. Yeah, hard casting is going to be the best option in a lot of cases.
Okay, Ty Turner does come out, swaps the Diana. Turn is passed. We'll see if this is a development turn to perhaps accelerate towards that Dazzling Aurora.
Yeah, Sivir is available, but won't be seeing that quite yet. Looks like we are playing that Mind Splitter, which means the next time we play Aurora, it is a guaranteed Elder Dragon there, as the Mind Splitter did not go back to the deck. It did go to hand earlier.
So we are seeing the Wally's hand. We have a Ride the Wind stacked deck. Okay. Turn to dust. Okay, there's a Turn to Dust there. We do have Flash Star-Crossed, and is that
it's
a second?
Another Turn
I was
to
gonna
Dust.
say, that is a second Turn to Dust. That is incredibly important information for Mr. Swag, as that is going to be problematic for the Dazzling Aurora. Now, thankfully, it does, I mean, no, not even. I mean, you will get a proc, it'll give it temporary, it'll go into the next turn, and it'll just dissipate. So Turn to Dust, a very good answer towards that Aurora. So Swag YOLO does see that perhaps those dragons in hand might actually be useful at some point if those Auroras start to take a beating there.
So because we know that Turn to Dust is going to be hitting the Aurora no matter what, Swag YOLO 420 decides to take away the Star-Crossed instead. This is a really good play because first off, we have the Mind Splitter already on board, so we avoid getting that Star-Crossed. And then on top of that, when we do have those Elder Dragons, they won't get Star-Crossed. We already have 2 in hand, so we absolutely can't afford those getting bounced if we do have to hard cast them from hand or play from Aurora. Right now we're saying, okay, Aurora is just a 9-cost, 2 orange power Elder Dragon, and we're okay with that. It's going to get Turn to Dust. It also makes our opponent spend 2 energy is another way to think about it.
Diwali, considering their play here, scoring that 4th point. The Mind Splitter fortunately does represent 7 might, does give Swag YOLO 420 some optionality as to how they want to start scoring points, get on the board. Ride the Wind, shown in hand. Well, on the trigger.
Really good hit there. We'll have to see what Diwali decides to do against the potential Elder Dragon next turn. And it looks like we will be doing just that. Trying to get all the units at the same location if possible, just because Elder Dragon is able to do so much. And we will see stack deck. I'm excited to see what we get from that.
Diwali doing an excellent job making sure that we cannot see what he's getting from that.
And of course, these players are experienced and we're no longer on time, so they can take their time and pretend like it's a hard decision, even if it's not.
Selection has been made, 2 cards recycled. Still lots of runes up for Diwali. This turn is not even close from being done.
Would really like to find a way in the future. Of course, Elder Dragon can potentially take that out, but we did see a pretty decent hand from Diwali overall, so we will see the Fizz, and it will bring back a, looks like a Star-Crossed.
I think they're just shorthanding what happened, yeah.
Yep. Experienced players will do that sometimes.
Trying to save time when no time needs to be saved.
It looks like we'll go back to Swag YOLO 420 Yaz turn. And will we see the Aurora just slam down here? We can hit 2 targets potentially, although Diwali does have 5 runes available. That's a lot of energy that can be played with.
The Turn to Dust may also be weighing on their conscious as well. A little peek at the hand there.
Taking a look at those stacked decks in the Stupefy.
Is there value in playing the Mind Splitter again?
Unlikely, because we know about a good amount of the hand. We are just going to play that Aurora and say, okay, this is an Elder Dragon in a lot of cases. So it should be an Elder Dragon because we've seen the Mind Splitter already, for instance. It's just going to be a bit until we find it. This is a lot of information that Diwali is going to gain. The fact that we know there's 2 Elder Dragons in hand, Diwali might actually get the read that there are. Oh, there is the Mind Splitter there. Oh.
Additional Mind Splitter does come down. Was looking for that Elder Dragon, didn't get it.
Okay, there is the reminder this is game 2, so there has been an additional Mind Splitter sighted into the board. That's why it wasn't a guaranteed Elder Dragon there.
So Diwali's considering here. Will be forced to reveal their hand.
But does have an option to play a reaction here if they would like.
There is a trigger available for Diwali.
Always a tough decision here.
And it is star-crossed.
Yeah, I know. It's just, yeah.
It's all good.
This and this.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. And there we have the Mind Splitter and the Tie Turner back to hand.
All we can do
And
is
we will
laugh at this
reveal the
one.
hand
Yeah,
once again.
It's just unreal.
We do have the Turn to Dust still there.
Flash, Fizz,
You take
Ride
Fizz.
the Wind,
Yep.
×2.
Fizz selected.
Ride.
Start.
Yeah, just 1 second. Ride, 2 dust, 1 flash.
2 dust, 2 ride, flash, Turner.
Good notes to take there. Low unit hand overall, so
dust.
still
1,
will
2,
really
3,
have
4,
to keep
5,
these
6
units
cards.
alive.
6 total.
Of
This
course,
is in play.
Swag
total.
Yellow
Alright,
420
that's good.
yeah knows that this Aurora is only going to be very temporary, as that will probably be one of the first things that Diwali decides to do here.
Might have seen a second one there in Swag Yellow 420 Ya's hand. But even then, we did deramp with the Dazzling Aurora. We'll eventually be able to get back into just hard casting these Elder Dragons. And as you saw, Diwali does not have much in his hand from units, and so the game could slowly slip away from him. But right now, he does have 6 points. But here's the thing about Dazzling Aurora. You can be down. You can be down
hold
8-0
6.
and then come all the
Yes.
way back if the circumstances allow.
Yes, Aspirant's Climb helping out just a little bit here potentially. And a reminder, this is the second game. So we'll see if Swag Yellow 420 can find a way to get back here. Does have Sabotage, giving us a nice view of the hand there. Challenge. It's just so hard when you don't have the units available for it. Pretty unfortunate hand overall to get the Elder Dragon stuck.
Ride the Wind over to Aspirant's
trigger
Climb.
down.
I really like the aggressive play here with the Aspirant's into Aspirant's Climb, because Ride the Wind, and then on top of that, we are looking for things from Diana. Does decide to
7.
keep the Ravenbloom student there. Well, can't discard it. So we know about one more unit that we'll be getting very soon. Moves the Diana back, so we're at the same location, and that will set up for the future if there is another Aurora played. So we'll probably see the Turn to Dust come here as well. Swag Yellow 420 knew that it was coming because it's seen it multiple times at this point.
Send her away.
This is expected. Now the thing is, though, this is a very difficult swap for Swag Yellow 420 because unfortunately you're going to have to deal with these units on board. You do have runes to play with here.
Sure.
Yeah, even in Aurora here, summoning an Elder Dragon just doesn't do it because there's so much good defense here from Diwali of actually having all these units at the same location. If they were spread out, trying to be greedy, trying to say, oh, I'm just going to hold for the win, of course, the Elder Dragon could change this game up a lot in that case, but instead we have a nice, solid base setup here for Diwali.
Dead.
Yeah. I think Swag Yellow 420 is taking a look at their hand, trying to figure out if they do have an out. But as you said, Diwali masterfully positioned in the base, ready to take these vital last 2 points to go to 9.
Doing some calculations here because we
I think
do
you have one
have
unknown.
Flurry.
Yeah, Ride, Dust, Flash.
Looking at his notes from the hand earlier, knowing that there is another Ride the Wind, Flash, and Turn to Dust as well. Just a really tough spot to navigate here. There has, just like I said, these Elder Dragons stuck in hand are just so tough.
Even the Dazzling Aurora just doesn't quite do what they need.
Yes, and if it did, Swag Yellow 420 being a great player would have just slammed it down right away. Is trying to say, is there a different line? An incredible player that we have seen perform over and over again, has multiple best of Sivers now, very familiar with the deck.
Tremendously talented Aurora player, no question. The champion unit for Sivir is going to come out. Can be accelerated. But I'm not sure what optionality this buys.
Yeah, can't go into the abandoned hall. Does have ways to buff it up with spells in the future. Is looking to potentially just stop the double conquer next turn with this Sivir one way or the other.
Every turn you survive as a Dazzling Aurora player is helpful. They're going to challenge, take out the Diana. Chance for Diwali to react. It's going to go through.
And because Swag Yellow 420 knew the hand of Diwali, knew that there wasn't an option for the challenge to be reacted to. So pretty quick play there.
This is probably about as good as you can get here. Hopefully, you're able to put up a bit of a stand, but you do have that second turn to dust in hand that we already saw. So the other Dazzling Aurora will have the opportunity perhaps to survive a turn, bring out another unit. Hopefully that Elder Dragon could change the course of this game, but it's looking a little dire here, as it looks like Swag YOLO 420 is considering perhaps a final play before passing turn.
So we do have our markers up there, as we have the -3 from the challenge earlier. Because it is not just a unit combat in a showdown, it does not heal itself up yet. It would actually have to have a real showdown for that to happen. But we also have +2 because we accelerated the Sivir. On top of that, we are now having to decide, is there a way to hold and fortify this battlefield or not? Because Diwali does have access to Ride the Wind, which with the Frigid Jewel, maybe potentially being able to draw another card and then give it +2 might, maybe we do find a way to overtake this battlefield that Sivir is sitting on. So there are a couple options to potentially get the win here for Diwali off the top deck, but it's going to require a top deck to do that.
One of the major challenges here for a Dazzling Aurora player is the decks aren't really designed for these situations, right? Like, you don't have access to the disciplines, the defies. It's not what this deck is built for. This deck is built for getting that Dazzling Aurora out, starting to get those massive dragons onto the field of play, and then all of a sudden, those dragons are your opponent's problem. But if you can't get them on the field of play, you just don't have that many options. And thinking back to what we saw from the original deck, I do know that we do have gusts, but that might only help you survive for so long. It's pretty much the only trick he has available.
Yeah, not too many options here. Gust would do it. I don't think we saw it in the hand when it was fanned out earlier, but I can't say for sure on that.
Okay. You want a 1?
It looks like that point is going through.
And that is the end of the showdown there, so Sivir does get to heal up now.
Every turn so critically important here.
Sabotage here.
Sabotage being done. Let's see what's in hand. Frigid Jewel, turn to dust, Ride the Wind, and a flash. So no units. Very important information here. No units available. 2 on board, obviously, with the tie turners.
Yep, just getting a little bit of extra information here as we get to see that other Frigid Jewel as well.
You have double flurry, maybe?
We hear the double flurry baby as being a way to stop because of the tide turners. Still really trying to figure out a way to win this game, because the reality is with the Sivir deck is if you're able to just eke out these close games, you do have the ability to stabilize sometimes. The biggest thing is this turn to dust just offers so many issues overall.
I'll take Ride the Wind.
Ride the Wind being targeted from the Sabotage.
So Jewel, Dust, and Flash, right?
Yep.
You got 7
Definitely
points,
the
right?
best take
So
here,
it's
as the Ride the Wind could offer a
7,
double conquer here.
1, you have
So
Jewel,
now this does buy
Dust,
Swag
Flash.
Yellow
Dust,
420 a lot more
Flash.
time.
We'll have to see if he can survive another turn. There
Yes.
is a chance here, honestly. And then if you can
Yes.
start developing that board, Diwali might run out of steam. Like, he likely won't be able to overcome a dragon if it gets to perch itself onto a battlefield.
Really great line from Swag Yellow 420 here, giving himself the best outs possible.
It might have been the only play that they had, realistically.
You're going to 7 runs?
But again, that amount
9
of
runs,
experience
9,
that they have playing Aurora showcased here.
Does have 7 runes with 2 runes available for Swag Yolo 420, yeah. Diwali has to decide what can be done here. Of course, looking to potentially hold the Aspirant's Climb after scoring here if we don't see a double blade flurry, of course.
Yeah, the amount of deramping that Swag Yolo 420 has had to do, unfortunately, does present a bit of a problem here.
Yes, those Elder Dragon's just been stuck in hand. And we do have a stacked deck available for us as well.
A response, stack deck.
Good.
We do see the flurry.
Just what we were looking for here.
That's fine. 8.
They go to 8.
So this was the out that Swag Yolo 420 Yao was talking about, was double flurry. So we did actually find that from the stack deck. And maybe we are able to clear a tide turner for that reason. And you do have to either hold or double conquer, but now we have a way to stop this hold. So playing to his outs is working in his favor here.
There is still hope here. But Diwali is very carefully considering their next action.
Yes, and we know a good part of the hand. We know that there is a flash there. The Ride the Wind was taken away. There is a Drool, and of course there is a Turn to Dust. And then we don't know about that top deck.
If it's a unit, it gives Diwali some options here, but right now, these tide turners are incredibly valuable. Because we actually have seen in prior games today that if you lose your units and then you start to, have to try to top deck those units, you just fall behind so rapidly. And of course, those Elder Dragons, they have a way of dealing with units sitting around on the board.
Really interested to see what this is. Is it another unit looking to hold us at a Ravenbloom student? Yes. Oh, we're getting good at this thing. These
We're
sidecars.
getting better.
It is definitely a Ravenbloom, but will it be played is the question. Trying to do the calculations here. And Ravenbloom does become a bit more scary for Swag Yolo 420, yeah, because it can be buffed up. However, I mean, Flash is one of the buff up options, and Turn to Dust maybe isn't a way to buff this up either. So this Flurry at the Blades might be able to do a lot for us.
Does have Flash, but of course that'll just bring it back to the base there. You're right. The hand composition is such that the Ravenbloom student is not, it's not quite vulnerable. You still have that Flash opportunity there.
Yes, absolutely has to do this though to play around Aurora into the Dragon for this reason, because if you are able to play the Elder Dragon from Aurora, you're able to clear 2 units and then you're not able to hold anymore. So this is a really smart play from Diwali. Was very fortunate to find a unit, of course, but the reason for this battlefield is so important, such a smart play overall. It gives Swag Yolo 420 just one less option to win this game.
3 cards?
What?
3.
3.
3 cards in hand for Diwali.
And we know them all. They are Turn to Dust, Flash, and Frigid Jewel.
Not the greatest hand, but it might be enough to hold out this game. Potential play here. And every single rune is so valuable here.
Absolutely.
A lot of cards in my hand.
Pardon?
A lot of cards in my hand.
A lot of cards, but not necessarily the one that he is looking for.
The Sabotage.
Sabotage. The power paid with the gold. Diwali is going to Flash.
Just Flash.
1 second.
And deciding which units and deciding, do we react now? This is on the stack now currently.
Looks like Swag Yolo 420, considering what this chain might look like.
Triggers on the stack.
Yep, just mentioned that the trigger is on the stack now.
There's a Flurry of Blades.
Yep.
Okay, there we go.
So good here.
Very, very well played there.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm interested to think about Diwali's choice there. I mean, of course, we know that Swaggy 420 knew about the flash in hand and decided to play the Sabotage. So of course, double flurry though is very hard to play around.
Now we're in a position though that if that Tide Turner gets into that battlefield, we know there's no extra units in his hand. If Swaggy 420 is able to get an Elder Dragon out, it can target that Tide Turner. And then suddenly, this game rapidly shifts as Diwali goes into unit top deck mode. It's also notable, this is the Aspirant's Climb game, and this is where that 9th point is so valuable.
Having to decide what to do for next turn, I mean, we do see that Mobilize in hand, which I have to take a look at for sure. That's definitely a consideration here.
I see the Trumpet.
Mobilize.
Yep, Mobilize being played.
And is there anything else available here?
Very difficult position to be in. That's another Sabotage.
Is considering it here.
You do have the gold. That does help you not deramp.
Just taking one more option out of the hand potentially.
And he's going to use the Sabotage. Use the gold token.
And that turn to dust has instead turned to dust itself.
It is literally dust and it's gone. Oh, very notable that the Sivir is readied. Could consider, I mean, the thing here is, unless, like, I don't know if Diwali will be able to contest both. Do you bring Sivir back to base to then punish Tide Turner with a unit itself? But then again, Diwali still can't win the game unless he does conquer both. But he can draw.
Yeah, with only one card available, that's going to be really tough here. I wish he would have shown us the card.
He's going to want to grab that second card. Is Swagiolo 420 going to stage an absolutely miraculous comeback here? 2 cards in hand. Tide Turner at Aspirant's Climb.
Yes, is not able to score that 9th point because not able to double conquer, but does get an extra card draw as a replacement for that instead. So maybe we do see something here. Of course, the dream would be Way and Ride the Wind here, of course, but that's asking for a lot.
Is it exactly? Well, it's Fizz. Okay, Fizz gives some options here. That's actually a great top deck.
Fantastic top deck.
Notable that on the next turn, Swagula 420 is capable of hard casting an Elder Dragon if necessary. But you also have the Dazzling Aurora as you've essentially just dismantled Diwali's hand.
So it looks like we will be playing the Star-Crossed onto the Fizz and the Sivir. And by doing that, we can just play the Fizz again.
Fizz and the Sivir.
And then, is there a Ride the Wind in the trash pile right now? Because if that's the case, we are able to conquer here.
In my hand. Is at the bottom.
Let's see it.
Oh!
Oh, the Way!
It is Way. Are we going to see Fizz?
Ride the Wind this.
Oh! It's Fizz, Ride the Wind!
Wow, what a great play there. Just finding the exact need.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, good game.
There's no answer from Swagula 420. Diwali does come away with a victory. Absolutely unbelievable game. That was one of the most intense matches of Riftbound I have ever watched.
Wow, and really, just Swagula 420 did a really great job navigate that, making it really tough, coming right down to a nail biter at the end there.
We are going to be going to a break here, but rest assured, we have a ton of more Riftbound action to be seen. We are going into the semifinals and then, of course, the finals, guys. Enjoy this break, and of course, stay tuned for more Riftbound action.
I'm Barrett Bryant, and I had the pleasure to be joined here by the one and only Frodan, who has been playing Riftbound since the Houston Regional Qualifier.
That's right.
Genuinely, I had the pleasure to meet you then, and I was on your team the entire time as you were chasing that best of Leona. So I got to ask you, I mean, it's good to see you again here in Vancouver. How has your experience been across the entire weekend?
It's been great. I think every single regional qualifier so far has been better than the last. I've only been able to make it out to one regional qualifier every single set. And I always want to make sure the one I go through really counts. And the first one in North America always bangs. So I had a really wonderful time. It's the biggest event I heard so far of any RQZ.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people here inside the venue itself. The tournament was about the same size on the main event, but so many people coming out, not just for these side events, but in general. And I've heard that you've kind of been participating in a lot of these new, heightened to the light side events, such as 2v2.
Yeah, that's right. So one of the big things for this weekend, even though I do play in the main event and I try to do my fun medal chase for the best of, I also got a chance to play in the new Champions of the Rift 2v2 super high stakes challenge. It's actually kind of crazy. The winning team gets something crazy like 500 and change prize tickets. So you basically get anything you want, and some for your family, some for your next generation, however you want to spread it out. Really, really cool initiative. And it creates such a different environment for 2v2. I did not know how crazy this format can get with 2v2. There are some insane combos that I would never have dared dream of. Some people are just deep in the sauce, cooking up crazy combos. You can ask me about any of them if you want.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's my favorite part is that, so not to gloat about myself, but actually Pastry Time, fellow caster, and I are the reigning production champions for 2v2.
Okay.
Because he plays a hook deck like Leona. And
awesome.
I play Rek'Sai because Rek'Sai Breacher says any friendly units not played from hand.
Oh,
and not only
okay.
That, baited hook can also target your opponent's stuff as well to find units off the top. So trust me, the dynamics of
I didn't even know that.
Exactly.
And Rek'Sai went really far today in 2v2. I believe they went undefeated. So it was a crazy setup that we didn't predict. Because a lot of people thought this could be like masteries. You just help defend with the +2. But there is some really, really cool stuff. I saw a Forgotten Promises where you like have your ally play a card and they immediately play Aurora. And then they just like, and then did it again, and then play another Aurora, and then all of a sudden you just had these crazy combinations that I was like, wow, I didn't even know I could even use these cards in these ways.
It's incredible, and I really think that it's just the tip of the iceberg. As more people will get involved, I genuinely even think there's some room here where there could be a sort of side event competitive format where there's a little bit more focus on 2v2.
Yeah.
But even like you said, such the high stakes of these side events here. So I got to ask, how did you do?
We top 32'd. I got to pair with Disguised Toast. It was his first ever Riftbound competitive event, right? He's played casual matches with friends and hung out and drafted and whatnot, but this was his first time ever playing competitively. And I think he's a natural. I mean, something tells me that he's pretty good at card games.
I would believe you, as I have been a big fan of him, and you as well, competitive in other strategic games, that's well with the TFT scene. So, but Frodan, I want to thank you so much for not only coming to this event this weekend, but for having such a great time in 2v2, and hopefully I'll see you in the Rift itself playing some 2v2 myself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a pleasure to make it out. If you've never been to a Riftbound event and it's anywhere close to you, you got to make it out. It's a really special thing. And I think it's such a cool unification of all kinds of communities, right? We have people from League of Legends who are standing like right there waiting for me to go to dinner. We have like the Valorant scene that shows up, and even people from other games. It's all different kinds of walks of background, different range of ages. I see young teenagers and people who've been playing TCGs for 30 years, right? It's just a really good community gathering, great energy. So please make it out to a local regional qualifier if you ever can. I promise you it's worth the time.
Absolutely, and that means we're going to keep continuing the action here at the regional qualifier in Vancouver. Barrett Bryant here, joined by one of your top 8 locked in for the Vancouver regional qualifier, Alan ZQ. This is not the first time, nor do I think it's the last time I've been standing next to you. Diana, and you've already been working on this list since Sydney 2 times in a row now, making top 8. How does it feel?
Amazing. Just proves the deck is good. Just pilot it well, and it does perform miracles.
And I've got to bring up the fact that, of course, you are already a regional qualifier champion going all the way back to Bologna, and you are now going to be against 2 other contenders that have locked in regional qualifier championships as well with Sam D. Sherman and Diwali. There could potentially be a 2-time regional qualifier champion happening here in Vancouver, and it could be you. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm not playing, I'm not result oriented. It's just about playing the best game you can play, and hopefully that's enough.
And I sure hope that it is, Alan. I wish you luck, as you're going to have a tough competition here at this regional, but I do believe you can easily do it. We'll send it back. Bear Bryant here, and I am joined by one of your auto-locked top 8 contenders. You know him, you love him, the first ever regional qualifier champion, Diwali. Diwali, how does it feel not only to be locked in, but you're going to be on the top half of the bracket here with Diana?
I've been chasing another top 8 for, the last few regionals and getting close, a bunch of top 16s, and it feels really good to break through again. And also with Diana, super fun champion. I'm in competition with Alan for best of still. So, and me and him have played it before in Houston, right? So it's kind of a cool storyline there, and it's pretty, honestly, just feeling on top of the world. So, yeah.
It's not even just that about the competition and working together on this deck, or, playing slightly different versions, of course. But the biggest thing is that both of you are now in the running to potentially be the first ever 2-time regional qualifier champion. Diwali, if that were to happen to you, I don't want to jinx anything, if that were to happen to you, do you know how quickly that would skyrocket you into the deepest of conversations that you're already a part of in this game of Riftbound, already still within the first year of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, I've thought about it, obviously, but it would be crazy if I'm the first person to have 2 wins. But we also have Alan and Sam that are in the top 8. So there's actually a good chance we find out who's the first 2-time. And I hope it's me, honestly. It'd be crazy. Yeah.
And I'm excited to find out with you. I wish you luck, Diwali. We're going to send it back. Welcome back, Riftbounders. I'm Bear Bryant, and I am riding solo on this one. Of course, we promised you some Vendetta and Radiance information, and we're going to give it to you. Of course, we had some issues, so we're going to go ahead and do it live here for you all. So, of course, Set 4 is on the horizon. Of course, Set 4, Vendetta, features rivals and how an enemy can define you. It features some of Runeterra's iconic rivalries to showcase that greatness is not forged alone. Each legend, including you, is sharpened by the person, philosophy, or force that stands against them. Now, of course, this also signifies the release parity for English and Chinese Simplified. The set will include 160 cards with more than 50 showcase cards. Now, this time there's 9 new champion legends, and introducing for the first time ever in Riftbound, the enemy color pairs for legends. Now, of course, the dev video and previews for Vendetta are going to kick off on July 6th. Pre-rifts are going to kick off July 24th. And Vendetta, it will officially release July 31st. Now, of course, that's the set that we want to keep in mind is going to be coming up here soon. But we want to give you a little bit of information about Set 5 as well. Radiance is on the horizon. Now, Radiance is a great name for this set because Radiance can mean brightness as in light, but also as in personality and mentality. This set is about players being ingenious and letting their brilliance shine as they find creative solutions to challenges that they face. Now, we've shown this key art in the State of the Game earlier this year, so I think it's fitting that we also talk about Radiance for Set 5 this week, as the French Origins release just happened earlier on Friday. And they will reach release parity with the English and Chinese sets when this set releases. So let's talk about the actual product itself. Now, within this product, you can already see champion legends like Seraphine, Echo, and Ziggs, and Jarvan also shown off on the box. Now, for these dates here, we want to go over them. We're aiming to kind of kick off the previews for this set September 28th, and they'll run through October 9th. Pre-Rift is going to start on October 16th through the 22nd, and the global release of Radiance will be October 23rd. Now, We are continuing a product here with the release for Radiance, which is the Showdown decks for Set 5, featuring Evelynn and Seraphine. 2 ready-to-play decks out of the box, perfect to grab for just you and your friend. Now, of course, you can see here some domains also being shown off for Seraphine and Evelynn. And of course, we already do have a champion unit legal for play from Unleashed with Evelynn on the Chaos domain. Another product returning with Radiance is going to be the Vault, and of course, the pre-Rift kits. So the Vault's still going to be bringing out here, of course, a product that we continue to move forward with. And then, of course, these pre-Rift kits are going to feature 9 different champion precons within it. Of course, you'll have the booster packs to supplement it as well. Now, this is all a bunch of information you're all very happy to see. Of course, I know I'm very happy to see. But let's get to some more interesting parts of the set. We're going to feature some more art that will be within the set. And this is one of the new pieces for Evelynn in Control. Now, this is going to be another champion unit for the Chaos domain. Very lovingly art here. Of course, we know that it's very fitting for Evelynn because she is on that Chaos domain. She wants to stay in control with game mechanics. But we have another one as well. Echo will be featured, of course, within this set. And we want to show off his new champion unit, an Echo Ingenious for the Mind domain. Now, the last piece and nice piece of information I can show you guys is going to be a full card reveal. But let's look at the art first here. Seraphine reaching out for her loving fans, showing that she is truly not alone. Seraphine Not Alone is a 5 energy, 1 power for the Order domain with 1 might. When you play me or when I become exhausted, play a 1 might recruit unit token to your base, and I also get +1 might for each other exhausted enemy unit you control. Of course, the previews are slated to kick off fully September 28th and run through October 9th for Radiance, and the pre-rift will go October 16th through the 22nd. The full release of Radiance will come out October 23rd globally once again. Now, everybody, I apologize for the delay on getting this information to you all earlier, but I still wanted to bring it out for the world. But we're going to go ahead and send it to the casters as we have our top 4 very closely heating up.
All right, thank you very much, Barrett, for showing off our first look into Radiance. Really excited about that, but I'm also excited for our top 4 today.
Yeah, this top 4 is going to be so exciting. I will note some of those cards look so cool and absolutely beautiful. I'm going to try to collect them.
Definitely. And we do have our standings here. We're going to look at the top 8 bracket as we've got it. So we did have a top 8 of, again, a good variety of legends. And, you know, I'm still trying to find the LeBlanc that you said would be up there. Which match was that again?
I think you're misremembering. I think my #1 pick was Rengar.
Oh, I must be. Well, good for you. It is going to be in one of our semifinals. But we do have one right now. It's Alan ZQ versus Diwali, not only fighting for first place, but for the best of Diana.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, both of these players are almost like mini bosses in themselves. The RQ Houston winner with Diwali, as well as the RQ Bologna winner with Alan ZQ. Both players so great.
Yeah, and the 3 that we know are in these semifinals have all won an RQ before. So this could be the event where we have our first 2-time winner.
That would be so fantastic. I would love to see it.
Yeah. So we're going to look at the deck list real quick. We've got Diwali with the build here. Again, they're both playing Diana, but I think the most key point is if we're playing the Frigid Jewel.
Yeah, I think this is a big difference in Diwali's list is that Frigid Jewel. It does also turn on that last text in Hue where you can discard a gear. We don't have that same in Alan ZQ's list, but it'll also be interesting to see how that might change the might of these units.
Yeah, the Hue has been a really strong card for Diana. Once it hits the board, I know it's been a little bit difficult to see it consistently, but offering another draw, and with the gear discard, we do get to ready up 2 more runes, which ends up being really helpful. I also do like the tech of the Consult the Past, something we don't normally see, but since it lets us draw 2 cards on our opponent's turn, that means it can activate the Frigid Jewel, so not only are you getting those 2 cards, but in additional +2 might.
Yeah, and that's going to be so strong in your opponent's turn, as you were mentioning, just because even if your own runes are not up to be used, that draw 2 suddenly coming out of nowhere as a hidden card can really catch your opponents off guard.
All right, so here's the Wally's list, and let's look at Alan ZQ's list for some differences. We're going to play Spot the Difference here. Probably the biggest one is the acceptable losses in the main, though.
Yeah, that is for sure. Both different choices here. Acceptable losses. It is a spell that lets you kill gear, which will be usable in this matchup, and you will not have to sacrifice your own gear because he doesn't have any. However, Hui can't get that ready 2 runes.
Yeah, but I do really appreciate this. Just another 1-cost spell that we can play for all of our, characters that matter about. So the student, the potentially the discard for Hui, the abandoned hall, all of that very good. And since we're also very spell focused, we do have the Ravenbloom Conservatory as one of our unique battlefields too.
Yeah, that's going to be so nice. I feel like it synergizes so well with this spell-heavy deck, letting you check to see if on the top of your deck is a spell, and if so, put it into your hand, otherwise recycle it.
All right, well, I've waited long enough. I want to see which is not only the best Diana player, but the best build, and we've got our top 4, Diwali on the left with Diana. We've got Alan ZQ on the right with Diana, and we're starting off our top 4.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Obviously, I feel like both players, obviously know how this Diana matchup has gone. I'm sure they put in hundreds of games into it, and it's time to find out who can win the match.
All right, we got the fist bump here. On the left, we've got the rockfall path. It says you cannot play units here, which is pretty helpful. I know that playing units to battlefields have been, I think, kind of a little bit stronger in this meta compared to others. And then on the right, Alan ZQ has the Ravenbloom Conservatory, as we mentioned, and will let us draw a little bit more consistently since we are a more spell-focused build for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice. As you said, consistency, we absolutely love it in card games, and so we'll have to see what we can find and hopefully find some spells that help us out.
All right, and we're getting started here. We've got 2 runes to Wally ending up going first since they were the 2nd seed for the Swiss standings.
Yep, just getting out that Ravenbloom student. Really nice to get our first unit down.
All right, 3 for Alan ZQ. This could be just a quick and easy Diana, and looks like they agree. Getting the 3 and passing it back to Diwali.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure these players have played these turns so many times. They know exactly what they need to do to try to get ahead.
Yeah, and if you're a Ravenbloom student, you got to go to the conservatory, I think, right?
Surely.
Makes sense just from the flavor of it. And also, if you're the first one on there, it's going to be helpful for you to get more of these defense triggers here. So Diwali taking a think here what we're wanting to do with these 4 runes on turn number 2.
Yeah, and finding some early spells, potentially getting that extra draw is going to be really nice. Ravenbloom student also gets might for each spell that you play that turn, which does mean getting more spells to hand from that Ravenbloom Conservatory will be really nice.
All right, and thinking here also, if we're on 4, it could be a fun turn to play the student and then playing something like Vex. That can be a lot of power here, but we're actually just going to play out the Diana for 3 and pass it back, not wanting to force a showdown.
Yeah, I feel like both of these players, the deck in general obviously can wait till that later game, but when you're facing off against what is almost a mirror match, it can kind of, you're both just kind of stalling. You're trying to say who's going to go in first. Yeah,
and if you pass, it means that they didn't use their Diana legend ability, right? So being able to say, well, they lost out on some rune potential or some energy potential, that makes a lot of difference as we're going farther and farther into the game.
Yeah, that is a great point. You always are trying to make sure that you're getting to use all your runes, all your energies, but by denying these showdowns, you're denying that usage as well.
All right, we're going to get our first move to a battlefield. We're going to use our Diana champion effect to use our additional energy from our from our Diana legend here. So we are going to get the point and just play out 2 more students onto the board.
Yeah, and it does look like we got that Stupefy off the Ravenbloom Conservatory as well, so really nice just get that added to our hand. That is just kind of threatening, right? That, like, if you decide to attack, I can -1 you. And in the future, these Ravenblooms could both be 3.
Yeah, and additionally, too, if we cause it to be on defense, it could offer another draw. And, currently, Allen's has the potential to get, a +2 card advantage, which, again, adds up in a mirror match like this one.
That is for sure. I mean, Dwally definitely, he's kind of waiting back. He has 2 units. He did go first. I wonder if he's going to decide to come in one of these battlefields. I assume that he may start. But it looks like that Frigid Jewel that we talked about a lot during his deck list is going to come into play.
Yeah, and so it's when you draw your second card each turn, you get the friendly unit +2 might, and it's not a, you know, when I see you draw cards, it is strictly the second card of that turn. So if we draw one more after the draw for turn, we would be able to give a +2 might.
A conservatory happens first, and then you can pay for the
Diana.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got the Conservatory. Look at the top card. It is an acceptable losses, a very apt card when you just played your first gear off the Frigid Jewel. We see a little bit of a smile from Alan ZQ, and we are going to see a Ride the Wind off the Diana effect as well. And this is our second draw, so we will be able to get a +2 might. And we're going to respond with the Gust here. Currently 3 might.
I wonder if we have anything that could help us here.
Yeah, we don't normally have ways to increase the might like that. I'm looking through the hand that we see. There could be a chance of maybe a Star-Crossed to get rid of their Diana as well. And yeah, I could see that being a decision for this point here, but we're going to see on the decision. 4 runes up. We have used the Diana ability. We're going to let the Diana go back to hand. We will be able to get the student moved up.
Trigger.
Yep, and also we did play 1 spell, so I think the students in the back both have a +1.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be +1 for now. Right now, I do think the showdown, though, 2 to 3?
Currently 2 to 3, but if we do end up playing, the Moonfall, this could be a big change here. So we'll be able to move one of these.
1-1. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, both these players well aware. All these are +1, so it's going to be a 3-1, and the student is able to take the Conservatory back.
Yeah, Moonfall is such a strong signature card. Not only essentially bring a charm up into that battlefield, but decreasing both units there.
Yeah, it's really just a mix of like the Stupefy and Charm as we've seen before, and just really, really helpful to not only kind of win battles, but also get some really good trades. So,
yes.
1-1 here. We're going to have a Ravenbloom student off. We're going to see off the top, do we have a spell? It's a Vex, unfortunately, so yeah, we do have to recycle that as well. And we are going to use the acceptable losses here, again, drawn off the Conservatory, and you know, a really good tech in the main, as we've been talking, and good against a gear-focused build like Diwali's.
Yeah, and because of that spell, we are just slightly above on LZQ's side. Stack deck will potentially even us out again.
Yeah, so currently both these students have a +1 each, so it's 3 might to 3, and we're going to resolve this stack deck first.
You have how many cards?
5.
Let's see, you know, making sure 5 cards in hand for LNZQ. We've got a lot of runes right now, so we will have to activate 1 if we want to, again, have our student be bigger than theirs.
Yeah, we're going to need something, but we don't have any runes up to be able to do it. So we are potentially just going...
All right, so we get our 1 here, +1 might apiece, and then for 1, we're going to play our own stack deck, so that's going to be 4 might to 3, and LNZQ should be able to take back the Conservatory.
Yeah, it's been really nice for LNZQ. Also just getting that extra card to, you know, add to his deck. Also just picking out of those top 3 to really curate what he wants in hand.
Yeah, just confirming the cards that we wanted there. And then passing focus, that's going to be 4 to 3. LNZQ 2 points of the required 8, and once again taking back the Conservatory.
That is going to put up... We still do have so many runes up, though. 6 runes to try to figure out how we want to set up here. Obviously, we could play more units, and we want to make it as hard as possible for Diwali to be able to kind of get set back up, get some units into the battlefield, and come back.
Yeah, and looks like LNZQ may have access to what looks like maybe a Kha'Zix. I know that he's been experimenting with the card in their build, right? I think they're running just the 1, but we don't love recycling. If we had a Hawaii, this could be a good time for it right now. We'd only have one rune left active, but it would be a little bit difficult to interact with it. And we're actually going to choose the Vex, the 5-drop from Spirit Forged here. Nothing really doing in the base, but if we do find ourselves in combat, that an addition to the cost is going to be really hurtful for Diwali.
Yeah, especially when both of these decks rely so heavily on spells. I would not want to get into combat with this Vex Cheerless.
All right, back to Diwali, 1 point to 3. We currently have 7 runes active here. Only 1 on the defense for Alan ZQ here. And again, that Vex is quite the scary card if left unchecked.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure Diwali knows that as well. He has 7, but his base is completely empty. He's got no units, not really anything set up here.
Yeah, and we're kind of behind on tempo as well. And because we were able to get so much removal since we had these Raven Bloom students as well for these trades, Alan ZQ is definitely on the front foot here. Once again, being able to get that additional card draw from the Conservatory has been very strong. Looks like Diwali is going to play the first Hawaii of the top 4 here. If it's able to survive, it's in a pretty good spot. Also, if we do have access to Ride the Wind, which maybe we do if we're spending the extra 2, we would be able to not only force the combat, but be able to get the additional draw and discard.
Yep. Move trigger.
All right. Oh, Starcross being added to hand. We're drawing 2 cards so far off the Conservatory for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, Starcross. Thanks.
Okay. And gets the. Going to need the movement trigger from Hawaii as well.
Yeah, I think this is one of our first movement triggers that we've actually gotten to see of Hawaii, so I'm excited to see what they decide to discard here and which of the abilities we're going to get to use.
No, there's nothing.
Okay. Discard.
Yeah.
Draw.
It does look like it's going to be that spell, that Gust getting discarded.
All right, and then we're going to move it back. We're going to get another draw. And deciding, again, since we do have access to gears in Diwali's deck, having an additional 2 runes up could be pretty important here. And it is going to be the Frigid Jewel. So we do have 2 runes open for the defense, and we still have our Diana leader, legend ability. So we do have that there, and we're going to go back to Alan ZQ.
We still luckily do have Vex there for Alan ZQ, able to move her into one of these battlefields, and so many different runes to kind of get even more developed. And hopefully get us into these battlefields successfully.
Yeah, so for Vex Cheerless, it's specifically while I'm in a combat, not in a showdown or a battlefield. So you do need to be in a combat. So it's not going to be very easy to do right now since there aren't any units specifically at the battlefields. But with the signature spell from Diana, we can force a combat and the Hawaii move as well.
Yeah, that is a fantastic point. I mean, that Moonfall does feel like it could be great here. We've seen that multiple times people really rush to get rid of Wei. Instead it looks like it's going to be Tide Turner bringing that Vex safely back to base.
Yep. And again, if we did have the Moonfall, there could be a chance to interact with that. But we're actually going to use the Starcross that we drew with the Tide Turner. And I love this sequencing. It let you get the point with Vex, but it does keep the battlefield clear. So you're not as afraid of losing your Vex. And yeah, we're going to play out I think this is our 3rd student. I don't think one was returned to hand. So yeah, we're at a pretty good spot for Alan ZQ.
Yeah, Alan ZQ's probably very happy getting to see all these Urban Bloom students. They do just feel so strong, especially now as we're getting more and more of these spells.
Yeah, and we're back to 7 runes for Diwali. We had to recycle 2 off of the Hawaii and the Ride the Wind. So we could develop another one too, but it would mean, we'd have to pretty much have another Ride the Wind if we want to try to get the value from it.
Yeah. Looks like Diwali's trying to figure out what to do here. Again, he's finding himself at the beginning of his turn without any units in play.
That's correct.
I mean, only slightly behind Alan ZQ in points, but you want to get a foothold. You want to get your tempo moving.
Yeah, And, you know, I think Diana is definitely a momentum-based deck, right? You have all these abilities, but they really do require you to have units already on the board here. So by keeping that board clear, it's been very difficult for Diwali to really develop anything.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like Hui is going to be coming back down, but it does, again, cost those 5 energy and 1 power to bring her out. I mean, it does leave us with 2 more runes, but I want to get moving, I feel like, as Diwali.
Yeah, and I've played this kind of matchup before, and it really kind of lends itself to this kind of scary, like, Star-Cross loop, right? If there's a copy of Fizz on the board, we can use it with the Star-Cross, and then we do get rid of the Hwei again. You spent 3 and to get rid of it, and then they have to develop it as, you know, a 3rd time, essentially, right?
Yeah, and it just doesn't feel good having to set up over and over and over again. Instead, okay, Riftbound is up into Conservatory as well. Honestly, the homeland
The
for,
homeland, yeah.
for a Boom student.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. Alan ZQ, the Conservatory finds the spells, and usually the spell that makes the most sense at that spot. So it's been very kind to Alan ZQ already this weekend. We saw the unacceptable losses, and we'll have to see if we're able to get another. But it looks like we are going to react with the stack deck using our Diana Legend ability.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to let us draw 3 cards and select one of them. At the least, it does let us use that Diana energy, like you were saying earlier, and hopefully find something that can help us in a position like this.
It's fine.
Go to 4.
All right, going to 4 for Alan ZQ after the stack deck. And thinking about another Tide Turner potentially.
It's so interesting watching both of these RQ winners. They know exactly what their plan is. Obviously, it's difficult getting there right now, but you can just tell they know their exact game plan.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing so much of this deck, and I believe, as you said, yeah, we've seen Alan ZQ really find themselves at home with the, you know, the runes that we're playing. We saw it with Ezreal, right, in those domains. We're seeing it even, you know, further explored with Diana. Just very, very confident.
Yeah, 100%. They feel very at home. It feels like we're going to be developing our own way here and getting set up, protecting that Riftbound student back in base, moving it with that Tide Turner that you'd called out.
Yeah, and every time I see Tide Turner, I'm like, man, this is such a good card. It gets better every time I see it, and the flexibility that it offers, just worst case, it's just the, you know, the first card you play in a game, and with late game scaling, very solid card.
Yeah, it has been so nice, especially keep us moving forward here on Alan ZQ's side.
So Diwali has been fortunate that, you know, their Hwei has survived another turn, at the risk of their Hwei also being developed on the board. So we do have to be aware of that. We do have 8 runes, I believe, for Diwali to play with here, up to 2 and the Legend ability for Alan ZQ. But we're just going to go 5 here, get the draw, and we're going to get a discard, currently 5-2, but there will also be the defense trigger once again from Riftbound Conservatory.
Yeah, it's so interesting they continue to contest this Riftbound Conservatory. It shows what a priority it is and just how powerful the text on that battlefield is for them to keep going at it.
Yeah, Rockfall says you can't play units here. You can still move them there. We haven't seen that happen in this match yet, but you know, it is something that we can do. We do have a Hwei, so Riftbound can miss, and unfortunately not getting a draw one and losing a Hwei, but we did discard the Diana, and it's currently 8-2 on the Conservatory.
Yeah, it does feel like we're definitely beating that Tide Turner, yet Tide Turner will go to the trash, and Hwei has taken that Riftbound Conservatory.
All right, and we still have all of our runes ready for Diwali. We're at 3 points to 4 here, and looks like we have our own Tide Turner. Again, such value, especially with the Hwei, so we are going to have it study at the Conservatory there. Hwei is going to move back, get another draw one and discard, and again, we've got a lot of runes left open.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be concerning for Alan ZQ if he decides to try to take over the Conservatory again, but still, I think we're going to see what else Diwali has here. He could develop more units. He could maybe try to do something here.
Yeah, if we have like our own copy of Vex, perhaps I could see that being pretty strong. If we have another Tide Turner, we could put it in the Conservatory and move the Hwei a third time. But we are going to use our Star-Crossed. Love this flexibility here. Get the Tide Turner back to hand where it can offer another movement for our Hwei. It prevents their Hwei from going off. Again, just a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah, 100%. And it kind of shows that we kind of don't care too much about holding it, I guess, per se. We've already gotten that point. We got Hwei back safe at home. And getting their Hwei off the board is going to be really nice. We do use another 2 runes to play our own Raven Bloom student, but we pass over to Alan ZQ with 1 rune up, and our Diana energy has not been used yet.
Yeah, and we just are very, very safe. We do not want to overextend. We do not want to give our opponent too much value. I think there have been a lot of like safe back and forths and just trying to extract as much value as we can.
100%. Alan ZQ has so many runes as well. I'm excited to see what they do to develop here. If we're going to see somebody move into that rockfall path as well.
Yeah, we should have 10 runes right now.
It's 3 to 4, right?
And yeah, 4 for Alan ZQ, 3 for Diwali, and I think we've got about 5 cards in hand. We've got the Fizz, and just automatically, yeah, we're just going to play the Star-Crossed on the Fizz and on the Hwei there. Such a good combo that this deck gets to do.
Yeah, I absolutely love Fizz. We saw it used so much in set 2. Obviously, getting to reuse those spells is just going to be so nice, and allowing it to bounce itself back in the hand means you're going to be able to do it again.
And we do also have our signature spell from Diana, which does fit into the requirements. So there's just so many good choices that Fizz can do.
He pairs so well into the spell-heavy deck.
You're going to move the student to the Conservatory once again. Getting our 5th point here for Alan ZQ. We're going to move the Vex to the Rockfall path, going all the way to 6. So, you know, 1 double conquer away from winning this game as we've been inching closer and closer to 8 points.
I feel like at 6 point, the pressure really is put on. I mean, what is Dolly supposed to do? He only has 3 points. He has 1 unit in play. Meanwhile, Alan ZQ's board seems pretty well set up.
Yeah, and, you know, if we go the student to student, that's going to be very tough to contest. And, yeah, I think Alan has really, really applied the right amount of pressure to get him to this point. All right, looks like we've got, I think, 9 runes for Diwali here. We've got, as you mentioned, the Raven Bloom student. I think we've got a Hwei in hand, but we would have loved to have the Hwei stay on board here. And we do have a good amount of spells in our trash, so if we do end up having our own copy of Fizz, there can be some interaction, but we're really primed to, you know, have to interact with both these battlefields, right?
Yeah, it would be really nice to clear up both battlefields. We do only need to do 1 to, you know, potentially stave off an extra turn, but we'd feel a lot more confident if we can remove both the Vex and that Raven Bloom student.
All right, looking at paying what looks like 3, so could be, again, a copy of Fizz here. And it is, all right, recycling 2. And yeah, Alan ZQ knows what's going on. These guys have been playing a lot of Diana. Real quick, Star-Crossed into Fizz, into getting rid of their Hwei. Yeah.
I kind of love seeing it. You can tell, as you said, how much these players have been playing. Even when Alan ZQ played his last Star-Cross, Raleigh just scooped up the Hwei. I don't even think Alan ZQ really had to point it out that much. He knew exactly what the target was going to be.
Yeah. Currently 3 might on the Raven Bloom student here due to the Star-Cross, though, so it can contest the Conservatory with a 3 might to 2, but obviously there's a lot of potential for spells here. Just making a check of spells. Obviously, if Fizz goes back to hand, you know, we do have a, quote, second hand of spells in that trash here.
I think it's an interesting resource that a lot of these purple decks do have with Fizz, is having that additional access. Obviously, we also see it with Annie at times, but it doesn't feel like Annie has the same loop that Fizz does.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move the student to the Conservatory. top card of the
And
deck
then
here
responsible
for
figure.
Alan ZQ. Let's see it. It is another losses here, which worst case
action?
you can spend 1 to give the +1 might
It's
to
3
your
to 2
student.
now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pass.
Sometimes that's all you need with a spell, right? Even though the text reads one thing, sometimes it can serve a different role. But it does look like Stupefy is going to be what we try to do.
Not yet.
Yeah, and obviously, yeah, these guys are in the zone, right? Yeah,
or
this is not the
spawn.
first time they've played. They know that there is a reaction window here. So targeting Stupefy, and we're going to Stupefy their
Yours
Raven Bloom.
resolve.
Resolves?
Yours, yes.
So that's gets +2?
Yeah.
Yep, so making sure they resolve.
Okay.
Making sure
So it's
his resolves too.
-1, yours is regular?
Yeah.
Yeah, so +1, -1.
No, pass it. All right, I got it.
So again,
That's
we're,
on me,
we're
right?
just back to 3 and 2, right?
100.
Yes,
And
it's your action.
it's so cool seeing
pass.
just how well they know it. They're super calm. They're just slowly going through exactly what they know they need to do.
Yep, and here's the acceptable losses here. You don't really, this doesn't really target either. You can just play it for 1, and this will offer a 3 for
1 mana
3
plus
trade.
1.
Yeah, it works. If it works, it works.
Giving that +1 up to that trade, like you mentioned. I think this is something that's like funny at times, even though the text reads one thing.
You can just say action +1 might to your Raven Bloom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that is the effective text here. But we do have a response with the Gust, and Alan ZQ is like,
Resolve.
all right, that's going to resolve.
This is,
Acceptable losses resolves 2, and that is going to be a 4 might Raven Bloom student that is able to take this battlefield here.
If he's Moonfall.
That is going to feel nice to get a
have
hold
to.
on Raven Bloom Conservatory.
I don't like
Obviously,
it,
we
but I have to.
still have the fact that Vex could be potentially holding to 7 points next turn, and
Do you concur?
it's kind of
Oh, yeah.
difficult to
4.
remove Vex from where it is.
Yeah, but Alan's like, I know you have Fizz,
Yeah,
I know
man,
you have
there's
Moonfall
another
in your
play.
trash, right? That can be a play here, and it is going to be the one
Okay, put it
we're
back
going
in
to
the
try.
base.
And it is going to be the Moonfall there. We could have put the Fizz in the Conservatory. Also, since you're moving, we are the
Trigger
defense here, so
the
we get the
Conservatory.
+1
Yeah,
might
go
from
ahead.
there. We get to trigger the top of our deck for Conservatory. We see another Fizz, so
Bottom.
unfortunately,
Oh.
we will have to recycle it there. Yeah.
Home.
And then we've got Ride the Wind, which we get to play for only 1 due to the Vex champion ability.
I want to see if there's any reaction to it, but it definitely doesn't feel great after you've committed so much to then just have that Vex moving back to moving somewhere else.
Yeah, and there's also kind of this weird situation here where currently it's
Yeah, Fizz in hand still, right?
it's in combat, right? Also, our
That's a
spells are
problem.
costing more. If it
Hopefully.
moves to the other one, then our spells cost less again, right? So there is this kind of weird
No mana for
back and
Starcross,
forth
so-
dance here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Looks like
Consult.
Yeah, I believe we just end up
Titania.
moving it back to base here.
No, the consult has to be Titania.
And we're just going to let the battle end. We already scored a point off this battlefield. We're going to hide a card underneath the student there, and we're going to pass it back to Alan ZQ.
Yeah, all of these
I got it.
minuses will be
Think
removed
so.
from the board. We'll have
Should I
to
have
see
gone to
what
the
Alan ZQ
battlefield?
does from here. At least he doesn't
have
get
to
that
do
hold
something.
point
You
to
can't be
7
AFK.
just
No, I mean,
yet
like,
in this
the first
situation.
turn. Second
But
turn, I mean.
Alan ZQ is definitely much
The only
closer
punch
to
was
getting
Gust.
to 8 than
No, there was no other
Diwali.
punch.
Yeah.
So,
I had no spells, though. I don't know if you just go into it on me, though, is the issue.
let's
Yeah,
see.
and you can tell, again, these guys play so much together. They're just talking through their plays like, man, this is what I saw I didn't see. Like, they're already having this conversation of, like, how did we get to this spot here together? We do have the Vex here. We can win this turn and get double points from a double conquer from Alan ZQ. We do have the student in the Conservatory, which can offer a card draw, and also there is a hidden card there, so a lot to unpack.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so cool seeing the camaraderie between these players. They're obviously in a very tense situation, being that they're in top 4, but they're still having, a nice little chat, talking about their gameplay, enjoying the fact that they're playing Riftbound together.
Definitely.
looks good.
All right, I think we've got maybe 9 for Alan ZQ. We are going to put the Vex into the Conservatory here. hidden card is the Tide Turner.
In response to Conservatory?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I should have Conservatory first.
I mean, you could respond still to Conservatory, so that's okay.
Sure,
You can trigger it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
don't think it
Conservatory trigger. We do
you can
have
have
the
it.
hard bargain there.
Does cost a little bit too much now, though, because it Vex finally coming into combat once they resolve the beginning stuff.
Moonfall the battlefield.
Is going to increase the price of Diwali's spells as well as decrease the price of Alan ZQ's, leading this Vex to win.
Yeah, and it looks like we weren't moving the Tide Turner.
Ride the wind.
But we're going to try to ride the wind here. And yeah, Diwali's going to pack it up. And, you know, could hard bargain. We still had the runes available to pay the extra cost. And we're going to game 2. Alan ZQ, one win away from our finals.
One win away. That's a lot of pressure. And they were going to
go
going into game 2. We'll have to see what of the battlefields they decide to do here.
What
changes will Diwali make to try to beat Alan ZQ?
Yeah, and a big point of this one, you know, I think the Raven Bloom Conservatory was the difference maker in that match. It offered a lot of card draw for Alan ZQ specifically. It found some good cards. And now we've got the double Targon's Peak. And so everyone's going to have a couple more runes to play with this game.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice. When you conquer Targon's Peak during your opponent's next turn, you get 2 of your runes readied again. So it'll be interesting to see just how many runes and energy we have to play with.
Yeah, the other thing to note too is that, you know, we can have some ride the winds where we can conquer both of these Targon's Peaks and then we get 4 runes back at the end of the turn. That's just so much flexibility.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what that might mean for some of these showdowns and combats, because having extra runes means more spells to play.
All right, Diwali starting us off with a Raven Bloom student, obviously one of the MVPs for these decks here. We're going to 3 for Alan ZQ, and just again playing out that Diana, just a repeat of the first game.
Yeah, I mean, this time I wonder what changes Diwali will make. Obviously, last time he was a bit conservative. He kept holding back. It did seem like Alan ZQ getting into that conservatory, just like you said, early so that he could draw more. It seemed to do so much.
Yeah, and one good thing about this Targon's Peak too is it will offer us a lot of chances to use our champion ability. We are going to use the showdown timing to activate our Diana Legend to play a stack deck. Look at the top 3, and
the double singularity.
And Alan's a little bit less happy on the 3 that are on top of there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's very happy with it.
To see 3 copies of one
so,
deck.
You saw all 3?
But still, you're further into your deck, right?
That's
so
funny.
Closer to the cards that you want.
All right, making a note there saying, hey, I'm not going to see these cards anytime soon.
It's fine. Sure, it's fine. Copium. Yeah, you're good.
Good on 1.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, we're just in the semifinals. We'll make it work, right? That's what he's saying.
Exactly. We're gonna make it work. He's gonna try to get this win so that he can sit happily in the finals.
Yep. So some quick shorthand. We played the Diana for 3 Targon's Peak. We get the 2 back and moving it back to Alan ZQ.
I wonder if being more aggressive like this, moving our units in quicker, is going to do much to change. Obviously, we're going to get those runes back here, but it's not the same card draw that Raven Bloom Conservatory represented.
Yeah. One thing I like about Alan ZQ when he plays is that when he knows his reaction window, he'll just look up and stare at you, right? He's like, is there anything? Let me know. I wanna be able to use my ability.
Oh, it has to resolve before.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And yeah, activating. Yeah, because this was you know, on showdown. Use the vision. Look at the top card, and we do have a ride the wind off this Diana.
Thanks.
Now we're in the showdown. Now we're going to use our Diana Legend ability for our own stack deck. Look at the top 3 for Diwali.
Pass again after stack deck.
Let's see. Does it look like we are going to be doing that stack deck as well, just trying to find one of those cards that can help us win this game 2 and send us to a game 3.
All right, adding the 1 there. Student should be at 3 might right now.
1-1.
Yeah.
1-1. We are going to play out a Vex there, very strong. It's going to be for 5, but again, we get the 2 back for Targon's Peak. A little bit of shorthand, but again, these guys have been playing for a long time, keeping each other honest as well, and moving to Diwali with their 6-rune turn.
Yeah, we're just quickly passing back to Diwali. So we're going to see what he has here. Maybe something from that stack deck can help us. I wonder if we're going to try to get into that other's Targon's Peak. But that being said, Alan DQ has fully reinforced it with that Vex.
Alan's thinking about it, looking at the cards in hand. We've all had those times we just look at our cards and you're like, all right, what do we do with these, right? I chose these cards, I put them in the deck, now I gotta use them.
Yeah, I feel like there's 2 different options, feelings you're having there. Either like, I can't wait to play this card, this is gonna be my next turn, or it's like, how did I end up with, how did I end up here?
How did these end up in my hand? I know I put them in the deck, but where, you know, how is this one of the combinations?
This wasn't how I wanted it to turn out, but hopefully that's not what Alan DQ is feeling right now.
All right, and you know, the Vex does offer some, you know, reduction in the combat. Again, when we're so spell heavy, obviously Alan DQ is a little bit more spell heavy than Diwali, but you know, combat is for playing spells, right? And but the Vex making them a little bit more expensive is pretty hurtful.
Combat being first spells is definitely what Diana thinks.
Yes, yes. And we're just going to play out the Vex 4-drop as well as the Frigid Jewel. And we're going to go back to Alan DQ, holding the 2 points here.
Yeah, Singularity changes the matchup so much.
We'll see what happens.
Let's see if I didn't draw the card yet.
Yeah, and I think it's really smart, Diwali, just like moving out of Targon's Peak. It does kind of free it up for Alan DQ to move into potentially, but it does mean we can also try to take Targon's Peak this following turn and get more of those runes back.
You did.
All right, just making sure, you channeled your runes, you drew your cards. We're good to go. Cards in hand, looks like, I think there's 4 for Diwali here. We only have our Diana Legend to offer any interaction.
Diana Student.
Yeah, and there is the Singularity. So using it on the Diana and the Student, Vex gets to live another day. It does have that deflect, so that additional recycle might have been a little bit too expensive, but using 1 card to get rid of 2 of theirs is just great value.
Yeah, it is a lot of runes. It does look like it's the only thing we're going to be able to do this turn, but at least we are clearing out Diwali's board for a large part. It does kind of mean, sadly, it does mean that we really respected, though, that deflect cost on the Vex that Diwali played.
All right, we've got 8 runes right now for Diwali. We've got our choice of which Targon's Peak we want to conquer the most here if we choose to do so, but that 4-drop Vex loves to be at a battlefield.
That she does. I would agree with that.
Side ramp too much for the development to
we're gonna have to see, though. Obviously we don't only want that 1 unit there. We really do want to build out the board a bit more, have more options of things we can move around, I feel like. Especially when you are coming up against this Vex, you're gonna not want to actually either be using the spells early, or you're gonna want to be using it, you're gonna want to have the actual might to deal with it.
Yeah, the 5-cost Vex is so good when you can move into a combat, right? You really want combat at your timing too, so there are ways to, move our own 4-drop around, get it to Targon's Peak, move it back somehow, but we are just going to look like play out the Hwei for 5, and we'll see what we do from it.
Hwei definitely seems like a favorite in these Diana lists. It seems really important to get it established, also really important to take it off the board if you're the opponent. So we'll have to see exactly what Alan DQ has for it, but also can we get it somewhere?
Yeah, we could use a Ride the Wind here to get some points, but again, it's a little bit better when we're able to get like the double Targon's Peak and the extra draw, but we're going to leave 3 open and pass it back to Alan DQ.
Yeah, 3 runes open as well as the Diana energy. There's really so many options here for Diwali. Obviously, it kind of gets crunched by it could potentially get crunched in the future. So how can we use it here to help us?
I wouldn't repeat here when you have mana.
And yeah, I think we've got 6 runes for Alan ZQ. It's a little obscured right now. We can move up our Diana into Targon's Peak to get a potential draw off of our champion effect.
Imagine.
It would definitely be nice to be able to use that ability.
Mm-hmm. And then if we're there, we're able to get like the 2 runes back, which we can use again next turn for another potential draw. So not awful, but we are making sure that we're not overextending.
Yeah, it is so interesting to see how cautious these players are. Or how Alan seems to dislike his hand. He does have a large one.
Yeah, there are a lot of cards to not like right now. But yeah, we've got, I think, what, 7 cards it looks like in the hand there. Looks like we're going to move potentially a Vex into one of these peaks. Now, one thing to note, we do see a timer in the bottom left, but we do essentially have no time just to kind of keep track of how long this match has been going. There aren't going to be any time rules for this, so we can take our time to make sure that the decision we want to make is the one that we do. And, this is probably the most we've seen Alan think this match by itself.
Yeah, I mean, top 4 now, not even top 8. Every move you make is so important. These players are, not only competing for a seat in the finals, but also competing for that best of Diana. So each action they take, there's a lot riding on it.
And it looks like we're thinking about a double unit play, and that's going to be the case. It's going to be a Ravenbloom student and a 4-cost Vex of our own, and passing it back to Diwali. Now, one thing I also like, when we're at this high level, especially with these guys know exactly what they're doing, it's almost a different game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the cards that they're playing and what they're playing into and playing around is, at a different level than, someone you're not as experienced with. Not necessarily an inexperienced player, but just someone you're not experienced playing against.
Yeah, it's so interesting kind of even just how the mental game can be, right? These players, I think they mentioned, have been playing potentially hundreds of games together. They've also just been playing hundreds of games. I remember from an interview earlier, Alan ZQ was saying, before the set even came out, he'd probably had 400 games on Diana.
Yeah.
So not only do they know the deck, not only do they know the matchup, but they also know their opponent so well.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I think we've got 9 runes for Diwali. We are going to be tempted for one of these Hwei moves here. We are going to move it to Targon's Peak.
Draw.
Yeah.
You're going to get a draw 1 and discard 1 off the Hwei effect.
We'll have to see what type of card they decide to discard based on what we discard. Hwei does have 3 different abilities, basically, which can be anything from drawing cards, growing my readying runes, but I think obviously with all of our runes made and not being in combat right now, it's probably going to be a spell.
Yeah, spells would be the best one generically right now, but that means that you have to have a spell that you want to get rid of, so that's not always the case here. And I'm going to think, and it's going to be the Superfy, so we do get that additional draw. Kind of, if you want to think about it, we got a free draw 1 off Superfy without having to pay the rent.
Yeah, to some extent. Sometimes even you just see players play the Superfy for that draw 1. So we are just going to get that draw effect instead from that discard.
That's also the second draw for the turn, so we do get the Frigid Jewel, giving the +2 might to the Vex. I don't think it's going to be too important for this turn specifically, but it can come up in these later turns. All right, we're going to be paying 2, it seems, for potentially, I think Ride the Wind would be pretty important, but it is going to just be a Traveling Merchant, okay?
Traveling Merchant does represent a lot of card draw potentially, so could be really nice to, find some of those different cards that we're going to need for this matchup.
Yeah, and we are going to do the Star-Crossed here, and I like the sequencing on it. Obviously, our Diana Legend is a little bit more selective of when you can get that energy, so making sure we're doing it in a showdown just so we can get that discount.
Yeah, that is really nice.
I guess I misplayed. No, it's fine, actually.
I feel like that's one thing that's really cool about these top players. You see just how well they can maintain, how efficient they are with their resources. So, I mean, they know exactly what they're doing here.
Yep, we've got 5 runes left open here. We will be able to get 4 runes back at the end of turn with the Targon's Peak. So it looks like we are going to play a Merchant again for 2. And then we're untapping 2 and 2, passing with 7 runes left. Yeah, 7 whole runes, I think, yeah, for Diwali, which is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that can be so much as Alan ZQ tries to move up into the battlefields. I mean, again, just like you mentioned, he's been playing, he knows his opponent so well. It's kind of a whole different beast to play against your friend who you kind of have an idea when they're going to be bluffing, when they aren't bluffing. You know probably their list so well to have not just kind of a guess, but know exactly what could those 7 runes represent.
All right, we're moving our Vex and our student to the Hwei. Currently 6-5.
Let's see if they have anything.
You can think about your action.
Sure.
Yeah, and yeah, thinking about this again.
Pause though, right? Okay, yeah. So I'm just thinking. Apparently I did something wrong. I assume it's me.
Yeah, seeing what is going on here.
Well,
So Hwei is at 5. If we get 2 draws this turn off of cards like Stupefy, we could get a Frigid Jewel plus 2.
Showdown pay with Diana.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, that would be really nice just to put us over on this showdown.
Maybe you want to fight with that much mana.
Yeah, it looks like they're just confirming something that happened on the previous turn here on the runes.
Pass.
Sorry, okay.
No, okay. I think it is just a 5-6.
5 to 6 right now. Do we have anything to get that? Get maybe that plus 2 or some way to decrease the might on Alan ZQ's side.
I'm like, damn. Okay.
7 runes is a lot to do it with.
Yeah, and we talked about it. I had a good discussion with Barrett earlier this week where, like, yeah, the numbers in this game can be so close. You just need 1 more might to be able to get the victory, and it looks like we are passing focus potentially. Saying, I don't want to commit to this Hwei when I know that I'm not feeling that confident I'm going to be able to get onto the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you do just have to like save those runes or more so save the cards in your hand for the turn that you need them.
Yeah, okay, making sure here. I mean, again, with us having so many runes left open, right? You think that there would be some cards for interaction here.
Yeah, like what is he saving the runes for? Is that meaning that there's something else in his hand? Is it largely units instead? It looks like there may be a card he's thinking about playing here, which does give us a bit of information. It looks like it's going to be that Moonfall, which you would think would be adding might to some extent to that battlefield if we're bringing Diana up to Targon's Peak. But it also is -2ing every single unit at that battlefield, almost essentially a -6 if Diana gets over there.
Correct. So it would make it I think 5-3 if it resolved with those 3 units over there. And we'll see if Alan ZQ has a response to this Moonfall.
That would be absolutely huge if we could wipe Alan ZQ's board.
All right, we've got the movement over. And I think it's currently 5-3. And -2 across there. So the student is at 0, the Vex is at 2, and we do have 1 for the Diana.
Yeah, it does look like your math is correct. I have to think there's also a lot of runes up on Alan ZQ's side. He still has his Diana as well. Surely he has something here to try, and it looks like we're going to do the same type of play, playing that Moonfall to bring traveling.
I'm going to guess Traveling Merchant. That's going to be my guess, but not a guarantee. It does offer a chance for a discard 1, draw 1.
Yeah, but it would at least bring it to 0 might, would bring us 3 to 3 if it is Traveling Merchant. It does look like it is.
And then we will get that 1 extra might from the student there. So it would be a 3 to 4. So once again, just narrowly beating the numbers here.
Yeah, I think this could be a really important moment here as we're playing these different cards. Dwali still has those 4 runes up. He could make some more plays here to decrease the might on Alan ZQ's side, and just slightly different right now, the might.
Yeah, currently 3 to 4. They don't have the dice on the might there, but yeah, currently the Traveling Merchant is at 0. There it is there. And then we do have the Huawei that's currently at 3. 3 to 4.
4 to 3.
Let's see, 4 runes up. We saw a Stupefy discarded earlier. That might be something that we would like here, putting us back 3 to 3. But maybe there's something else as well that we could use.
The biggest thing here is that Alan ZQ's spells just, ramp so much better with the student here.
Yeah, in a moment like this, you really can see how strong that Raven Bloom student is. Every single spell, not only -2, is also a +1. I mean, it makes every single card in his hand add a little line that says give Raven Bloom student that +1 might.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that both these cards are in gust range, so even if there is a way to increase it, you could gust. And we are going to try to flash back the Huawei and the student here, and we are going to hard bargain, and we're going to play 4 so they can't even pay the 4 to save it.
Yeah, we don't have it up. Only 2 runes, but that's going to cost so much as well for that hard bargain.
And with that additional spell, now it's looking at 3 to 5 to try to get this northern Targon's Peak.
Yeah, I mean, Flash seemed great for a defensive move. Also, both of these cards do have when moving triggers, so it could be nice to get that extra draw and discard, trying to curate that hand. But instead, hard bargain, making Alan ZQ's units even bigger.
All right, 2 more runes left for the Diwali, and we are going to try to use Ride the Wind here for the Huawei.
That will resolve.
And says that will resolve here. So Huawei will be saved. All right, and sorry, this was such a long combat. This combat started with Alan ZQ moving into Targon's Peak, right? Okay, so this is it. So they were the attacker, and so this is not. Again, when we get so deep into it, I want to make sure it's understood. And I think that's the second draw because we moved the Merchant and then we moved the Huawei, so we get the plus off the Frigid Jewel for that. And I think that's likely what's going to happen. I'm seeing if Alan ZQ has any other plays. Currently, it's I think the Merchant is still at 0 might as well. I think.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure because he did have the -2 on him earlier and it's been removed.
Yeah, so maybe we gave the Frigid Jewel +2 there, and then I'd have to maybe reread the Moonfall. So maybe because the Huawei isn't at that battlefield anymore, it doesn't have the -2 anymore.
Well, he also discarded a unit.
Oh, that's right, because we discarded the unit. Okay, that's where the plus came back. Okay, we're back for it. Sorry, this is such an intricate battle here. So with the Traveling Merchant getting the +2 from the Frigid Jewel, that does mean we do offer a potential trade with either the Vex or pretty any much of these units here.
Yeah, and you have to wonder which one is the most important to get off the board. I was actually surprised at looking at what Dwali had discarded. That's a Baron Nashor, is it not?
Yeah, and we weren't too far away from being able to play it here. We do again have some additional usage. I mean, I think I do see a Stupefy potentially in hand that will pretty much save everything but the Diana, but we're saying, you know what, that's fine. Merchant can take something down with it, and let's see what we decide to take.
Yeah, I mean, again, every single action here is important. It could mean a lot if we take Vex or if we take that Diana out.
Yeah, all these are great units to get rid of. All have their own usages here, and we'll see what Diwali decides to choose.
Yeah, I mean, the Vex obviously is stunning units that come into like the turn that they are played. I'm trying to think if there's too much that it really does, obviously, for Diwali. It must be important since we're thinking about it. But then obviously that Diana also has her ability as well.
Yeah, what are you more scared of? The might from Ravenbloom Student, the kind of passive slowdown from the Vex, or the potential card draw from Diana? All of them very valid.
For sure, and it looks like it's going to be that Diana card draw.
All right, so finally this combat, this showdown has finished. We're going to be at 4 points for LNZQ. We're going to pass back, and we will have 2 additional runes active thanks to Targon's Peak.
What would you have killed there?
Yeah, which is going to be obviously very nice to have, but not so great for Diwali, who's trying to figure out how to get in here.
And if you plan to contest,
all right, currently I believe 8 runes active for Diwali. Having a Hwei in the base is such a good benefit here, and definitely after that combat, super close and back and forth. But I think Diwali has, is kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, it does seem the way we at least are at 5 points this time versus LNZQ's 3. So we have a bit of a lead, and all the units of LNZQ are currently on that Targon's Peak. So maybe there is something we can do here to get this game to win.
So we could immediately move the Hwei, and if we do so, we will be able to get not only +3 might from if we discard a unit, but if we also just use the effect, we do get the Frigid Jewel effect. So it would be immediately like a 10-6, and that is quite the deficit just to start off on a combat with.
That would be really nice here. Dusk, we're going to be moving that way up. I'm interested to see if we have a unit just for what you're talking about.
Right, currently 5-6, but we do discard a student here, and we get a +3 and a +2. So currently 10-6 on the northern Targon's Peak.
Yeah, I mean, that almost doubled its might. So, I mean, still multiple runes up here on LNZQ side. It looks like it is going to be a Ride the Wind.
And curious to see what we're moving where, right? It could be a chance that we just move our Vex back just to save it, kind of a more expensive version of a Flash here.
Yeah, I mean, saving it definitely would be nice. And Ravenbloom would go to 3, but 3 to 10 still not enough.
Right, thinking on the play here, we're going to spend 4, it seems, for a hard bargain and repeating it. So we will not be riding the wind on this one, and that gets removal of both the units. We're going to 6 points for Diwali, and we just need 2 more to round it out. And I think keeping the Vex here just means we don't have a lot of interaction for moving cards into the Targon's Peak. This is a really good spot.
Yeah, this feels fantastic. I mean, what is LNZQ supposed to do to push these 2 units off the bases? He's got no units in base. As you said, they're going to be stunned even if he could play any next turn and find some way to move them into Targon's Peaks. But if these 2 units stay where they are, next turn, Wally could hold to a win.
Yeah, so we're looking at 4. Could have used the, I think, Diana Legend ability to help pay for the hard bargain, which is fine. We are just going to Stupefy on reaction to Targon's Peak just to get a draw and use the runes while we can. And it's going to be back to LNZQ. 6 points across the way. We need to interact with at least one of these battlefields.
Yeah, and how is he going to do it? I think it's going to be a huge question. I feel like I see... There are at least, obviously, some units here.
Stupefied Gust.
I mean, we did see the Singularity, I believe, sided in. We could have 2 copies, and that would be able to clear up both these spots. It would be a little expensive because it would be a deflect cost on this Vex here. But we're going to play the Fizz for 3.
Yeah, hopefully there's some spell that we can use. It looks like it's going to be stack deck, though.
No, right?
No.
Okay.
Trying to find a card that can help us.
Yeah, I mean, if we have Starcross, we could do Starcross, Fizz, Starcross. I think we've got 6 for that. Another stack deck, though, not looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we're really hunting here for something that can find us a way not to lose this next turn.
All right, we've got 4 runes left here. Yeah, the only thing I could see potentially in hand is maybe a Stupefy Gust, but like that's not feeling great because it's a double target onto the Vex, so we'd have to recycle 2 to do so.
Yeah, and obviously does not feel good to lose runes when you're kind of having these like spell offs to some extent. So, I mean, it would be nice to put it in range though, but it could just get played again.
Yeah, and we are going to use the Stupefy here on the 1. Recycling the blue for that, drawing 1, and the Vex is now at 3 might. We've got the Gust, we've got the removal. We're playing to our outs here. Vex returns the hand.
Yeah, and it kind of also gives us an idea, like, we don't have anything that stops spells right now, it appears, because we had so many runes up, and that definitely would be a moment that you'd be trying to stop that Gust.
Yeah, and if we have any movement, which we've got the Fizz, which I believe we do have a Ride the Wind, that's going to be enough. And Diwali's forcing a Game 3.
Yeah, this is so exciting. Again, both these players, they obviously know exactly what they need to do, and they are executing to a T.
Cool game.
What are they going to do for Game 3, though?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man. I love that one combat that we had, a lot of back and forth, and we saw the double Targon's Peak, and now we're going to see the double Abandoned Hall. We already had so many might numbers going back and forth, and with these Abandoned Halls, these spells are going to be very, very important.
Yeah, it's going to put even more might onto these different units.
All right, well, we're just going to start off with the stack deck on the Rip here. So unfortunately, no 2-cost unit here for Allen ZQ as they start the, I think this is the first game of this match going first.
Yeah, I think so as well. That does mean Wally is going to have the ability to play some of the first units onto the board, which can definitely be nice. We've seen it kind of feels like whoever gets that first unit into a battlefield safely seems to really take the lead and potentially win the whole game.
Yeah, so playing out the Diana from the Champion Zone, we've got a 4-drop Vex passing back and forth, some pretty automatic plays as we get started for this one. Going to 5 runes here for Diwali. Could be a Hwei, could be another Vex ourselves. But again, a little bit of a different pace from this game compared to the others.
Yeah, and we are currently tapped out as Allen ZQ, which does kind of mean that if we could do something to fight later, it'd be, I mean, we would know exactly what they could do, but instead we are just going to play that Vex like you said.
All right, we're going to move the Vex to the Southern Abandoned Hall here. Going to get our first point for our final game of this match here. 1-0 here. We are going to play out the Anna for 3. Yeah. And we're going to pass it back to Diwali.
Yeah, this time with 3 runes up, so something to watch out for when we are going into, I mean, either of the Abandoned Halls.
All right, again, currently 1-0. We've got a 4 might Vex on the Southern Abandoned Hall. We're very much a mirror match, right? We've got the same legends, champions, the units we've played are the same, the battlefields are playing the same. The runes are quite similar as well. And we're going to go to the Northern Abandoned Hall and going to activate the Diana effect with our Diana Legend.
Yeah, getting potentially some card draw here. Doesn't look like it's going to be possible, sadly, but we kind of have an idea at least of what is in our next turn.
Yeah, so unfortunate that we just spent 1 to not find a spell off the top 2 of our deck, but we're going to let them have it. Diwali's on the board, 1-1 here, and we're going to see if we're going to have our Vex fight each other.
Yeah, I mean, We do have a lot of runes up. Sadly, Alan ZQ does have the 3 as well as his Diana Legend, but instead it looks like we are just going to reinforce that abandoned hall on the north side.
Yep, and we're going to pass with 6 whole runes active, so, you know, if we had that Hue, we might wanted to have played it, but also, especially with these abandoned hall battlefield triggers, we want to make sure that we have a lot of room for these spells. So we're going to use our Diana into theirs, and we're going to try to use our Diana ability.
Yeah, and so many runes as well for if we can get a spell from it.
Yeah, currently 7-3, but if we're able to even trade Dianas, it's likely something that we take. If we're able to up hit and trade with their Vex, we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, getting any trades here just to decrease the number of units Dwally has, slow him down as well as we try to make a lead is going to be really nice.
And then the clock is ticking as we're entering our 80th minute of this match here. Again, very close game, a lot of back and forth. Our Diana a little bit more fortunate being able to find a flash. And we are going to play a stack deck for 1 and see if there is a response from Diwali. So look at top 3. This will be able to get us a +1 might on both of our units at both of these abandoned halls.
Yeah, that's going to be nice to try to slowly build this Diana up. Obviously, I mean, that is already making us, I believe, a 4. So, I mean, we could kill that Vex.
Yeah, these halls are looking anything but abandoned right now, right?
I mean, they do seem to have a lot of units at them. I don't know why they named it that.
All right, Diwali with the 6 open once again. Do we care to save our Vex? Do we need to play the spell? I mean, we passed with 6 open, so we kind of want to use our runes that we left open as well. Yeah, I also like, you know, Alan just mentally saying, all right, I'm at, you know, it's 4-7 right now, making sure the numbers are just known. No confusion either.
One more.
Yeah, I think these players have done such a great job at making sure every single thing is shown with these markers, making sure that each other has exactly, you know, the correct order of things. Or even earlier, Dwally's have to make sure that Alan ZQ had channeled his ruins for the turn.
All right, and yeah, we do have the +1s once again, so +2 on the Vex as well as the Diana.
Stupefy as well, going to potentially, I mean, decrease the might of what they're going up against. And this Diana, I mean, kind of seems small as a 3-might unit, but it just seems to be growing and growing in these abandoned halls.
Yeah, and with the Stupefy on the abandoned hall, we do get a +1 for our Diana and a -1 on their Diana, so it will tie at 6 apiece.
That is going to be really nice for Alan ZQ. And now it kind of feels like not only is it just picking off a unit, but potentially this could be huge.
And again, if we're able to, you know, we've used 3 stack decks. We see them at the top there. And we've really just kind of spent 3 of our runes to trade with 2 of their units here. But we will activate the flash.
I wonder if we'll have anything in response to this flash. Obviously, this defensive flash would be really nice. I mean, it looks like it will resolve, and that means that we save both of those units. But all we really committed to do it, as you said, were those stack decks, which made our hand nicer and nicer.
1-3?
Yeah, so 1-3 here. I also know that Alan ZQ, I think, found a flash off their own Diana moving up, so it's something that's available to us as well. And with 5 runes left open, we'll see if Alan's feeling confident enough to play anything else.
I think getting more units on board is going to be really nice. Obviously, we have a lot of those spells, and we are going to want to use them to continue to grow even during Diwali's turn. So honestly, I could see either here. Would be nice, though, just to make sure in case something does happen that we have a unit base.
Yeah, I do think we've got the signature spell potentially to get some interaction and some removal, but you really want to find the perfect time, right? If you're able to use that to really remove a lot of cards on their board, we want to do that, and instead we're just going to move our Vex safely back into base and back to Diwali.
Yeah, and it's going to be just making sure our Vex isn't vulnerable to dying, at least from a combat. I mean, now on Dwali's side, it looks, I mean, obviously we have a good number of runes. We want to start taking back some of these points because we are, you know, Alan ZQ is getting ahead of us here.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of the back and forth. And you know, again, the first game wasn't anything major, but Alan was able to slowly creep to 6 points and then get the double conquer to end it. So we'll see if Diwali's going to let him do it again this one.
Yeah, each point feels so important in this matchup.
All right, we've got, I believe, 9 runes for Diwali to play with, right? I don't think we've really even had to recycle any, but we do have the Singularity. We did see this come down from Alan ZQ, and we will be recycling 3 if we want to target the Vex as well.
And it seems like that is what we're doing. I think we saw 3 get recycled. I mean, if we have any response to it, it would be really strong, basically saying, actually, Dolly, you don't have a turn, but I'm not sure we're going to have an answer.
Yeah, and potentially hard bargain. There is the decision of playing either 2 or 4 for it. If we play it for 4, we know that they're not going to be able to use it. And that will also be another spell to make our Diana that 1 more stronger.
Yeah, I mean, that would be huge if we did have a hard bargain here. I would definitely love to see that.
Starcross the Vex, Diana.
All right, we're going to say Starcross on Vex and Diana. Slow down their tempo and also save our Vex as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that does feel nice. It doesn't feel great for Dwali, right? Like, we still got to kill the Diana, but we paid for that deflect, and instead that Vex is safely in Alan ZQ's hand, meaning we kind of lost that power into the void.
Yeah, 2 to 3.
Now we are going to move our Vex to the Northern Abandoned Hall. They're going to 2 points for Diwali. Currently 3 runes open, and we still have our legend ability, so 4 during showdowns. We're going to replay out the Diana, and we're going to pass it back to Alan ZQ.
Yeah, I mean, slow and steady is what wins the race here.
All right, looks like we've got, I believe, 9 runes now for Alan ZQ. If we have our own copy of Singularity, I think it would also be a fantastic time to play it. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just clearing out the Wally's board and kind of just resetting our own, right? Getting our units built up, making sure Wally can't do anything. Definitely a Singularity would be nice, but instead it looks like it will be a Fizz, and I'm interested to see what spell they use. It's going to be Stack Deck.
I mean, we've played it 3 times already this game, so let's do it a 4th time.
Can we make it a 5th?
We could. We definitely could. I mean, with Starcross and Fizz, we could. I mean, again, I think Singularity is definitely a card we're aiming for. It would be a cleanup for this current field, but Alan ZQ would be a little bit more knowledgeable on what exactly they were looking for there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we're looking for something. We are in the lead, so it's not too big of a deal, but instead we're just going to develop that Vex, give us 4 more might on our board.
Yeah, so Alan ZQ passing, we've got 2 runes open, and we still have our legend effect. 3 points for Diwali. We could make it a 4th by moving Diana to the other abandoned hall.
I mean, what do you do here? Obviously, you do have some units built up for Diwali. I mean, we gotta hold, but do you take the Vex back now and try to protect it, or are you trying to get that lead, you know?
Yep. You know, do we want to chance a card draw with our Diana too? That is always an option. We do have to be careful about Gus, but when we know that both these battlefields are, another Singularity, this is tough to see.
Yeah, and it's going to be that deflect cost again if we're hitting into Vex on Alan ZQ's board, which I assume we are. It looks like we did recycle that 3rd rune, and Alan ZQ is going to need to do something to protect these units, or could very well lose them both to the trash.
Now, we could use a hard bargain here, but they've got the 2 open to pay the cost, so really not doing much besides just discarding 1. the double singularity is very tough here.
Yeah, like if you pay it now, obviously Duali could choose to just pay their 2 since we don't have what it would need to repeat it for 4. And then it kind of decreases your chances as well of being able to react to anything else. It looks like we're just going to let these units die and they're going to the trash.
Yep, so we do have our Diana move up. We are going to attempt to stupefy it.
It does let us draw. Let's see.
Is that still in response to this?
Yeah. Stupefy Diana again.
Another stupefy, so we've seen 3 stupefies and 3 copies of that. We are going to try to pay 1, and we are, so look at the top card of our deck. Diana's not been very good vision-wise, but we do get a flash.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, no gust here.
Yeah. Very fortunate, though, for Diwali. I mean, it is nice to just slowly get that lead, make sure LNZQ doesn't have any way in, and with that Vex Apathetic up in that top abandoned hall, now anything coming in will be stunned, but that will be stopped by our own Singularity.
Yeah, and I think that was the top deck. It looked like immediate, like, oh, finally, we're going to play it out. I do think that maybe we were also using the stupefies just to dig deeper for it. Could have also been for a gust, but we are going to play our student for 2, and the game's kind of reset here.
Yeah, that is for sure. Diwali's going to need a unit here to hopefully to make sure they get back onto the board as well. This Ravenbloom student could, you know, tie us back up again next turn.
All right, once again, 7 runes available. We've got 7 on the other side for LNZQ. We've got 3 open if you want to consider the Diana Legend ability.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot to consider. And, like, what do you exactly want here, right? Obviously, you want to find a way to take that Ravenbloom off the board. You need to find a way to build up your own board as well. And right now, I think we're at 7 runes for this.
All right, we're just going to play out the Hwei. Now that, you know, the singularity has passed, we feel a little bit safer to establish it, but we'll see. We'll see what LNZQ's answer for it is. And also with the double singularity gone, we feel less scared. But if we've got a Fizz and a Starcross, which I think we do, this has been a really good, consistent answer to the Hwei here.
Yeah, I mean, Starcross just keeps sending the Hwei away to the hand, and Fizz is safe back in hand as well, meaning Ravenbloom taking another point potentially here, and we have nothing to answer for it next turn unless we have more of those damage spells.
We're going to play our own Hwei here for 5. We do have 1 rune open and our Diana Legend ability, and passing it back to Diwali.
No way.
Honestly, I love the Hwei puns.
They are fantastic.
After 4 stock decks,
it's just how it is. Yeah, Alan's like, I had to play the stack deck 4 times to find this card. I think triple stupefy, so we got the draw, and we eventually found what we needed, but you can definitely tell Alan's like, okay, I had some rough turns here. I'm feeling a little bit more confident here, taking a drink of water, and now Diwali is on the back foot.
Yeah, after 4 stack decks and 3 stupefies, I think the odds are worse for not hitting.
Yeah, any of these, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got, I believe, 8 runes open for Diwali. We know that there is a copy of Hwei in there.
Yeah, I mean, are we just going to play Hwei again, I wonder, for Diwali? I feel like, to some extent, you need to, because obviously Hwei feels like such a strong part of our deck, and it is what we're going to do, but when it just keeps getting potentially pushed back to hand, you're spending runes to get the card back in your hand.
Yeah, and we are going to use Ride the Wind here, and this is going to offer a ability.
Yeah. Move trigger resolves. There's no showdown yet.
Yeah, using the move trigger first for Hwei, getting the draw 1, discard 1. And then once we're in the showdown, Alan might have something to say about it. And while he's looking at his hand, I'm like, I gotta get rid of one of these, but I couldn't tell you immediately what it is.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes this face is definitely the how did I get here with this hand.
Yeah, there are these questionable looks of what is the play here, but so far being able to make a path for the correct ones. But man, this is a tough spot.
Yeah, you make it to the top 4. You're in that game 3 right now. I mean, I'm sure there's definitely a level of mental exhaustion after all these games every day, and these players still know exactly what to do and are trying to make the best decision possible.
All right, we're going to attempt to flash the student, and we will be met with a hard bargain. So goodbye, student here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with no runes open, no answer for it. Hawaii, readied from that ride the wind, is able to safely move back home.
Yeah, but issue is that we have no runes open, and we've already used our Diana Legend ability, so we're in a tough spot here. Alan's going to be able to move their Hawaii next turn. If we have our own Ride the Wind, the double conquer and move back can offer a lot of flexibility and card draw and points, and then Diwali's going to have to be, afraid of a potential double point conquer again.
Yeah, and that does not feel good. I mean, that would bring them up kind of at that special number of 6. I mean, both of these players can be putting out so much pressure. There is so much stress to make sure we're making the best decisions here.
Yep. And we were thinking about the discard is going to be the star-crossed. If we did have a gear for the additional 2 runes, that could be important here. But passing it back to Alan, and you definitely see him a little bit more chipper here. I think he's feeling a little confident for sure.
Yeah, a lot more confident than he was earlier. I mean, we are going to take that abandoned hall. He has so many runes either to develop his board, to potentially move his way back to safety, or, as you said, could do that double conquer, which would be great for tempo.
Yeah, so likely this is going to be a conquer, just deciding to finalize the move trigger on what card we're going to be discarding. I think generically right here, when there's nothing better to do, the spell is great because it does offer another draw. So net +1 in card advantage there. And, especially, I think we have a Fizz in hand, so even if it's a star-cross, we can discard it, and then we can play Fizz again to answer their Hawaii.
Discard, draw.
5 to 5.
Yeah.
All right, going to 5, yeah. And we do
wind.
have Ride the Wind.
Yeah, and with no runes up on Diwali's side, there is no answer to stop it.
So another draw 1, discard 1, could be another spell for another +1, but it's going to be the Hawaii, so +3 here.
Oh, I have to wonder then if we are going to be going to combat. Yep, there's going to be that Moonfall.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to be huge here. So they are going to be able to move the Hawaii.
Move trigger?
Yeah.
They do have the move trigger here to draw 1 and discard 1. Potentially, if we discard a gear, we could have some interaction with these runes here, but it's going to be a Hawaii, and unfortunately,
Yeah, that's good.
Going away.
Yep.
Go to 6.
I had to join in.
You did. Yes,
You're at
this
5
may
now,
be
right?
our last Hawaii pun of the day, so gotta do it.
Move trigger, draw.
Yeah, and we're going to have that use that same ready to retreat back to the base again. I mean, Hawaii being safe in base is exactly where we want it, especially when Diwali, that board is empty.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to do a full lap around the board, right? Getting 2 points, getting the removal of their Hawaii, and we're going to play a Tide Turner for 2.
Definitely doesn't feel bad to play that, and getting that Traveling Merchant as well, just getting more units on board.
Yeah, at this point, we just want to have more units to be able to move and contest these battlefields. Diwali on potentially their last turn for this game, for this match, for this tournament, and we're going to have to see if they have an answer to this board.
Yeah, this could be, as you said, the last moments here. I mean, hopefully Diwali has an answer. Hopefully we can do something to prolong this and potentially pull into the lead.
All right, 8 runes to work with. again, in this game, we've had this kind of situation where both of us just had so many cards to work with, and you know, it's never been about the amount of cards, it's the cards that we end up using.
Yeah. It's the cards we use on the way.
Okay, you have to...
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop.
You don't have to, I'm just...
I'll stop. These are our last chances.
I know, these are I do know that there is another top 4 match on the other side. I'm not sure what we're going to be able to look at there. There is a Rengar versus either a Master Yi or a Aurelia, so that's on the other side. But, you know, we do know that there will be a Diana in the finals, which makes me very happy.
Yeah, I'm not so happy about it.
Little less.
I will be honest. And I just want to clarify, I've totally meant to play Rengar.
Yeah, it was, you know, sometimes these spelling mistakes happen, so...
Yeah, Rengar, LeBlanc, they are very closely...
They almost share domain.
They almost share domain, they almost are the same word. You never know.
Yeah, Diwali here definitely in the think tank.
This turn. Just don't know which one. Oh no, you don't have singularity anymore.
Yeah, need to make sure. I think, you know, obviously these players both know each other's decks, so saying what could be the answer here, and
I can't imagine a combination of cards that can beat me.
Trust me, I can't either.
Yeah. I love the banter between the players.
Yeah, I know. I didn't draw either.
I don't think there's any options here actually to win. And the other player was like, yep, I agree.
Yeah, and with these kind of situations where the deck lists are open, you're like, man, you're out of singularities. Like, sure, you have this Fizz, which we don't love to see, but with us having 2 units on the board, it can just be an easy push 2 forward. And again, Alan ZQ asking to look for the trash.
Yeah, I mean, also just these, as you mentioned earlier, the players know each other so well. So, I mean, it's not the first time they're playing against each other. It's they have an idea of how they've been practicing, what their deck is, even if they didn't have access to it. And so...
Yeah, we're just going to pay 2. Likely, like Tide Turner student, usually a unit, I would imagine.
Us.
His student. I mean, we have 3 runes up. We potentially could do something here, maybe to...
I could see Gus being very valuable here. That's an option for it. I don't think the signature spell can activate really, since we don't have any units in any battlefields. We'll see what we have option-wise here. I mean, Starcross can maybe buy us another turn, but I don't know to what ends. And we're going to start off with the Traveling Merchant traveling to the Southern Abandoned Hall.
Yeah, I mean, just good sequencing, making sure that with Traveling Merchant, we have access potentially to different cards that could help us. And then obviously, we are going to see if Dwally has any answers here.
All right, and we are going to use 2 for the Ride the Wind. And we are going to immediately hard bargain, asking Diwali, do you feel comfortable enough using the rest of your
I'm going to pay 2 more than you're going to hit me with a second one?
Yes.
And yeah, asking, do you have a second one? Yes, we do. And Alan ZQ ends in 2-1 with that play, getting us to the finals.
Yeah, what a fantastic job by Alan ZQ. What a fantastic job by both players here. But Alan ZQ making sure he's got a spot in this final, potentially our first 2-time winner.
Yep, so fantastic game. Glad we were not able to watch it, but being able to be right there in the action, be able to cast it, and well done by Alan ZQ.
100%. What a great job. I mean, I cannot wait. Obviously, we'll see if we do get to see the other top 4, but I mean, what fantastic games today.
Yep. So in case you guys forgot what we look like, I'm the Eggman. I'm joined by Ursa Day. You know, this is really wrapping up this weekend. You know, we did have a Diana mirror match just get right down to the end of it. And we do have another top 4 match, and we're going to see who's going to be able to get to the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. I do know the last time I had checked, I think it was at least the Rengar. And the question is going to be who ended up being the opponent.
Yeah, so I think we're going to go jumping over there. I'm not sure if we're going to see the full top 4 or not, but we're going to start off with, you know, the secret sauce. Houses are big. This will be, I think, the 3rd game that we've been able to cast here, and maybe we're their lucky charms.
Maybe so, actually. You never know. I mean, this Yi list, I think, is just so unique, and I'm excited excited to see if they have any answers for that hyper aggro Rengar list.
Yeah, so we have been seeing some unique ads such as the Akshan in the main, very good for Aurora builds, which I don't believe there's any left here, but could be good for that. We also did have the Primal Strength, as you mentioned, be a lot of value for just 4 runes.
Yeah, I think it can hopefully get some, use here up against that against Rengar. We'll have to see just if it can, but +7 can really get over so many different units.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we've got the Rengar, so it's going to be a battle of the body domains. We have Sam D. Sherman, one of our previous regional qualifier champions, trying to make it 2 champion wins.
Yeah, that would be fantastic, and it's so cool to see a Rengar, especially one that is not Aurora, and it's just such a hyper aggro list. I think we saw this deck very early in day 1, but so cool to see it make it this far.
Yeah, so we do see a lot of unique ads. Something also that both players are playing is that Emperor's Dais, a battlefield from Spirit Forge that is getting a lot of usage when you do have these, a battlefield that can play a unit, does activate the Rengar Legend ability, and can be super flexible.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going to be so nice just increasing that might from that Rengar ability. And also, there's just so many different ways to bounce and play units. I mean, that Grim Apothecary can bounce units as well.
All right, so we're going to go back to the match, and I think we're going to go, yeah, here they are, Sam D. Sherman returning. This is going to be Game 3, and the winner takes all and gets to fight Alan ZQ in the championship match.
I am so excited to watch Game 3. It is going to be Star Spring versus Star Spring on these battlefields. I am excited to see really how he plays into Rengar. And something to note is I don't think many of these top players really know or really haven't practiced their decks into Rengar itself.
Yeah, I mean, this was probably, of the top 8, the most unusual legend to get there, but not an unusual player to get into this top 8 with Sam D. Sherman. Again, trying to defend their title to get the 2-0. And again, we do have the Secret Sauce houses are big here. Their team had a fantastic showing this weekend, and, we're going to see if they can take it all.
Yeah, I mean, they seemed very confident when we talked to them earlier today. So the Secret Sauce could very well have the Secret Sauce.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to the bracket real quick so you guys can see it, just in case you guys are just tuning in. Also, we have been playing a little bit of catch-up, but this will be a live match for the 3rd game, and then it will be a live finals as well for the grand finals. But we do see this top 8 of the Secret Sauce houses are big with Master Yi. We have Balboa's with the Aurelia. We have Rocklio with the Azir, Sam D. Sherman with the Rengar, Alan ZQ with the Diana. We have Arito with the Aurelia, Diwali with the Diana, as well as Swag Yellow 420 Yeah with the Sivir.
I mean, what a diverse top 8 that we got to watch here today. It was so much fun.
Yeah, 6 different legends across 8 different players, and even with the builds of Diana for Alan ZQ and Diwali, they have these different cores that make them different in my eyes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So many different decks, so many different ways that you play some of these same decks, but we are going to be getting back to this Master Yi as well as this Rengar list. I am so excited to see really what Rengar can do into Master Yi if Master Yi has answers. And honestly, since they're both 1-1 right now, it does seem like this could be an even match.
Yeah, and these decks do have a lot of similarities. We're both using the body domain. I would say Rengar is a little bit more on the aggressive edge, and then have Master Yi on a little bit more of the defensive edge. But that's also seen on using a lot of the same battlefield. Star Spring here, very useful, helping some movement that we might be lacking otherwise. And again, another battlefield game here.
Yeah, I mean, I think really with Sam D. Sherman's list, he built it so hyper aggro, really leaning into that that aggressiveness that you were mentioning. And what is he going to do with it? I mean, he seems to be piloting it fantastically.
Yeah, and we do have the Pit Rookie on the other side. We have the irresistible Fey Folk 2-on-2, and we're passing back to houses are big.
Yeah, I mean, in this Fey Folk, it kind of, I mean, the ability is so interesting. When I move to a battlefield, you can move an enemy unit to that battlefield. It's kind of just a charm, right? Which can be really helpful to control your battles, be able to bring your opponent's units to you and make them fight on your, in where you are.
All right, so we're going to see the pit rookie. Also, something really useful with both of these being Star Springs is you can move the Fey Folk to 1, you can ambush, you can move it back, keep it safe for later, and then you still be able to win these combats. So houses are big, kinda saying, man, what do I do here? Which of these Star Springs should I go to? Which one? Do you think the north one or the south one?
I mean, it felt like in the last match we saw going to the southern one was the choice, so I'm going to say northern one.
Okay, we're going to see if the if we decide to go to the northern battlefield here. We don't also have to go to a battlefield either, but you know, if we're trying to get there, if we're trying to activate our champion ability to get that +2 might when we defend alone, we better be at a place where we can defend.
Yeah, that is a good point. We want to really use that +2 might. We want to use our leader ability because we know Rengar is going to be able to. Also, when you're kind of up against a really aggressive list, maybe it's smart to go on and get into a battlefield, get an early point, but instead we pass back to Sam D. Sherman.
Yeah, and so we've got the Fey Folk here. Again, if we have any of these ambushes, we can get some good interactions here. It does leave ourselves a little bit open, but I mean, we can move Fey Folk to Star Spring. We can play the Rengar in our champion zone, move it back, and that could be pretty aggressive there.
Yeah, I assume if we're going to be wanting to use this charm, the charm ability, then we definitely kind of need to get more units that have more might. But luckily, Rengar's list has a lot of ambush units that can help it join the resistible Fey Folk at the battlefield. And yep, bringing that Master Yi up, Rengar comes in and we win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm happy I preloaded that interaction because we went pretty quickly through it. But once again, Fey Folk brings in the Master Yi. We play out the Rengar. The Star Spring moves back the Fey Folk, and then it was a 7-4, getting rid of the Yi.
Yeah, I feel like that's really nice for Sam D. Sherman and kind of showcases why that card's in the deck.
Now, we would be, if we were trying to get like a perfect hand here, I think we are missing a card that we could hide at that Star Spring. If we did have like an ambush or like a hidden unit we can play to either one, move our Rengar back safely, or be able to get enough power to contest an attack here. That could be the case, but it looks like we are going to move the Pit Rookie to the northern, and we'll see if it gets there.
Yeah, bringing that Pit Rookie into that northern Star Spring now.
Ooh, I do like this. So a couple interactions. We got the first mate, which is going to push back the Pit Rookie, and then also going to let it be active. So we are at 1 point. We are going to play another Pit Rookie. Going to use it on the first mate, so it's going to have 6 might when defending with a combination of the +1 might from the buff and the legend ability. And we've got the charm. It's going to be 6 to 6.
Bloodbath.
Yeah, and we get the full trade there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be nice to remove the Rengar. It was such a big unit, but now we are just going to try to take that other point, going up to 2 now.
Yeah, and obviously we probably were hoping for maybe, like if we had an Unguard instead of this Pit Rookie could have been a better trade for us, but we used what we had, and this is a really good position for Houses Are Big.
Yeah, 2 to 1.
So currently 2 to 1. If we have another ambush unit, we can kind of do the same play, especially because we could move the Pit Rookie with the other one. We don't get the defending alone. We're playing 3 2-drops. And we are going to buff up this Fey Folk here.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah, suck your
Yeah, I mean, it is so nice getting all of those Rengar triggers. Each unit that you play can be a +1 to any of the units that you have. So even though it's irresistible Fey Folk reads a 1, it became a 5.
Yeah, it became a 5 with the Pit Rookie. I know they're going a little bit fast. I think these interactions have happened a lot in the games we haven't been able to see. But since we moved over the Pit Rookie, that also means they're not defending alone. So it's 4, and we're just putting out the Rengar. Yeah, it's really just showing off all of these good body cards.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like both of these players really are enjoying playing their Rengars, both of them are getting a lot of use from it. And I love seeing these two players because they're really just having fun with this match. I mean, Houses Are Big. I echoed what he said but he roared as he played his Rengar.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I feel like you kind of have to, right? Just toss it onto the Star Spring, say, hey, I need to take this point. We've got the Zhonya's Hourglass that we're just, instead of hiding, playing out for the 2. Currently 3 points for 2 for Houses Are Big here.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Zonies down also is just going to keep this Rengar safe. Even if it is able to be killed by Sam D. Sherman, it will return back to base.
Yeah, and there could be some trickiness where we move like a Pit Rookie to 1, then we move the Fey Folk to move the Rengar and then get the other point, but that will cost us to lose a lot of units on board, so likely trying to find a better way to do so.
Yeah, and we do also have a lot of runes up. Each of the units that we play also are kind of +1s, and Inferno will get Assault potentially if we decide to use her. So just some hidden might in there with that Assault text.
Yeah, currently the Rengar is at 6 might at the Southern Star Spring. We will get an additional +2 if we are defending alone, so 8 is a little bit much currently. If we had access to something like a Punch First, again, we've seen that the Rengar ability is not a once per turn either, so if you have a bunch more units to keep stacking up the value, we can get that value there. But again, the Zhonya's Hourglass saving the Rengar is very scary there.
For sure. I mean, as long as that Rengar is by itself, I mean, and there's no other units on the board, that Zhonya's Hourglass is kind of reading as another Rengar once it dies.
All right, so only 1 card in hand left for Houses Are Big. We are going to use the Sabotage to get rid of the Defy, and we know that there's a first mate left in hand, which is a little terrifying. We'll have some good interactions with this Rengar next turn. We could just try to get a 3rd point and try to just hang out in the back, but something with Rengar in particular, you have to be really careful when you play your units because sometimes you need that might at later turns too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that is a great point. Like, trying to figure out when you're going to play it is really important. But, I mean, I feel like these cards, at least on the Rengar side, are so flexible since so many of them do have ambush. Even if you don't play them early, you can play them both almost kind of, I don't say, as like a half discipline because of the Rengar.
Yeah. So it looks like, thinking about playing the Pit Rookie, it looks like to the Star Spring.
I've got 3 points.
Going to 3.
Yeah, they're even in points again here. Still trying to figure out what to do about the Rengar on Houses Are Big side.
Yeah, but unfortunately our card draws a little bit low here. And we've got 3 cards in hand. We're just passing with 7 whole runes, so really intimidating. There could be potentially another ambush card coming down. And we'll see what Sandy Sherman
Am I good to pick this up?
tries to do.
Does he have? I mean, Yi is now at, let's see, 8 runes up here while we're trying to make this decision.
Yeah, we've got 8 runes, 4 points. We do know we've got 2 cards in hand. One of them was the first mate that we saw from the Sabotage. And we're just straight passing here. Wow.
It's pretty interesting when you did nothing last turn.
Both players like, man, we've got so low resources. I don't want to overextend, and really afraid of what these ambushes, what these runes can really signify. But if you're ahead on E, you don't really need to do anything here. You will kind of slowly hold to 8, and you're going to be doing so a little bit faster than Sam D. Sherman's going to do.
Yeah, definitely where we're standing right now, Sam D. Sherman is the one that's going to have to, attack in and push that Rengar off the battlefield. Currently, since, Houses Are Big lead, happy to sit there, right?
Yeah, now, we could do something like move the Pit Rookie back, and then we could use the Irresistible Fey Folk to move it open. We do have the Nidalee here.
Learned his lesson.
And we're going to pass it back.
Let's see. Yeah, we're just slowly building with the base. I feel like you may think this Rengar list, you'd be playing it, a lot of these units directly to the battlefield, but it looks like you can also just build your base like a normal Riftbound game.
Yeah, and Nidalee specifically, when I win a combat, I get to draw 1. And, you know, I think they were hoping that there was something to react with last turn to be able to play the Nidalee on their opponent's turn. But without that being the case, they kind of just passed all their runes, right?
Yeah, it's interesting to see. We saw it as well between Dwali and Alan ZQ, just how cautious these soft players are of each other. They are, you know, they're both so seasoned. They have to be very respectful of the number of runes that are up, the number of cards that they have. Every resource means so much.
No question about it.
Yeah, and you know, they're just saying, man, it's just this irresistible Fey Folk is just offering so much control potential here. We're at 5 points here, and a lot of runes for both players here.
Legit held hostage by that card right there.
It'd be nice to get to 6 this turn.
Now, something we could do is that we could push everything to the northern battlefield, and Rengar would be the attacker, right, since the irresistible move. So
I don't have anything in my hand. But
that could be potential there. Obviously, with the Zhonyas, you can just get it back, so you're not as worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, it would not be as bad. We still would want to find a way to try to get into that bottom battlefield afterwards instead of that Rengar just moving up. But yeah, trying, at least popping the Zhonyas would be a start in trying to get houses to be behind the points instead of kind of ahead.
And just looking in there, I think I can see the hand as well. Potentially like a Nidalee. We'll see the rest as we get it there.
Yeah, I think Nidalee challenge potentially.
Yeah, but just thinking about here, yeah, we just kind of, it's a stare down. I mean, this has been so much passing back and forth. Houses Are Big has 3 cards, so 2 unknowns after the first mate that was revealed after Sabotage. And Sam is just thinking here, yeah, can we afford to use runes? Do we need to be, you know, respectful of when our ambush triggers are going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, we really want to get in there. I do think that's what Sam is thinking about. Is this the turn to do it? Obviously, we don't lose just yet if we wait, because max that houses could get to, if somehow they can get in that northern battlefield, is only to 7 this following turn. So maybe I have time to wait, but we're getting close.
Yeah, and I think the decision here is that we could, you know, again, when it matters when we play these units, when we get the +1s, that is important.
And this Pike is, I think, such a strong and interesting card in the deck. It can also be played as hidden. Obviously, it is not right now, but Pike can be a 5 at times. Right now, it is 4. They did play that extra rune to be able to get +2, and instead of putting that +1 onto the Pike, they are going to be putting it onto Nidalee instead. But
yeah, and now we're moving over here. We're a big 9 to the 8 here, so we do have +4, +3, +2. And again, these 1 might differences can offer such a difference here.
yeah, but I mean, I do think this is something that Yi has the potential to deal with. We know that Primal Strength is a card that this Yi player does run, especially in their main deck. That's a +7, and we're only 1 above right now. Obviously, we do have 7 runes as well on Sam D. Sherman's side, but we have, you know, both these players can make these units a lot bigger.
Yeah, and again, with like the body domain, there are so many of these ways to increase the might of our units.
Yeah, right.
And again, so with the Pike, we did have ganking and the +2. And again, I do like being able to use the Star Spring to offer some movement.
Yeah, I think that is so nice. The Star Spring almost also gives that pseudo ganking. I believe it's Pit Rookie that was up there, that because it was ready, pushing it back by playing Pike to that top battlefield, it is still ready when it's in base, and then they can all move up together. I mean, obviously we do have to think here. We saw earlier, Houses Are Big was low on cards, so every single card that he plays is going to be so important.
Yeah, and
don't have it?
we're in this weird spot again. They're talking about the Irresistible Faithful kind of holding them hostage, right? The fact
No,
that,
this is just
you know, if you play out a unit, Faithful would move it, and then you pop the Zonyas, so it doesn't work on the Rengar anymore. So it's been really, really tough to play around it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And there's going to be that primal strength. Sam was not happy to see it come down. It is going to be a +7, making us a 15.
Big boy.
So you're what, 15 total?
I'm 15 total.
Yeah,
That's right.
15 to 19 right now. Does Sam have any response?
Well, there's been the visible response to that card being played, right? But we'll see if there's one in the game, because that was probably a little bit more might than we were hoping to see on that on that opposing Rengar.
Yeah, I will say I do think Hazard Big is only playing one up if I remember correctly. So you know, maybe you take that bet. He has a very small hand. Hopefully it will not be that primal strength. It'll be something like Discipline or On Guard instead, and maybe has something to overcome that. But +7 is a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's almost a comical amount for this game in these situations. And yeah, how are you going to get over this 6 might deficit?
I mean, it seems like Sam D. Sherman is asking that same question right now. Hopefully they have something here, though, because they've committed 3 units to this.
Yep, and this is just very tough here. It's not going to be easy.
2 left.
2 cards left in hand. We know one of them is a first mate. The other is an unknown to Sam D. Sherman here. We've got 7 whole runes to play with.
Oh, yes.
All right.
And it says, all right, you got me.
That is going to hurt.
He's too big of a boy.
I actually find this really... for a second, I thought the 1/6 was because it's 16 might, but it's 15 might. Never mind.
All right, well, we're going to get 2 more runes here.
Yeah, there's no other response. Rengar survives, doesn't even have to pop that Zonias, and we have so many runes on Houses Are Big side, though only 3 cards.
Yep, and again, we are so disincentivized to playing out a unit because it can just get removed very easily.
Yeah, and honestly, we kind of don't want to. If it's anything smaller than that Rengar, then Sam D. Sherman could actually purposely kill that unit to pop Zonias.
Yeah. And also potentially get a draw from Nidalee if it survives the combat too.
That too. And I mean, Sam D. Sherman does have a larger hand size, I believe, than Houses, but you don't want to give him more cards.
Yeah, we could do potentially play a unit at the Star Spring, move back the Rengar, go to the other one, have a double hold at 7, and if both held, we end up winning. Yeah, very tense here. Again, we are so close on these point totals too that if we overextend, it could just be an easy double conquer on Sam D. Sherman's side. But it looks like we are going to play our Lonely Poro here. Going to use the Star Spring to move back the Rengar. Going to move into the other Star Spring. Going to take it 6 points to 7 now. And with 1 hold, Houses Are Big can find themselves in the finals.
Yeah, this is going to, I mean, be really difficult for Sam D. Sherman. He needs to clear out both of these battlefields potentially next turn because, I mean, if this showdown completes and that Rengar is able to take that second battlefield.
Yeah,
I have
so
2 cards in my hand.
Confirming there, 2 cards in hand again. Sam D. Sherman should know one of them is a first mate.
Does he have an answer? Because 7 points is a very hard spot to be in for Sam.
Yeah, it is going to be very tough here. Yeah, I mean, we could react with an ambush unit into our base as well if we're afraid of a charm. Yeah.
I'll go to 7.
Going to 7.
Okay, and up to 7 we are. We didn't have any reaction, and now we have to clear out both of these sides.
3 in hand, you said?
Yeah, 3 in hand for Sandy Sherman, 2 in hand for Houses Are Big.
Yeah, and still we have, I think it's 9 runes up here, which is going to, I mean, a lot to work with. Our hand size is very small, but I mean, we want to make sure that we can win here. But also, we do know that even if Sam can clear both these sides, we have another turn to potentially come in, and it does look like first mate is going to get played into that bottom Star Spring.
All right, so offering some more defense. 1 card in hand for Houses Are Big. I don't believe I know what it is. I don't believe Sandy Sherman does either. We've got a whole lot of runes, and we're going to have to try to conquer both of these battlefields.
Oh. We're in that top 4 game 3 here, and this could very well be the last turn that decides our final player in the finals.
Yeah, and I think we just drew a Darius, something that could be incremental for helping us get this double conquer here.
Yeah, I mean, Darius is so nice. If there's, when you play your second card that turn, you can ready Darius and give it a +2, so it can make it, I mean, both very large, but also, you know, able to move in this turn.
Yep, looks like we are going to play the Darius for 5 here.
We would need a second card, though, to ready it.
Yeah, but I think we've got a challenge as well. If we play the challenge, we could use it on the Rengar, get the +2 to the might, and that could be enough to not only get rid of the Rengar at the top, but then pressure the bottom and clear the first mate and Lonely Poro.
That would be so nice, and by doing the challenge as well, we would not get that +2 from the Master Yi, which will be really important here.
Now, we do have to play around the Zhonya's Hourglass. We're really incentivized to get rid of one of these smaller units first.
Yeah, and it looks like that's something we are looking at here. Right now, though, we are 1 might to 5, but it's bringing Rengar down into that bottom battlefield.
Pump Darius with this, send this back, and ready Darius.
All right, so we are going to ambush with the Inferna here. So we are attacking, so it's currently 3.
This is a 3 at this time, is that right?
Yeah, 3 to, I believe it's 11 on this this battlefield here.
Yeah, currently, I mean, currently that is potentially killing the first mate or the Lonely Poro. Lonely Poro won't get the death knell because it's not by itself. And whoever dies will pop that Zhonya's instead of the Rengar.
Now, and that is a little bit unfortunate here. Only 1 card in hand for Houses Are Big.
I think this is going to happen.
Yeah, it is definitely unfortunate for it not to be the Rengar, but at least we will potentially have a unit even if they are able to clear out this battlefield.
Yeah, and then on the other side, with the Rengar and Lonely Poro, that will be a total of 8 might, and that 9
so that's exhausted.
might for the Darius could clear the bottom battlefield.
Then potentially finding his foothold here. I mean, Houses Are Big is just trying to figure out what is the best way to deal with this. We have 1 card. Is it something that can help us here is a huge question.
Yeah, and you know, there could be so many different solutions here. And yeah, it's gonna go down.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I assume that's...
Pop the Zhonya's Hourglass. Yeah, first mate stays around. Not necessarily the one we'd want, but it's the one we get.
He's still 3 might.
He's still around. He's not terrible, but we definitely would love a little bit more protection on our Rengar here. So currently on the southern battlefield, we do have a Rengar and Lonely Poro with the combined might total of 8 since we aren't alone for either of them. We have our Darius that is active with 9 might, so that can pressure the bottom battlefield very successfully, and we'll see what Sandy Sherman decides to do.
Yeah, I mean, right now that is enough. We won't get that Master Yi because there are 2 units at the bottom battlefield. That does mean, right, that Darius is just a little bit bigger, but potentially we still have might increasing card,
play a few.
A might increasing card in hand.
Yeah, so we do have to be aware of those interactions for sure. But we are going to move Darius all the way to the Star Spring, and we'll have to see what the last card in hand for Houses Are Big, if it can interact with this 8 might to 9.
Right? You haven't scored this turn? That's right.
8 to 9 right now. Something like a Discipline would just slightly put us over that Darius, and like an On Guard would as well. I mean, this would be super nice. It would let us draw too. But I believe Sam D. Sherman does get the first options here.
Yep. 2 cards in hand.
6
we do have the punch
Oh.
first. Holding this to the very end here.
That's right.
So
Ouch.
that's 11.
That
That's
is
2.
a lot of
And
might.
Do your worst.
You have 13. I have 9.
13 to 9.
Play this.
Oh, we're going to play out the Nidalee here, so that's going to offer us not only 4 more might, but an additional 5th one. That is going to be enough.
Gotta figure out which to kill. You got 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
And yeah, do we want to get rid of the Nidalee or the Darius? If we get rid of the Darius, we do get a draw from the Nidalee, right? But obviously Darius is kind of the scarier card too, so no great answer immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Darius can also just like ready itself every second card of a turn. It can ready itself, so you could see it move around a lot. That is a really scary unit. But do you want to give him cards? Such a great question to active. I mean, not a question I would be wanting to go through at this moment.
Yeah, so going to get rid of the Darius. Nidalee will activate a draw 1 here for Sam D. Sherman. 6 points to 7. We can still conquer the northern battlefield.
Tough game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that, I mean, Sam D. Sherman is going to want to try to take that upper battlefield just so that, those who don't know, you cannot win the game simply off of conquering 1 battlefield to 8 points, but you do get a draw off of it. You have to have control of both battlefields to get that 8th point or hold into it.
Here.
Yeah, so we'll see what the card draw off Houses Are Big. Just like the house, it's got to be a big one. And we'll see if we can interact with these Nidalees.
Yeah, what will this 1 card be?
I guess that could. This is the last turn essentially.
Oh.
So we're both at 7.
7 to 7.
Yeah, okay. We've got the Charm. Okay, so this will offer us a draw 1 because we're at 7.
Yep, we get the draw.
It's gonna be Rengar.
No.
What is it?
It still might be.
All right. We've got the Scuttle Crab.
Okay.
Houses Are Big.
That's a draw.
That is a draw.
Figure out if I need to spring this.
All right, moving back the first mate. Next card.
Oh.
Looking unlikely now.
I want to see what's in your hand.
Yeah, going to see the card in hand. We see a challenge. We do get to rip it off with the Sabotage here. And that's going to be it. Sam D. Sherman going to make it to the finals once again. And it's going to be a battle of the Rengar versus Diana.
Oh my gosh, what a fantastic game though in between that Yi player and Rengar.
I played around Rengar.
And it was Sam D. Sherman that did win that game. Houses Are Big will be finishing with a fantastic top 4 finish, especially for the Secret Sauce. They had a fantastic run today. But Sam D. Sherman will be our winner with Rengar.
Yeah, did you expect a Rengar going into finals today?
Yeah, I mean, seeing it in top 64, seeing it in top 8, seeing it in the finals, it's made it all the way here, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
It's going to be absolutely awesome to see how it can really interact with Diana. I mean, such a, unit-heavy deck versus a spell-heavy deck. Who will come out on top?
Yeah, and we'll have to see if, Alan ZQ, if this was a matchup they were expecting, and it's going to be a fantastic one.
If it was one they were expecting, I mean, I think Alan ZQ prepared better than anyone.
Yeah, so that is going to be what our finals for our event here in Vancouver is going to be. Alan ZQ on Diana versus Sam D. Sherman on the Rengar. And also, we will confirm have our first 2-time regional qualifier champion.
Yeah, I think that is something I am so excited to get to see coming up. Sam D. Sherman, the winner of the RQ Las Vegas, was with a Draven list. And then obviously that RQ Bologna winner, which is Alan ZQ, who won with Ezreal. Like, this is kind of a match between two huge bosses, right, of our game so far.
Yeah, and we're going to look at the standings one more time. We're going to see what the top 8 looked like and how we got here. So we're going to switch to that real soon. But here we go. We've got Sam D. Sherman once again on Rengar and Alan ZQ with the Diana.
And both these players had such a fantastic run through this top 8. Obviously, we had so many great names in it. 3 of our RQ winners, Alan ZQ, Diwali, Sam D. Sherman, running a lot of different decks up here as well. TSS houses are big. Balboa's, Rocklo, Arito, and Swagula 420, yeah, all in our top 8. But now it's going to be Alan ZQ versus Sam D. Sherman.
So really excited about that. And before we do, we're going to get some interviews as we get into there. We've got one with Alan ZQ, and let's see how he's feeling.
I once again have the most absolute pleasure to be joined with Alan ZQ, our first locked-in finalist for the Vancouver Regional Qualifier. Alan, what a spectacular match. I'm sure you could feel it. We all felt it. We all watched it. We could hear you both. And wow, I just want to hear your opinions on that match as a whole. You and Diwali's relationship of playtesting and preparing this deck, because at the end of the day, this is a prolific moment, not just for you moving on to finals, but playing against Diwali in the semis, playing a deck that you have both been helping each other make better players. So can you please speak to that?
Yeah, first and foremost, I took my revenge for Houston.
That is true.
This time I did not miss my triggers. But yeah, in all seriousness, we prepped with Sean together. Sean needed a bit of the preps overall because he felt like he was a bit coming short on the RQs he was coming, and he asked for the help, and absolutely I'm always down to practice with the good people, which also helped me to tune the deck the way it was. The both versions, mine and Sean's, was prepared together, which shown an absolute dominance across RQ. We both were undefeated, and just I did twice before the top cut, and now we just like we had to just meet each other once again, and unfortunately one of us had to go. I was hoping that we get to face each other in the finals, but had to be sooner. And yeah, it was just wonderful BO3, back and forth. At the end, I drew slightly better. It was a bit despair in the game 3 when I didn't draw neither of the 2-drop, and then I knew that he has a singularity in hand based on how the game was going, and like I knew that I will lose if I don't draw my singularity, and the turn where I had to dig with Stupefies, and I finally found it after 4 stack decks and so much card draw that I was relieved that the game is still playable.
And it absolutely was. And, you know, I even think about it, too, because you're right. There was a hope even from me that you two would have gone against each other in the finals, and you were literally waiting for the results of one other match leading into this top 8, and you two could have been potentially first and second seed, and it just didn't fall that way in the cards. But instead, we got to spectate an immaculate match between 2 immaculate players, and I have said it once already today, but I will say it again. Alan, you could be, and quite frankly, might very well be our first ever 2-time regional qualifier champion. Just overall, letting that sink in, that could be you in a couple of minutes, an hour, and this amount of time that could be you. How does it feel to potentially take that sort of title?
I mean, it's bound to happen. Don't know if it's gonna be today or the other one, but I'm here to just make the best possible lines. And if that's enough to win out, then I'm all for it.
I know the fans are cheering you on, Alan. I know everyone at home is going to be excited to watch who your opponent will be in this grand finals here at the Vancouver Regional Qualifier. Alan, I wish you the best of luck once again, and we'll see you sitting at that table. But for now, send it away.
All right, that is one of our finalists, and now we also have another interview from the other side. We got Sam D. Sherman just narrowly winning that game against Master Yi with Houses Are Big, and let's see their thoughts going into this finals.
Here, now with our second attempt at a 2-time regional qualifier champion with Sam D. Sherman after that incredible performance we just saw. I've got to ask you, as I've already asked Alan today, you are now going to be sitting in that finals chair against him. No matter what, we will have a repeat champion, and it could be you, Sam. How does that feel?
It's very exciting. It would be pretty crazy if it's me. It seems like, Alan's been in the top 8 a bazillion times already, so it wouldn't be surprising at all if it's him. But yeah, I'd love to be me.
That's very humble of you to say, but I mean, the fact that you both have brought us to such high levels of Riftbound, not once, but twice now, and we're going to see that second time. And I think regardless of who the winner is, a story is being cemented today for both of you, because it is so hard to play at this high level and then to do it again and take home a crown, let alone sit in that chair again. So, I mean, we've talked about this already, right? Having come from other card games and trying, and that skill transfers here to Riftbound, to such a difficult card game, and you're pulling it off. You're doing it live. And I'm so proud that it's on our legend like Rengar. I don't think anyone thought that was going to happen, and you're playing it so strategically well. I've got to just ask, I mean, did you really think your Rengar deck could sit here in this finals chair?
It was not the plan. I actually ran into Alan earlier today, and he said, "Who are these people that you're playing that you're beating them with Rengar?" He said he actually practiced against almost my exact deck list a bunch, and he thought it was not a very good deck. So hopefully I can make him eat his words, but I think he might be right, to be honest.
I appreciate the honesty, Sam, but I'm a big fan. I know the people out there want to see Rengar take it home. The thrill of the hunt, I hope you can feel it and send us the thrill at home. Sam, I wish you the best of luck in the finals. It's going to be one for the ages, because 2 immaculate players will be sitting in those chairs. We're going to send it back so you can have some time to prepare.
All right, and thank you very much for that interview. Love to hear Sam's thoughts going on into it. Maybe not necessarily optimistic, but definitely, optimistic that they are in that finals.
I thought that was absolutely hilarious, for the record.
Yes.
I mean, and Sam obviously took it very well, and it's so cool to see these players interact. They are friendly with each other, and it's going to be a fantastic finals.
Yes, and as we get to this finals, this is going to be our final cast, so I really appreciate the opportunity to work with you, Ursa Day, and everyone else for this production. It was a fantastic weekend, and one I'm going to remember always.
Yeah, I think for sure. I had so much fun casting with you. I think the games were so much fun, and obviously production, everyone, Riot, they did so great today, this weekend.
Yes, so we're going to take one final break before the finals, but you guys don't want to go anywhere. We're going to send it to Alex and Silverfuse once they get there, and looking forward to it, so we'll be right back.
Silver, can you believe that the finals are finally here? We have Alan versus Sam D. Sherman, Rengar versus Diana. And listen, what's amazing about this is we are going to potentially have, well, we're going to have the first ever Riftbound 2-time regional champion.
And that's what I love about this game is we can have over 1,000 players competing and still see those same names and faces because of their dominance, how much effort they have put in practicing these decks, becoming the best they can possibly be, and be able to perform time and time again.
We've said it so many times over this weekend that the skill expression of Riftbound is absolutely through the roof, and we're seeing it here. You're seeing a very consistent pattern of some of these absolute best players putting on incredible performances, and we are going to be seeing an absolutely remarkable finals.
Yeah, on top of that, these players are also playing decks that they didn't win with previously. So that's really cool to see the way that our meta has evolved.
Now let's take a look at the bracket. This has been a very interesting ride to the finals here. Of course, we had the Master Yi losing out to Sam D. Sherman in the semifinals. What were your thoughts on the Master Yi deck?
I mean, overall, it is a strong mid-range strategy. However, Sam piloted that deck to perfection once again. The Rengar just being able to get just enough might all the time to get over the Master Yi holds.
Now, Aurelia was an absolute favorite to be one of the potentially championship decks, but ultimately it has not gone into the finals. What were you thinking about, perhaps, what kind of caused Aurelia to stumble a little bit moving into this top 8?
Well, funny enough is some of the gear hate that hits the Aurora decks also hits the Aurelia. Being able to take away those Guardian Angels is really big overall. And so if you didn't have a way to really protect your Aurelia, there are ways to, essentially for Aurelia, just to fall over and lose because of that.
And you do bring up Aurora. We only had one Aurora in the top 8. That was Swag YOLO 420, yeah. And they ultimately weren't able to get to the finals. Now, Aurora tends to be a contentious topic in the world of Riftbound. What are your thoughts on the results that we've seen here?
It doesn't really surprise me. I mean, Swag YOLO 420, yeah, is one of the best pilots of Aurora, as we've seen them get best of silver multiple times. So the fact that they are in the top 8 isn't surprising, but seeing other decks being able to overcome it is what we expected here, I would say.
Now what we've got next is what everyone has been waiting for. We're getting prepared to start the finals, and we're going to start by discussing the deck lists of both Sam D. Sherman and Alan. First, we're going to start with Alan ZQ's Diana deck. Now this is one that we have become increasingly more familiar with throughout the weekend here. Is there anything that you want to point out?
Well, first off, this matchup, something about it is there is no gear for Sam D. Sherman. So these acceptable losses are actually just going to be dead cards in the first game until they can be sideboarded out because there is no gear in the deck for the Rengar. A really smart move by Sam because expecting all the gear hate in the main, you're getting matches like this where potentially your opponent draws 2 dead cards.
Now, I do need your opinion on Vex Apathetic. There is a 2 of in the main deck for Alan ZQ. Vex Apathetic is, of course, going to be extremely problematic for the likes of Sam D. Sherman. It's going to shut down those ambush mechanics and a lot of the accelerate that is kind of the basis of the Fury strategy. What are some of the ways that Sam can kind of work around this Vex Apathetic?
A lot of it's going to come down to developing a wide base and then being able to go in afterwards, and that's going to be the biggest thing overall. If Alan is able to get a Vex Apathetic stuck on the board, it could be a quick game. We'll have to see what happens though. And
similar to acceptable losses, it's also worth noting you do have a turn to dust in the main deck as well. Let's take a look at Sam D. Sherman's deck, the Rengar, which has taken everyone by surprise. We had spoke at great lengths about how whether or not Fury was going to have a presence in the top of brackets here, and it has made its way all the way to the finals in Rengar no less.
So the biggest thing that we've seen is Irresistible Feyfolk perform over and over again, and this is just such a smart inclusion by Sam D. Sherman saying, you know what, I can be an aggressive deck, but I can also be a bit proactive and take control of the game by buffing up my Irresistible Feyfolks or other units, and then being able to pull my opponent's enemy units over and saying, okay, we're going to get a favorable trade, and then I'm going to push my advantage after that.
I love this shoutout a lot because I feel like Irresistible Fey Folk was a card that was hyped up quite a bit leading into the pre-release, and then once the release came out, with Fury not having the best results, the Irresistible Fey Folk, and well, obviously it's a body card, but it was being played in these aggressive style decks, it wasn't getting the love it deserves, and finally Sam D. Sherman is showcasing to the world just how good this card is, and Sam D. Sherman seems to be a master of these mid-range decks. We talked about it in the past when it was the victory in Las Vegas. He brought the Draven mid-range deck, where it was the Draven Miracle decks that a lot of people were expecting to do well.
Yeah, we don't always know what is up Sam D. Sherman's sleeve, but I also want to note that Thrill the Hunt, seeing that being used as what I would say its intention potentially of being able to conquer battlefields early and then blink it over to another battlefield instead of just saying I'm going to get the ability from a unit, we were actually using it to get extra points as well. It's a very efficient tool for this deck.
The moment you've all been waiting for is finally here. It's time that we go to the table and crown our champion in Vancouver. Alan ZQ, Sam D. Sherman, ready to face off for the championship here in Vancouver.
I'm so excited for this matchup. We've been waiting all weekend for it. These players are both amazing players, so I can't wait to see the way that they pilot these decks, the key decisions that they make. There's so much that can go right, so much that can go wrong, and we're about to get into the action.
One thing worth noting here that, you at home listening, first of all, welcome. You might be nice and comfortable on a couch. These players have been playing literally for days. You had the Friday events where they were practicing and getting prepared. You had the Saturday events, and then finally we have game one of the finals.
So, of course, from Alan, we have the Ravenbloom Conservatory. This is a really important battlefield in this matchup because Sam D. Sherman does not have that many spells in the list. We do have the Thrill the Hunt that we talked about earlier, but overall, Alan could potentially generate so much value from these Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Yeah, it's one of those battlefields that realistically Sam D. Sherman doesn't really care all that much about. Alan ZQ is going to be able to generate a ton of value from it. Similarly, though, you do have the Emperor's Dais, and that there is going to be one that Sam D. Sherman does want to take advantage of. Might be some limited use for Alan. Getting that two might Sand Soldier is of value, but Sam D. Sherman is, of course, going to be able to put that to greater effectiveness.
So we do see the Fizz mold back here because it isn't going to be grabbing anything out of the trash. We have the Ravenbloom Student for Alan ZQ, so we'll be able to have a 2-drop. It is to note that Alan is the higher seed here at that 3rd seed, so he will be playing first.
Both these decks are relatively aggressive. In the prior games, Sam was absolutely trying to score points early. Let's see how we start off here. One of the amazing things about Diana as well, whether you go first or second, Diana does have amazing plays on either end, especially with that chosen champion, which really does start the game off well going second. So Alan definitely is in a strong position here to go first, establish a board, and take advantage of the early tempo.
And I want to note that we already do have that Vex Apathetic in hand, a card that we said would be a key card in this matchup, being able to delay Sam D. Sherman. On top of that, we also have Gust, a very high-tempo card that we see frequently in these Chaos decks. It's something that Alan didn't actually run in Sydney at all. It was on his sideboard, and now we have 3 of them in the main board and could potentially be really good against Sam here.
We also see the hard bargain here. Now, not many spells into the deck for Sam, but could become particularly useful in the case of Thrill the Hunt. Alan considering their play here. Ravenbloom Student into the Conservatory is likely what you're going to consider. Take a look at the top of the deck. Perhaps a spell will be present.
Yes, looking to go into that Ravenbloom Conservatory because he does want to get the defend trigger because drawing spells and getting more here is so important. On top of that, we do get the Vex Apathetic set up, so this will slow down Sam D. Sherman quite a bit. Sam's going to have to develop a board that's going to be able to take this Vex Apathetic down, but that's a hard thing to do, especially with the Ravenbloom Conservatory giving Alan more cards potentially, and also Ravenbloom Student being able to be buffed up in the future as well.
Vex on turn 2 is extremely difficult for not just the Rengar of Sam D. Sherman, but of course for Fury as a whole. It completely shuts down these aggressive play patterns that Fury's known for. And it's going to make it very difficult to get past that, that battlefield there.
Yeah, as Sam, you almost have to consider, do I have to punch first here? And that might be an option. We are going to see the buff from Pit Rookie.
Buff, please.
I would not be, of course, we can go in for 4 here and maybe take care of this Vex. Alan is tapped out, so we are going to likely see a contest here on this Vex. Punch first can be saved or maybe played for a potential solid trade.
Well, you have the buff. You also have the Pride Stalker +1 might as well. You do have the Assault +2. So there's actually quite a bit more happening here. Defend Trigger reveals a Hui.
And not what Alan wants to see here at all. The Vex will be gone. Still holding on to the battlefield here.
And it's going to go through. That is exactly what Sam D. Sherman had to do. You have to remove that Vex. It costs you an Inferna. Pit Rookie is on the field of play here. It did its job. It provided the buff, and now it's going to be able to perhaps score a point.
Yeah, Inferno swinging in there for a full 9 might. Thanks
Diana
to that
comes
buff.
Go.
Hold.
Yeah.
So really good setting this up for the future. Diana, the Traveling Merchant, is able to filter through the hand a lot more. Of course, Sam D. Sherman getting on the board nice and early. Not really what Alan wants to see here.
Sam's in a position here where he's going to be able to start to develop a board. That Vex Apathetic being out of play is absolutely huge. It was a 2-of in the main board, though, so perhaps Alan will be able to bring it back out, but it will have to sit in a battlefield, of course, to have its effect, which does make it vulnerable to some counterplay. 2 points scored by Sam D. Sherman.
You might have wondered why Alan did decide to play that Vex so early, and a big question is there aren't a lot of things that buff up. The Punch First is one of the few options here that actually gave Sam D. Sherman enough might, and that's one of the gambles that Alan said, you know, this is worth taking. I can still win even if the Punch First does happen. So we'll have to see what he does to get back into this game.
There's the Irresistible Fate Folk. We talked at length about the effectiveness of this card throughout the tournament. Sam D. Sherman is going to bring out another Pit Rookie, provide a buff to the Irresistible Fate Folk. Or perhaps to the Sand Soldier.
I like that even better here. Trying to hold this a bit more.
The buff trigger. Gust here.
Oh, no, that was already +4.
No, to the buff trigger. Oh, with the... Okay, that's fine.
Okay, a little bit of confusion there with the timing.
Your turn.
Yeah, so what happened here was the Pride Stalker was giving buffs to the Sand Soldier, and what Alan was trying to do was respond to the buff trigger there, which would allow the Gust to happen, but because the Pride Stalker was putting on that additional might throughout it, it was still there at the time because the turn had not ended.
Alan considering their play here.
Trigger.
We're going to go to the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Technically a non-combat showdown does begin. And that's a stacked deck added to hand.
Good piece for Alan here overall. We'll be able to find more utility as this game goes on. Sam has had a very aggressive line, but it hasn't been anything that isn't unstoppable.
Move trigger.
Traveling Merchant comes into contest. Discards the Hard Bargain.
Gust.
And Gust will be applied to the Sand Soldier. Because it's a token, it completely dissipates, does not go to hand.
2 and then 3, yeah.
Alan will get the point.
And that high tempo play mattering a lot here once again.
Sand Soldiers.
They're over here.
Going to pay 1, produce a Sand Soldier, and bring that Traveling Merchant back into hand. And back to the field of play.
So this tells me that Alan probably is wanting to dig through his deck a bit more. Obviously not finding the pieces that he quite wants. We did see that way get flipped earlier and not being able to be played. we will have to see what else Alan can do here, as this is pretty low tempo overall. Is representing a Moonfall potentially, as that could be a big blowout card in some of these matches, but of course, Sam is definitely aware of that potential as well.
We're seeing a Sabotage be played here. Waiting for the resolution. Alan does reveal the hand. We have a stacked deck. We have, well, 2 stacked decks actually. We have a Gust, a Ride the Wind, and
a smoke screen.
Smoke screen.
So that smoke screen is a 1-of in the list and could have been a little bit of a surprise factor card that's now no longer available. I like how Alan hasn't been using these stacked decks yet, and because of this, we have less information from this Sabotage that Sam would have gained so much knowledge if both these stacked decks would have been played by Alan. Alan was going for a bit of a bluff here with these 4 runes up, and that has now been countered essentially. So I really like the Sabotage from Sam because we get so much information from it.
At the same time, the stacked decks are fair targets here. Perhaps not the ideal. If you're trying to be aggressive, are you going to target the Gust, the Ride the Wind? Like, what are your thoughts on this?
It's tough to say. Ride the Wind is such a key piece of the deck overall because of the movement ability. And on top of that, the Gust is pretty high tempo. So I would look at potentially doing that. Stacked deck can find lots of pieces. Although, I guess the smoke screen has to be thought about as well. This is really a tough decision for Sam. I understand why he is taking the time that he is. You have to really think about what's in your hand and what your game plan is and what Alan wants to do to try to stop that game plan. And smoke screen is probably a potential on top of the Gust. But like I said, Ride the Wind is more proactive for Alan's game plan. So you have to decide, are you worried about Alan disrupting your game plan, or are you worried about Alan doing his own game plan instead?
Sam taking his time to think this through here. Has developed a decent board.
It is such a tough decision here. Really have to find the line here potentially.
And each decision, it has a cascading effect. You're in the finals of the Vancouver Regional Tournament. You want to make every correct choice possible, so taking the time to ensure that you're considering all the options is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, it looks like we do see a Nidalee in hand for Sam D. Sherman here, so that's one of the pieces that we have to consider.
And a Thrill of the Hunt.
Yes. Thrill of the Hunt being a large piece here. It's something that... All right, Ride the Wind, okay. I think this is a great choice because it does give Alan a lot of value potentially. We know that he doesn't love his hand at the time, but it could become a love the hand if these stacked decks hit what he's looking for. So it stops something like if he hits stacked deck and plays away from it.
Start a showdown, then bring Diana over here.
Okay, the Irresistible Fate Folk is going to bring Diana. It sounds like what the call was made there. Inferno is going to get the Assault +2. Diana comes in. Showdown begins.
5 to 5. Pass.
Focus has been passed. It'll be a trade.
And Alan opts not to play anything there.
Now the Pit Rookie would be a great option here for the Emperor's Dais.
Trying to get a look into that hand there. Is that another Gust potentially? It's hard to see. Pretty quick decision there.
You're good, man.
Just out of habit, Alan going ahead and shuffling those last cards, even though typically it is a Gust, yes. Trying to stop that point from being a conquer there.
And Grim Apothecary does come down on the chain.
Yeah. Gust goes back.
Brings it back.
Okay, conquer.
Gust is no longer having a valid target. Stack deck is played. Alan being very careful not to show us what cards he's looking at.
Yeah, those are the most close to 90-degree cards I have seen yet. Another fairly quick choice here from Alan.
And it's, would you believe it, a third stacked deck.
Or
Sam even smiling a little bit there.
It's such a quick choice from Alan here, too. Very proficient on this deck, has played it a lot. Unsure how much he's played against Rengar, though.
I will play the Pit Rookie.
I don't think too many people have too much experience playing Rengar, but we do have a buff being applied to the Sand Soldier, the Emperor's Deus, doing a fantastic job. The Pit Rookie, a great option to bring back the hand. I mean, in this case, it was the Grim Apothecary to bring it back to save it from the Gust. But regardless, an excellent play overall by Sam D. Sherman.
So we do have the Star-Cross in hand. It looked like we might have had a Stupefy in there as well. The question is, what units do we have available? Are we going to look at using this Merchant to go ahead and discard and draw new cards if we don't like our hand overall?
Yep. Still have that smoke screen in there. Alan has focus. He's going to discard the Ravenbloom Student, draw a card.
And gets Ride the Wind there, which is something that Sam D. Sherman discarded earlier. So that's a really nice hit for Alan ZQ here.
The aforementioned smokescreen utilized. It's going to be enough for the Traveling Merchant to take the Emperor's Deus. Alan's going to bounce it back, generate the Sand Soldier token, and perhaps consider replaying the Traveling Merchant. Continue searching through the deck. Might be looking for a Hui. Now, we did see Hui to get recycled earlier on. So it's probably searching for that next one. Traveling Merchant does come down once again.
It's been really interesting because a lot of people wouldn't be able to find value in this Emperor's Deus because that's likely why Sam leads off with it as a neutral battlefield. It works really well for him, but not usually for his opponents. But Alan has said, you know what, this is actually kind of good for me too. I can play a Traveling Merchant over and over again. I can go through my deck and find the cards that I need. It's been a good resource for him as well, and I like how he's taken advantage of it.
It's also a consistent two-might body that has to be contended with at the very least. Because we have seen throughout the course of this tournament, some Dianas run out of steam. And so it does maintain a little bit of a presence on the board while maintaining a bit of a hand.
Yeah, it's a card that a lot of Dianas have kind of moved away from. It looks like we will have a Ride the Wind Merchant. We'll be able to filter through our deck just a little bit more. And potentially we'll have another combat trick here to contest this Pit Rookie.
Just getting clarification here. If it is in fact the Traveling Merchant that was selected, Sam is considering a response. We'll have to see here.
Yeah, something interesting he could consider is a Thrill of the Hunt or a Nidalee. There are some options here, but he likely waits here until the Ride the Wind has resolved.
Yep. It is the Traveling Merchant. You'll get the discard draw trigger.
And it is ready still. It is a move effect to start.
Defender, trigger.
Yep. Nice.
Acceptable losses.
Your action.
An acceptable loss is one of those cards that we talked about not being useful in this matchup. It is just a dead card.
Buff this.
We'll have to see if there's a response plan. It's Stupefy, so Alan's going to reduce the might of the Pit Rookie and get another card. Sam D. Sherman considering a response. His focus is passed.
Yes, and because this Rengar was played at reaction speed, we actually did get that Pride Stalker buff onto the Pit Rookie, so it is a 2-2 here on the might.
Both players carefully considering their next moves. So much is on the line here.
Yep, it is currently Sam's action. There are cards in the deck that could be played here. I know he does have access to the Nidalee, potentially, is something that he has to be considering here.
How many cards?
Nidalee does curve out perfectly with the 3 runes available. Winning a combat with Nidalee, provided it survives, does provide additional card draw, which is of course valuable to aggressive decks. It's the Grim Apothecary instead.
Another ambush unit.
If I target with the return, I have to return it when it resolves, right? I can't like choose not to use it.
Yes.
Getting some rules clarification here.
All right, so what I want to do, I think,
gonna have to apply that Pride Stalker buff.
is I'll buff the Apothecary and return the Pit Rookie.
So Pit Rookie being targeted with the bounce back from the Grim Apothecary. Grim Apothecary goes to 4 might.
Right,
that'll be enough.
Conquer to 5. Yeah. Other showdown.
Now we have our
6.
secondary showdown, and it is going to be the Rengar
So 5,
securing
6. So it's 6 to 4
battlefield.
All right, your turn.
Great play from Sam D. Sherman here. Now we have to see what Alan can do. We know that the Ride the Wind was spent, so we'll have to see if we have ways to contest this battlefield. And it looks like no, we'll be scooping and going on to the next game.
The next game. Wow. Okay, here we go. Game 1 taken by Sam D. Sherman with absolutely remarkable plays. You saw the Rengar and the reaction there. Well done. Very well done overall to make sure that you contested both battlefields secured a vital 2 points on that turn, taking you to 6, threatening the win on that next turn. And Alan said, you know what, let's just go next. Let me get some of this stuff out of my main deck and get prepared for game number 2. Sam D. Sherman moves to 1 game away from repeating a championship.
One of the first things that you saw there was Alan ZQ put a Turn to Dust down, and then on top of that a Star-Crossed, likely going to be things that he is taking and putting into the sideboard instead of taking out of his main deck, putting to the sideboard instead. He had multiple dead cards in this matchup, so is likely after sideboard we're going to see a little bit more from him. We'll be going first in this next turn or game as well. Most likely he does get the choice since he lost the previous game.
There is so much on the line in this game. Both players, former regional championship players, and as a result, whoever wins this match will be Riftbound's first ever repeat champion for the regionals. So there's just so much on the line here. Sam D. Sherman and Alan ZQ carefully considering each other's decks and determining what they wish to sideboard in for this second game.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here overall. Of course, getting those Star-Crossed out potentially.
We saw those acceptable losses there being taken out there. We got a new camera angle here.
Let's go.
Where has this been all day?
So Singularity is one of the cards. There's actually 2 of them on the sideboard. Star-Crossed looking at potentially taking out. Looks like we're going to keep them in. Can't do really well against the Rengar Trophy Hunter, so Star-Crossed is decent against that. Anything that has the high amount of cost is nice, and is that the... Did I just see the Baron, the ultimate Baron there as well?
That might have been the ultimate Baron Nashor. And it is
yes,
2
2
of them. Let's go.
So the acceptable losses are back in the sideboard here. For instance, just like I said, a dead draw that we had to get out of the deck for sure.
Now, in this given circumstance here, both players do have access to each other's deck lists, including sideboard, so they're able to make more informed decisions with regards to what cards they wish to select. This really does help in this second game to ensure that they're best prepared to deal with the matchup, as in game 1, they do have to come in with their main deck as they've used throughout the course of this tournament. As always, it's going to be very interesting to see what decisions they've made throughout the course of the sideboarding. We won't see until we have the actual game in progress here. Sam still considering what to sideboard in and out.
Yeah, Sam actually has a lot of things in his sideboard that are anti-Aurora in general, and Alan isn't running any gear, so it's actually kind of in a different spot than Alan. Instead of saying like, oh, I have gear hate in the main, he has it in the sideboard, but Alan's deck doesn't really take advantage of that. For example, we have Akshan in the sideboard. There's a 3 of that. There's also Sabotage, which can hit multiple things, and it can be a consideration of adding another one of those, especially if we want to hit spells such as Moonfall. There is Unyielding Spirit, which if he sees that Alan has access to Singularity as a possibility, Unyielding Spirit could be an absolute blowout card in the right situation.
I think that one of the things you could absolutely consider, now you do have 2 of challenge in the main deck for Sam D. Sherman. There is a 3rd in the sideboard. Challenge is a very effective way of dealing with Vex Apathetic. It's one of the key ways that you can kind of remove it from the field without having to try to like contest the battlefield altogether. So that might be something worth considering if Sam is trying to really consider limiting the impact of Vex Apathetic specifically.
And another consideration from Sam D. Sherman is Bring Your Thunder Song, a card that lets the player not be able to play any more cards after that reaction window. We've seen Alan hold up 4 or more runes very consistently, and with the potential of a Brynjar coming down, Alan maybe not having the same choices anymore if he does leave up a lot of runes. So that's another consideration that needs to be made by Sam D. Sherman here.
One thing absolutely worth considering here as well, and all throughout this tournament, we have seen Fury be very successful. This game did not feature Kai'Sa Survivor. Kai'Sa seemed to have been a core component of the value generation for Fury, and in this game, if Sam D. Sherman is able to start establishing the Kai'Sa Survivor and getting that value, it might turn the tide into his favor.
And it looks like we do have the battlefields in for game number 2. Alan opted for the Targon's Peak, a great battlefield for when you're going first, as you often conquer first, and you're able to ready 2 runes after that. So a lot of reaction ability here.
Star Spring we've seen used to great effectiveness here, being able to reposition your board and essentially allow one of your units to be at your base, ready to then conquer perhaps on that next turn.
Yes, essentially giving it a ganking ability in a lot of ways is to think about it. Sam has so many low-cost units, so it was always able to activate that Star Spring very efficiently while also buffing up with Pride Stalker as well. Just a really smart choice from him overall.
Yeah, very effective way to get a readied unit back into the base that you could then use to challenge the other battlefield. It looks like the sideboarding has been done. We have game 2 getting ready here. We are in the finals here. There is a chance that we will be crowning our Vancouver regional champion here if Sam D. Sherman is able to win this second game, but Alan ZQ certainly has other plans. Mulligan stage.
Yeah, Sam has 2 irresistible Fae folks there, looking at getting rid of 1 potentially. And it looks like a Nidalee and a Kai'Sa are going to be staying in the hand.
Very quick mulligan there. It looks like we're getting ready to begin. Alan ZQ does elect to go first, and it's going to be a Traveling Merchant.
And we do have that 2-drop Irresistible Fae Folk for Sam D. Sherman here as well. Very quick turn 1s from each of these players.
Both very well practiced with their decks. We're going to get the movement discard trigger. It's a Ride the Wind discarded. Point is scored.
And do we have, it looks like a Gust in hand from Alan ZQ here.
And it's Vex Apathetic in the base.
Yeah. Interesting. Not wanting to take a risk here against a punch first, which we saw was a blowout card in that previous game.
It looks like Alan's recognizing that Vex Apathetic is going to be a core component to his potential victory here. Wants to perhaps plan a strategy to ensure that it can survive and he can protect it. It is notable, it has to be out of battlefield to get the effect.
We have now added that Sabotage to hand for Sam D. Sherman as well. A little bit awkward here. Has to decide, you know, of course this Vex being in the back line is something you have to be thinking about. Makes Nidalee a little bit awkward at times.
You could, okay, I was just going to say you could sabotage, take a look at what is in the hand, try to determine what your next course of action is. Okay.
So we have Singularity, Gust, Ravenbloom Student, and Stupefy.
Now Gust, of course, being an excellent tempo card. Stupefy, fantastic for that additional draw, and of course, early trades with the Might debuff. A lot of good options here, and we have seen Ravenbloom Student successfully carry Diana's to victory, despite only being a 2 cost. It has that scaling might that you look for in a deck that loves to cast spells.
So Sam has to be eyeing most likely the Gust here because of how high tempo it is, or potentially the Singularity, as it can clear 2 units, and just not having to think about it's really nice. But also knows that at least one was sideboarded in, and usually if one is sideboarded in, typically 2 are. So Sam knows about one of them and has the other one on his radar now as well.
One of the fortunate things about Rengar as well is the Rengar Trophy Hunter from the champion zone. When it comes in, can apply the Pride Stalker buff to itself, send itself to 7 might, which would protect it from a Singularity. But still, it is absolutely a spell worth considering taking out, especially since it can target the battlefield, it can target the base. Very versatile from that standpoint.
And it looks like we also have Pike in our hand as well. So another unit that could potentially be targeted by a Singularity. Not as worried about the Gust here. We do have Kaisa and Pike, are 2 units that are a bit more resistant to Gust. And then on top of that, because we can buff our units through Pride Stalker, Gust is a little bit less of a concern. So I feel like we might see the Singularity as the choice here.
It's also worth noting that Alan ZQ did choose to discard the Ride the Win on the move trigger with the Traveling Merchant, and does not have a way
to a
in
battlefield and targets Vex to bring it in, and then he gusts the Faith Folk in response.
It's
The
still
ability
moved.
will still move, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm certain.
Yeah, me too.
Sam is considering using the Irresistible Faith Folk to perhaps challenge the
It's
Vex
fine.
to combat.
Relax.
That's what I'm hearing here as well.
You don't have to.
Well, right, I'm gonna hit this Stupefy.
You can leave Vex alone if you want, Alan
Keep the
suggests.
Singularity.
So it's
The Gust.
Stupefy is the
Stupefy, that's the
discard.
one. I think he's looking at a pretty thin
I'm
hand
gonna
and says,
play
you
this
know what, I
Pike.
don't want you to find new cards.
With
Let's
the
go with Pike here.
Accelerate,
Yes.
+2, and then Pride Stalker.
Pride Stalker buff.
So I'll send Pike up to 5.
Now all
Yes.
of a sudden, it's looking kind of scary here. Pike goes in. Focus on Sam D. Sherman. Focus has been
Targeted
passed,
1.
and the Traveling
That's
Merchant
bigger.
is in the trash.
Alright, and I'm gonna
Great
drag
play
your
here from
Vex
Sam
over
D.
here.
Sherman.
And now here
also
we go.
Vex.
Vex is
Yep.
coming on in. Focus on Sam D.
with
Sherman.
Orange. Okay.
Kill Faithful.
Yeah,
Faith Folk's dead, as is the Vex. Apathetic.
and then all on top.
Down to 2 runes, but holding a
1-1,
battlefield.
right?
That's correct.
So that Vex is something that Alan definitely really wanted to keep alive here. It wasn't at a battlefield, so Pike was able to be readied with the red power being paid for here. And Sam breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here, being able to get rid of that Vex. It was very costly to do so, not only in playing the Sabotage, but also in runes. So if Alan is maybe able to reestablish here and then continue to put pressure on the board, we'll have to see if removing this Vex, we know that typically it's worth it, but it was very costly to do so in very low tempo.
We also have the option here. Pike can gank to the other battlefield here, score an additional point, go to 3 here. We did hold for a point for Sam. Alan choosing a bit of a development turn here with the Ravenbloom student into Diana. Sam only down to 4 runes, so has paid a little bit of a price with the D-ramp.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to not see him look at this gank over right away. However, because you can also do things with the Star Spring, however, might want to try to save this Pike instead, knowing that Alan is developed here. So I can see why we aren't taking that aggressive point here, instead saving Pike.
Sam taking the long game here, choosing not to go over, protects the Pike by bringing it back into the battle, into the base there. Diana is going to go into Targon's Peak, star-crossed, hold in the hand.
Conquer?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, a quick conquer there for Alan ZQ.
And there's the Hui.
He found it. A very important piece of this deck overall, as we've talked about several times, Wei is the engine of this deck overall, and it allows you to just have so much utility, being able to discard spells, to draw gear to ready runes, which we don't have gear, and then also the unit as well, being able to give +3 might. So much utility here, and if Wei is able to stick, we might just find the value we're looking for in this game to offset Sam D. Sherman's tempo.
This has turned into a very different game, and again, I'm just going to note here, we did have an early discard of Ride the Wind, which tends to be comboed alongside Wei. But regardless, Alan's hand's going to be primarily spells, and Wei can be used to start generating value from that standpoint. You discard a spell, you get to draw.
And we'll see an unaccelerated Kaisa here, giving the Pride Stalker buff to Inferna. So she is at 4 might right now against Diana's 3, and we see the Diana trigger go off. And unfortunately, it's just no spell. We will have a Vex Cheerless as the top deck.
Might 4-3, favoring Sam D. Sherman. And Diana will go to the trash.
Yeah. Alan still with several runes up and available here.
Going to 4 points here will allow Sam to consider going to 6 points on the next turn, then threatening to win the championship. Okay. 2 runes remain up. Vex Apathetic not on the board, therefore allowing Sam D. Sherman to perhaps have some reaction capabilities in defense of these battlefields.
If there were to be a time for Alan to stabilize, it would be right now. The Wei is a big piece here, but of course we know Sam D. Sherman does have punch first. So we'll have to see what Alan draws and decides to discard here and see Sam D. Sherman's reaction to it. The Vex Cheerless is the discard that we saw, so we have +3 might on this Wei.
He's cooked.
Sam D. Sherman determining that I'm not going to be able to deal with that. You can have the point. And the Ravenbloom student comes in to challenge Inferna.
Yep.
Sam cutting his losses.
Yeah.
Being able to clear this very effectively makes a huge difference in this matchup. Alan now has all of his runes to work with, can develop in the backboard, or also save some... Oh, another
it's
Wei!
a second Wei. Alan is coming online here.
Is considering maybe playing this Wei on a battlefield instead.
And you're triggering that movement there.
Yep, Star Spring trigger. Sam making sure to take some thoughts here. Yep.
Play resolves. Star-Crossed is discarded, allowing for the draw. This has suddenly turned into a very different game 2. 2 Weis on the board.
Yeah, that's a really scary thing to have to deal with as Sam D. Sherman, because these Weis can be pumped with so much might. The Pride Stalker of Rengar doesn't feel nearly as strong because Wei can almost always achieve might in one way or the other. We see the Fizz come down as well, and we are recycling 2 runes here. So we will see a Star-Cross come out.
Yes, Fizz and Kaisa.
Looking at likely Kaisa. Going back to base, and we'll see what the selection is here. And it's going to be a Thrill to Hunt. This is going to banish the card, which removes it from being targeted. Let's just see how this plays out here.
Yes, and where does he want this Kaisa to go as well?
Thrill to Hunt in some ways kind of breaks the targeting, as the card does get banished, and then returns into the field of play.
That's a 2, right? Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the Hunt.
And it's important to note that it says at any battlefield. It does not say at base. So it looks like we'll be looking to go onto that Targon's Peak here.
Alan now only has 1 rune up to deal with what potentially might be a Kaisa going onto this Ravenbloom student.
Thrill can resolve.
And potentially scoring a point here as well.
It resolves.
Did you do it in the response to this being on the chain, or when I was picking it from the graveyard?
In response to the star-crossed.
Okay.
So that chain will have to resolve here.
Then student is right now +1.
Careful consideration from both players here, taking diligent notes.
And it's important to note here that this Diana legend is still up, so Flash can be played here. And we are targeting both units, saving this Raven Bloom student, also getting another draw discard with our way as well.
Alan CQ wants to keep a board presence, not willing to sacrifice any of the cards.
Yes, and although this Thrill did not score right away, it will score on the hold most likely here.
Gust has been discarded.
Resolve.
Okay, Conquer with Kaisa. I'm at 5.
Yeah.
I draw a card.
Yes,
Target
it does
peak
conquer
trigger.
right away. Had to wait for all the chain to resolve for the Conquer to happen.
It's still a turn, two-turn game here, regardless of the Conquer point. But every point matters when you're chasing a championship.
Yeah. Okay, I hold 6.
Yeah.
And that's the power of Thrill of the Hunt there, is not only can you conquer on your opponent's turn, then you also get the hold right away.
We hold to 6, can potentially go to 7.
We have a couple options. Of course, there's Nidalee, Punch First. We have Kinko Initiate as well. And of course, Rengar is still in the champion zone, although not wanting to be used here. Really does want to try to push some points. The Kaisa will likely be retreated. This is still a tough spot for Sam, despite really great play. The double way is just so hard to deal with. It's going to be doing a lot on these battlefields in the near future. The Punch First might be a key component of how we're able to get over the ways.
Taking a look at the trash pile here. Very important when your opponent is playing Fizz.
Not only Fizz, it's just also being able to keep track of everything that has been being played, because as an aggressive deck, you really can't have many, if any, slip-ups, because you just run out of resources pretty quickly. Of course, the Kinko Initiate helps with that because you can draw, but you have to be so careful with these aggressive lists, because one misstep can just make the difference between scoring only 7 points versus actually getting that 8th point and final point.
You do have the buff being applied to Kaisa, raising it to 5 might. Initiate comes down, that will trigger a draw.
That's good.
A lot of might coming down here for Sam D. Sherman, a lot of options as well with that draw. And because we had, we'll have to see what Alan can do here.
2 runes left up. Sam D. Sherman preparing a board to perhaps attempt a double conquer on the next turn. Rengar Trophy Hunter is still available from the champion zone.
Yeah, that's a key component here for sure. Alan has a lot that he has to navigate here.
And the ways are, they are 5 might, but it's going to be tricky here, because if you want to, I don't know. I don't know what you do here if you're Alan.
Moonfall and then Fizz would be really nice if we had that option. Just being able to play Moonfall, but I don't know if we have Moonfall in hand or not.
This is one of those turns that Alan's going to take his time on. It's going to be a singularity. He's going to target the Initiate and Kaisa. Is there a response from Sam? There is no response.
No Unyielding Spirit, a sigh of relief there for sure.
That is a big play there. A significant D-ramp, but you survive another day.
Not only survive, but I would even argue thrive here, because that's so much might removed from the board, and we have these ways that are going to be coming in, getting a lot of value, and potentially finding Alan exactly what he needs to do to try to stabilize in this game.
Notable that the Singularity did come in from the sideboard for Alan ZQ. Wasn't available in game 1.
Still want to note that we do have access to Rengar here, which is a big piece. However, if Alan does have, there's a couple cards you can find to negate it, you know, whether it be Stupefy, would be a nice one for sure. There's just so many card options here that Alan has to make really tough decisions on what he draws and discards, and he goes ahead and discards a Fizz, which I'm a bit surprised to see.
Fizz does give away +3. That is only going to be for this turn.
A tough choice here of what to do with this Ravenbloom student, whether it be try to conquer on the other side, or do we have to reinforce instead, because we do have to think about the Rengar Trophy Hunter. And of course, one of these ways will probably die at some point, but we will go ahead and go for that Star Spring here, getting that other conquer point to 6. And we are reinforcing with this way, but of course we get the move trigger first, which we get to draw and then decide what we want to discard here.
We're in a very critical junction here in Game 2 of the Vancouver Regional Finals. Every single move absolutely critical.
And we will be able to ready 2 runes at the end of this turn.
And pass on top 2.
2 runes ready with Targon's Peak. Sam D. Sherman takes over the turn.
So we do have access to, it looks like a Sabotage there. Can gain hand information this way.
How many?
We've seen Sam D. Sherman use that very well in the past to make decisions before his plays, but of course has to make sure that we have the amount of energy necessary to make the plays that we want to do.
You're going to want to reserve some energy for that Rengar. However, the information provided by Sabotage is simply too great. Defiant Dance in hand.
So the Moonfall is there. That is the card that we were really wanting to look out for. We do have another Fizz for the future, and part of the reason we saw that was the discard of the Fizz is because we already have one. And of course, Stack Deck and Stupefy offering a lot of options here. The Moonfall, though, especially Starcrossed against the Rengar. This makes it a really tough choice because the Moonfall is not what you wanted to see and the Starcross is not what you wanted to see. It's 2 things that kind of just keep you out of the game a little bit.
Just laughing to myself, been such a long day. I'm pretty sure I said Defiant Dance instead of Moonfall.
As much as there were a lot of Aurelias, we have seen now Diana and Rengar are the champions that we have here instead.
Sam D. Sherman carefully considering, and we've seen him do this very consistent here. Very, very careful, very cerebral with the decisions around what to discard with the Sabotage.
Yeah, the information here gained is just massive overall as well. This is, how do you find a line to get through both of these? If you could just get through one battlefield on a Conquer and win, okay, that's easy to do. But getting through all this might on the Targon's Peak is just exceptionally hard.
Those ways have been an absolute godsend for Alan ZQ. This game was running away from him and they brought him back into it.
And I absolutely love Alan's poker face that he has here. I wonder if it's because he's tired or if he is just having a poker face.
He's staring into Sam's soul. But let's see what Sam does here. He's got the runes.
He's got a decision first.
It's true. That's right. He still has not chosen the discard here, and it is a very important decision.
Save trash can.
A big thing is he does have the punch first in hand, so the Star Cross could potentially be a little bit more unfavorable for him because of the Rengar and punch first being an option, where the Moonfall, yes, it gives -2 might, but maybe that's what, I mean, that has to probably be likely the 2 decisions. I'd be surprised if we saw something else discarded, but of course, these players are much better than I am, so I want to see this decision that is well thought out as much as Sam D. Sherman is doing right now. And on top of that, because Sabotage is a, we can't only hit the spells here, so Fizz is not an option.
I don't even know what I would have decided.
I mean, most players would say, like, oh, Moonfall, it's a signature spell, but Starcross just offers so much versatility and utility here overall. The downside of it, of course, is, actually, Starcross as well, because of Fizz, just having that recursion is so good as well.
Take Starcrossed.
And you called it. Starcrossed being removed.
Let me write that down.
Sam D. Sherman carefully considering his options here and determining that Starcrossed had to go.
Assuming this is the last turn.
And Alan goes, it's the last turn, so I'm just going to leave my hand open. You know what it is. We're both tired. We want to play the best game possible. And maybe it could be a little bit of a mind game, too, just adding a little extra pressure of like, hey, if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't.
Is this the biggest taunt in TCG history here? An open hand
He
in
goes,
the championship?
Last turn is what he says.
Stack deck being played on the chain. Searching for options here. He does only have 4 runes up.
I like how quick Alan makes these decisions on these stack decks.
Very well practiced. So much is at stake here. It's the Rengar on the Ravenbloom student.
Combat.
It looks like Rengar is going to be successful. We go to 7. Can Sam D. Sherman find a way to upend Targon's Peak and secure the Riftbound Vancouver Regional Championship?
And the issue is that this Fizz is just going to offer so much utility for this next turn. On top of that, the Moonfall being available as well. So even with the development here, it's going to be really tough. Punch First will probably need to be represented, so Alan will have to play around that.
4 runes up for Alan, 3 for Sam D. Sherman.
And that was another Thrill the Hunt in hand as well.
Notable here that Alan's deciding, you know what that card I got from
7 to 6.
From Stack Deck? You don't get to see that one. That's a surprise.
That would be a true taunt if you just flip that over and be like, actually, I have this too.
That one you have to try to figure out what it is. The other ones, though, you can know.
Never mind.
This is unbelievable. Never a dull moment in Riftbound Regional Championships.
So I want to say that we actually put in the trash very early on the Ride the Wind. And part of the reason why that was such a quick decision for Alan here is because Fizz is able to get it back so easily. So likely here what we're going to see when it comes back, we heard Alan say, hey, this is the last turn. I'll just play open-handed because you saw the sabotage already. But we're likely going to see a Ride the Wind going for the win here.
Very good eye there. Sam carefully considering what to do here. We do have that punch first. Looks like maybe a Nidalee as well.
Time, but an action.
I can only see a little sliver of it.
I mean, Sam D. Sherman knows about this Ride the Wind as well. He knows the Fizz is there. There's just a lot of options here overall for Alan. So is there a way for Sam to get around this?
Also notable, Stupefy does provide a draw. Alan would have 3 additional runes to perhaps respond with whatever Stupefy may bring. Sam D. Sherman's making a move.
Oh, wait. Actually, sorry, hold on.
A little bit of a
sorry.
takesy backsies there.
I am losing my mind.
These players are under a tremendous amount of pressure. They've been playing Riftbound for 3 days straight, and it culminates in this moment.
Yeah, I'll do that play.
Okay, looks like we are going back here, and we will see that.
Thrill the Hunt
here.
Yes.
Rengar comes over. Hard bargain. That was the face down card.
What a great choice from Alan here.
Unbelievable. Hard bargain. That might be that might actually hold off this press from Sam D. Sherman.
It's going to do exactly that. And as I said earlier, we have access to ride the wind through this Fizz to be able to contest this Rengar. The only question is, though, is we don't have a unit to discard here.
I can't believe it. Open hand. Alan ZQ uses stack deck, says, no, you don't get to see this one. And it is exactly what he needs to stall the attack from Sam D. Sherman. Absolutely unbelievable.
And it looks like that was a third way that we potentially got. Oh, we can also just use Flash as well from Fizz. That also works. That's even more efficient here because both these ways are ready. And it looks like we will be getting that Conquer and going to our Game 3.
This is unbelievable. Game 3 in the finals in Vancouver. I am still in shock at how that Game 2 ended.
What a great game from Alan there. The stack deck, knowing exactly what he was looking for, a counter spell there, and saying, you know, the way that I lose is potentially something really funny happening with Thrill the Hunt, even though it would be the second one played. We saw the value that generated for us earlier. It's one of the very few spells. So Alan specifically had to have taken that with the idea that I'm going to counter Thrill the Hunt. That's one of the ways that I lose this game. A well-calculated, precise play from Alan ZQ.
I am just completely floored that in the championship we saw open hand, Alan calling, this is the last turn. Stack decks, a hard bargain, keeps that one face down, secures the win. Oh my, it's just, you couldn't write a better script. It's truly remarkable.
So we did see all the sentries get moved to the front of the deck there. They're at the bottom of the deck currently. Maybe things that we're looking at potentially sideboarding out. There are Darius getting put back into the deck, it looks like.
Determined Sentry. We haven't seen yet. It looks like they may be sideboarded here. Rin Thunder Songs available. It looks like they're remaining in the sideboard as well.
So I don't think we saw the Unyielding Spirit in the sideboard. I wonder if it is been brought into the main board to deal with the Singularities potential. There it is right there, yes.
Yeah, yep.
That could have been a potential blowout card in that last game.
I am loving this camera angle.
A great view. Thank you so much to our production team for this.
I have to tell you, the production team has been absolutely incredible this weekend. No one has worked harder, and we are seeing the fruits of that labor right now as Sam D. Sherman considers their sideboard.
Thinking about these Kinko initiates as well, because the reality is that you're not really going to outvalue through the draw that often. And more aggressive
Sentries are coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yes?
Yes?
It is a tough decision here.
Are they all just back in?
43 card deck, let's go.
Don't mind us, just casting the side. It's Nidalee going out.
Worried about Vex potentially?
Sam has very effectively dealt with Vex. I think that's been a key component of his success thus far. But Vex does have the ability to completely shut down his attack.
So something that we've seen the last two games is actually Nidalee has been stuck in hand almost the entire time. And I think that's what he's realized is this Nidalee started in my hand and it ended in my hand, which is never something you really want to see, especially when you're aggressive deck and you aren't able to get that win. So I like the idea that Nidalee was just not worth it and that we have better things to do. Keeping the sentries in there from what we can tell, because they can be that part of that aggressive game plan and adding that might. We know Alan is running triple Gust, so those sentries are a very efficient way to add might to our board.
We're going to be having Abandoned Hall Game 3 from Alan ZQ, and it is an arena's greatest game to close out the Vancouver Regional Championships.
And arguably, these are two of these players' best battlefields for this Game 3.
Alan says I don't need headphones, and I don't need my phone.
Bathroom break time.
Can I get up?
All right, let's take a quick little break here. So first of all, I have to say, that game was so good. I don't blame them for taking a break. We are going into one of the most intense moments in their careers, both of which can be the first ever two-time champion in Riftbound history, so there is so much on the line.
Yeah, so both these players have been in this position before. They know that sometimes it is good to take a break, clear your head, make sure you're ready for every single thing that can come by, and maybe think it looks like their sideboards had been decided already. So the phones were left there, so we can't be looking anything up in between the game. So that's a really great thing. Just getting a nice clear head, ready to go for this final game.
What's crazy about it too is it's an arena's greatest game. This could be over in a blink of an eye, so do not leave. Stay tuned. But I've got great news. We have a highlight reel of our best ofs. That is one of the things that makes Riftbound so unique. You come to these regional championships and we celebrate each and every legend. So check out this clip for the best ofs.
I'm Bear Bryant, and I'm joined here with Pog Chungus, a coveted player, as you have now added a trophy to your trophy wall. That's right, you've taken home the best of Draven, really proving to everybody that you are the winner of the League of Draven. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels kind of surreal. Like, I didn't have any expectations to actually take it home, but day one, like, I was playing pretty well. I made like very few misplays, and I managed to dodge Aurora's. Aurora's not a good matchup for Draven, but I only played against one Aurora in day one, so.
Well, I think that's the story to kind of touch here, right? Is that a lot of people have thought that that Draven's just not very strong anymore, and not only that, but a phenomenal day one performance. I know you're kind of underselling it here because your day one performance was so good that we got to basically follow you along a lot for day two as well, really solidifying that Draven still has a place to stay. And you know, I hear you're also a Canadian as well, and you know, representing.
Yeah, I'm from Toronto. We all go to Black Rose Hobbies in Toronto. It's our local game store, and yeah, we have a lot of strong players here in Toronto. Like, you know, Prismat Diwali right now, he's in the top 8. I'm rooting for him. I really want the Canadian boys to bring it home, especially in Canada.
And you guys, Canadians in general, have done such a good job here at this this regional qualifier, just taking home so many best ofs as well as the top cut representation. I've had a pleasure to meet so many of them this weekend, and you're one of them as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Congratulations,
Thank you
and
so
you know,
much.
I hope this is maybe just the first of many, and to really kind of prove that just because you think a legend is down and out, you can still sling some spinning axes.
And with that, Draven out.
I'm Bear Bryant, and I'm joined here with the magnificent Gale Wins.
Hey!
And of course, people know who you are because you already have a best of, but we're here to talk about. I got to talk to you yesterday, of course.
Yeah,
we got to showcase your Lilia deck, and now we're here to showcase your brand new addition to your trophy wall, the best of Lilia. How does it feel to take home such a coveted prize?
It feels great. I put a lot of time into perfecting this deck. I had to go against the grain for what everyone thought she was. People think that she's an unchecked power deck, and I had to go against the grain on that and fight for my idea on it, and I think it's still correct, and I think we've proven it today.
You know, you absolutely did. And not only that, representing, of course, Team Secret Sauce.
Yeah.
Bringing home a best of here. And not only that, you guys have brought home three
total, yeah. We got Poppy by No Veggies. We got Yi by Houses Are Big, who is still in top 8. He's going to win the whole thing, I have no doubt. And then, of course, me with the Lilia. So that's our 3 for this tournament. Fantastic turnout for us. I couldn't be more happy with my guys.
And hopefully the first of many as well, right, Gale Wins? Now, I've got to ask you one last question, really, just for a quick little summarize. You guys are obviously working together as a team, and so I want to ask you the kind of process and the going into these tournaments. I can only imagine how many hours y'all put into practicing for this. And not only do you have representation in top cuts, but the representation of taking home these best ofs. And let's be real, No Veggies was also this close.
He was. He's always this close. He's like our best bubbler. He was like, what was he, 9th in Vegas or something? He was so close every time. So he'll get his top 8 one day soon, I believe it. And maybe one day I'll get mine as well.
Absolutely. With hard work comes the fruits of those labors, of course. Gale Wins, congratulations to a successful Vancouver Regional Qualifier, and we hope to see some more soon.
Yeah, see you guys.
The moment you've all been waiting for is finally here. We get to crown the champion of the Vancouver Regional, but first we gotta find out who wins in this last game. Let's cut to the game number 3 of the finals. Here we go, Alan ZQ, Sam D. Sherman. This is gonna be an arena's greatest game, and as a result, it might be a quick one, but it is gonna be one of the most impactful ones you will ever see.
As both our players here are waiting to mulligan, getting some instructions from our judges.
All right. Good luck. So I'm going first.
Yes.
We're both
Sam
at 1 point.
Sherman determined to go first.
And already said the arena's greatest trigger here as well, is what it looks like.
See a fizz in hand as well for Alan ZQ, Star-Crossed.
Moonfall, Stupefy.
I have a judge question I'd like to ask away from the table.
Judge question from Sam.
Okay, looks like we're going to be conferring with the judges as Alan decides his mulligan here. So Alan, this does actually give him information as well. So what he's doing is he is thinking about what kind of question is my opponent asking the judge before their mulligan. He has to be thinking about this. That is the level of player that Alan ZQ is. And so if you have a very experienced player like Sam D. Sherman asking a judge question beforehand, then of course Alan has to be thinking what kind of complex interaction is he asking about. And it looks like the judge might be looking up something as well as listening as well. So it looks like we are getting some clarification there.
That looks like an I'm going to go find out for you.
I might have seen a Thrill the Hunt in his hand because that card is one of the newer cards. Maybe that is a question that he has about it and that interaction, perhaps.
We're going to wait a moment here. Alan being patient, trying to stay warm.
Yes, so Alan doesn't have to decide his mulligan yet either. The player who goes first can decide their mulligan first. So internally, Alan might already know what he wants to mulligan, but he wants to see how much cards Sam decides to mulligan. So when your opponent mulligans 2, then you know they're not very happy with their hand, but if they mulligan 1 or 0, then you know that they're happier with their hand. And against aggressive lists, whenever they don't mulligan many cards, you have to be a little bit afraid. However, it looked like Alan did have really solid resources in his hand. We'll have to see if he finds a 2-drop or not. But we do have the Stupefy and Moonfall as potential, and we're playing on a Banded Hall, so those cards are getting even more value here.
Sam is back here, and you are right. When your opponent decides to keep their full 4, it is a little intimidating here. You do get a little peek into the hand.
Irresistible Feyfolk was one that we were looking at potentially. Was that a Darius in hand, maybe?
Looks like 1 was mulliganed ultimately here. Sam D. Sherman elects to go first. 2 runes up. Turn 1 is the Irresistible Feyfolk.
We got Hard Bargain and Vex Cheerless in the hand for Alan, as well as a Star-Crossed.
Yep.
Not entirely sure if the Arena's Grace point was declared there. 4 runes on Sam D. Sherman, and it goes up. So it is 1-1.
So it's going to look to have potentially an aggressive line here, but the Irresistible Feyfolk can usually get more value than... I mean, we'll have to figure out if he can buff it up to the point where he can actually kill this Diana would be ideal. However, Diana can still get the trigger if possible from the Diana herself. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Oh, actually, we'll see the buff, and we will also get the Price Stalker buff as well. Yep.
That is a quickly powerful Feyfolk here, and the Determined Sentry, which is going to allow the additional Pride Stalker buff onto the Irresistible Feyfolk.
No trigger on Diana.
There's not many options here.
Mm-hmm.
Stupefy played, card draw, and it looks like we are going to get a trade.
Yes, isn't able to take advantage of the Banded Hall with the Stupefy, but getting the trade here, we use so many resources from Sam D. Sherman here, and we could potentially gas out if we don't find the right parts of our deck here. We did have the Darius, which is a little bit, we have Kaisa in hand, I just saw that as well, so we're not as concerned about gassing out here, but using all these cards is still... wasn't ideal, and we do have a Thrill of the Hunt in hand as well. A few utility pieces there.
Sam looking particularly good here. Kaisa is going to be one of those key pieces you're going to want to get out there ASAP. Determined Sentry going in is going to score the point. We go to 2. And the Pit Rookie to 3.
some quick points here with the Kaisa not accelerated as well, building a strong board here. The Vex Cheerless is ready to go, and we'll have to see what Alan can do. What options do we have?
Saw hard bargain there. We do have Moonfall. Vex Cheerless is going to go in to challenge that battlefield. Moonfall is going to bring Kaisa in.
And important to note that the -2 might is for all units at the battlefield, and on top of that, it is not to a minimum of 0, so it actually does go down. It's not to a minimum of 1, I should clarify, and it can go down to 0.
Vex Cheerless now in combat.
So we have 6 to 2 here.
Losing Kaisa would be devastating. And it looks like Kaisa has been lost.
Huge play there from Alan, and we did see potentially the Fizz earlier, so having access to Moonfall once again in the near future if needed. And those control tools are so critical in this game overall. It's one of the ways that Alan can actually have a great way of competing in this game. The Ravenbloom student being ready as well. With all the spells available on top of the Abandoned Hall in the future, Ravenbloom student is just a key piece of this deck.
Alan passes turn. 3 runes up. Sam D. Sherman holds to 4 points.
So we could potentially see Rengar in the future. However, we do see that Starcrossed in hand, so that would be a very low tempo play. Sam D. Sherman's going to have to look for a higher tempo play to potentially deal with this Vex, as well as continue his game plan of scoring and just being able to take advantage of lower tempo plays of Diana. But however, we haven't had those low tempo plays because Moonfall is such a great card.
Thankfully, that is Vex Cheerless, which for Sam D. Sherman is, if you had to pick one of the two, the one you'd probably want at the battlefield. But let's see what this next play holds in store as Sam carefully considers his next move. So much on the line here in the championship.
Yeah, and it's hard to say what the next move will be here. We used so many resources at the start of this game to get rid of that Diana just to end up doing a trade because Stupefy was in hand. Something that Alan kept from the get-go, of course, because Abandoned Hall is very good with. And on top of that, of course, those small might trades against a deck that is so might dependent really doesn't have many spells to help it out. So those just absolutely critical.
And the challenge as well is that Alan's up, his runes, they reach a little further if you happen to try to combat that Vex. The discount's applied, and therefore he just might have a few more extra tricks up his sleeve than usual thanks to that Vex Cheerless.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for Sam D. Sherman overall. Like I said, that very beginning of this game, that trade with the Irresistible Faefolk not going in Sam's direction, because if that trade does happen, it's a very different looking game here.
And we did talk about before, losing Kaisa is devastating. It's one of the engines. It's going to be Rengar into the Vex Cheerless here. The additional might will be applied to Rengar itself.
And this will likely be a pretty quick Starcrossed here from Alan, because it is just, oh, it's a smoke screen. We didn't even see that in the hand. Also a great reaction to the Rengar. Instead of saying, oh, we're going to bounce something back, we might just be able to kill it here.
That's a -4 on the unit.
Really tough here. Abandoned Hall giving us that extra buff to Vex as well.
You do have the Pride Stalker buff being applied as well, which was why you saw the -3.
Thrill the Hunt, Rengar.
Thrill the Hunt on Rengar.
And we'll have to pay 2 runes here.
And
because
hard
of
bargain
Vex.
does come down.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, your turn.
A great hard bargain. This is putting Alan ZQ in a dominant position. You can kind of see as Sam was like, all right, your turn. You know, this hard bargain has been all the right answers against the thrill of the hunt overall.
That was devastating. It looked like Sam D. Sherman was trying to replay the Rengar back into the Vex cheerless battlefield, and by banishing it, perhaps trying to dodge that smokescreen.
And Alan's still having plenty of options there. It looks like a stack deck and a star-crossed. We know that Sabotage is in the board for Sam D. Sherman, so stack deck is able to be protected a little bit by playing stack deck when you want to actually find what you are wanting to play. It also allows you to have a little bit of an element of surprise, as we saw stack deck into hard bargain the previous game. I love how Alan does save and hold onto his stack decks a little bit longer than what we see a lot of players do, because we've seen why it is so beneficial. And personally, it's going to be something I'm going to take away for my own games.
Pit Rookie comes in 4-2 might, stack deck. That is going to provide the Ravenbloom student with an additional might. Alan with the quick selection there.
One more stack deck.
Another stack deck. Ravenbloom student goes to 4 might.
And will we find another spell here? It looks like there's a Ride the Wind that will be put back into the deck. I didn't see quite what he selected.
You do see a star crossed here, and it will resolve. We go to damage. The arena's greatest has been cleared.
Yeah, the biggest thing to note here is Alan does only have 2 going on 3 cards in hand, so he will have to find some type of value here, because Sam does have ways to draw cards. However, though, we do have a nice unit set up, and we have the Traveling Merchant, which can help us filter through our deck a bit more, and it looks like we might have had a Vex Apathetic drawn here.
Likely going to be looking for that Hoi. We do have the Gust, very high tempo, very good at protecting these battlefields, in particular against these smaller might units of Sam D. Sherman.
Yep.
Vex Cheerless re-enters the Abandoned Hall.
And we're going to see this Vex Apathetic join the twin here of Vex Cheerless, and this will actually stop so much from Sam D. Sherman on any of those ambushes, for instance. Of course, Vex been a key player in the entire weekend, as she does stun a unit whenever it is played, and they cannot move anymore.
It's an absolutely devastating card for Sam D. Sherman to have to try to overcome.
Cards.
And Alan is here at 6 points. If he is able to hold these battlefields, might just become our first repeat champion.
Sam D. Sherman's going to have to very carefully consider this. Because of the Vex Apathetic, you either have to clear that Vex before trying to make like some sort of accelerated or ambush move.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of an option here where the Irresistible Feyfolk can move the Traveling Merchant off this battlefield, so a double hold may not happen. However, we know that Alan does have access to Ride the Wind, I believe, as well as potentially a Moonfall from Fizz. Or actually, having a hard time remembering exactly what his hand looked like here. We'll have to take a look at it soon.
Cards in hand.
1 card in hand. We have the 3 might Determined Sentry against the 2 might Traveling Merchant.
Gust.
It's a Gust. Is there a response?
Gust being a huge card here, so high tempo. And with 1 card in hand, is there a response to it?
Was that a Thrill the Hunt?
I think we've had Thrill of the Hunt up in our hand for a bit now, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is. But remember, this Inferna and Pike are both stunned units right now.
And actually, that's a very important consideration, because any unit replayed by Thrill the Hunt will also be stunned.
Exactly. I think Sam might be thinking about what else he could have potentially done here.
Now, if you thrill the hunt one of the other units, like the Inferna, for instance, you could Pride Stalker buff the Sentry. Could that be an option?
Certainly could be.
Suppose we have Thrill in hand. What are you thinking about?
Now, that's of course assuming that it is thrill the hunt.
Alan patiently waiting, probably feeling pretty confident right now, but you can't feel too confident until any handshakes are made.
Sam very carefully considering this here. Championship on the line. Single card in hand. Has to take one battlefield here.
It looks like Thrill will be coming down.
It is Thrill of the Hunt on Pike. Pride Stalker buff sends the Determined Sentry to 4 might. The Pike will be played there.
Buff this.
It is stunned.
Pike is stunned.
Yeah.
I'll Star-Crossed Vex and this.
Star-Cross being played in reaction.
This one.
Okay.
Vex Cheerless being selected.
Yeah, that happens.
That resolves. Determined Sentry back.
Pike goes back to my base.
Yes.
That bounces. 2 open
you
rooms.
have just 1 card in hand and it's Vex.
With the Determined Sentry in hand.
Okay.
Because we can note the Irresistible Fatefolk does still have the option to move a unit off a battlefield when it attacks in.
Yes.
Determined Sentry is played. You can buff by 1 the Irresistible Fatefolk. And that just might be what we see here. Traveling Merchant does move. You will get a discard draw.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, kill a Merchant.
Yeah.
And well played by Alan there, taking back that Vex
7.
before that Merchant trigger, because the Vex isn't really that useful anymore. The next card is much more, and we do have a Tide Turner, and
that is going to be the game. Alan ZQ has won the Vancouver Riftbound Regional Championship, the first ever second-time winner of a regional championship. Absolutely unbelievable. Carrying Diana to the championship. Congratulations to Alan and Sam D. Sherman on absolutely remarkable finals. This is one of those moments that these players live for. They have worked so hard this weekend. There's the hug. Absolutely remarkable. The skill expression of Riftbound is absolutely off the charts. Alan has showcased that once again as he lifts the championship trophy.
You know, it's better than 1 trophy.
2 trophies.
Exactly.
Here we are at the final moments after that immaculate match between you, Alan ZQ, and Sam D. Sherman. Alan, I've got to ask you, as our first ever 2-time regional qualifier champion, how do you feel in this moment?
Absolutely amazing. I think Sam played better than me. I think I misplayed game 1 especially. That cost me the game, but at the end I had a better matchup into the Sam, which resulted into me winning despite of everything, and I had perfect answers to whatever he was doing in game 3, which was noticeable, and then just like it was due, like the last game, it was just like it felt like fate with all the draws.
Fate indeed, and you sure did give Sam a hard bargain there in that game 2, and then for game 3 to turn the tides and bring it all the way home for the second time ever. Alan ZQ. Congratulations, not just for your second win at a regional qualifier, but for winning it here in Vancouver. And with that, folks, we're going to sum up our entire weekend, and Alan ZQ is going to soak in the glory that is the victory.
A wonderful weekend here in Vancouver with the spirit of Riftbound being unleashed for the world to see. The energy in the building has been electric all weekend long, with players celebrating the best of what Riftbound has to offer. In one of the most meta-diverse championships we've ever seen, Alan ZQ has ultimately earned the title of champion in the Riftbound Vancouver Regional. And who knows, maybe next time it'll be you at home who lifts the trophy at a future regional event. A champion has been crowned, legends have been forged, and from myself and the rest of the team here in Vancouver, we'd like to say thank you for joining us, and we will continue this journey together in Utrecht.